You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190, by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events. It's 12 lectures given to members of the Anthroposophical Society in Dornach, Switzerland, from the 21st of March to the 14th of April, 1919, and it is translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 1, given in Dornach on the 21st of March, 1919. I have often mentioned that the need in modern humanity to socialize the social order arises from the anti-social impulses that are emerging in people more strongly now than in the past. In their sensibilities, in their soul life in general, people are substantially more antisocial than they were in former times. And we might say that with regard to the elemental, natural development of humanity, anti-social tendencies are on the increase. And we can say further that in the course of the last 4 centuries, people have more or less, there is an historical imperative behind it all, acquiesced to certain antisocial impulses in the wider context of societal life. And the countercurrent against this acquiescence to antisocial impulses is the call for socialism. The call for socialism ignites in the consciousness of people precisely because in their subconscious strong anti-social tendencies are awakening. We can follow this today into the most inward aspects of soul life. Never has it been so hard for people to accept someone else's opinion or to follow their reasoning. Never was pig-headedness with regard to sticking to one's own opinions as great as it is today. And if it happens that one draws attention to the one-sidedness of every human opinion, indeed, even to the one-sidedness of everything we call human truth, if it happens that one elucidates things from different sides, one is accused of expressing different opinions at different times. We won't come to a healthy socialism based on a social understanding of the human being if this ability of one individual to adapt to another doesn't also enter our souls. Now, the fact that things are like this with regard to antisocial tendencies is naturally rooted deeply, very deeply, in historic developments. For since the middle of the 15th century, people have been developing in the age of the consciousness soul. People are gradually to stand on the foundation of their individual consciousness. Thus, how they achieve societal life will have to be different from how this was in former times, when group instinct, group egos, still played a much larger role than they do today. This is why we see disagreement between people everywhere in the life of society today. We see peculiar discord. The human being always has something somewhere in the underground regions of his soul by which he understands everything that can reveal itself in a particular age. It is just that he usually lags behind with his head understanding, with his reason. Then a curious phenomenon can emerge, which should be particularly observed by those who have joined a spiritual scientific movement, whereby precisely those who have learned too much in one direction remain behind in their development. We see plenty of this today. We would be able to advance far more rapidly in understanding what is needed in society if the mass of the population were not held back by those who have learned too much from what is old, who live too much in old concepts, who have aligned themselves too rigidly to old ideas. As a whole, we can say that the broad mass of the proletariat would most certainly have an understanding for the most progressive impulses if they were not held back by the leadership, which for centuries has adopted very particular, rigid concepts and can't move on. This being held back by those who have learned too much particularly of what could be learned in the 19th century, is very significant for a psychological understanding of our time. Thus only slowly and gradually will we be able to see what it is intensely imperative that we see. From where have the leading individuals of the present day, this is something we must ask again and again, got their concepts, their ideas, their sensibilities, and also their social will? They got them from the scientific ideas of the 19th century that have played such a decisive role ever since. We must be under no illusions about this. Scientific ideas have penetrated into everything. But scientific ideas, in the form they have arisen in the last 4 centuries, are only applicable to what is dead or fading away, to things that no longer have life. It is of no slight importance, but lies deep at the heart of the matter, that the present thinking about the nature of the human being only regards as valid what can be learned from a corpse, what is learned excluding the sphere of life. What scientific ideas can give us concerning the human being do not lead to the human being, not to homo, but to homunculus. And that is why, when people start to think about society today, they actually always bypass reality. Fundamentally, they only think about what destroys social organization, what breaks it down, and not about what provides it with new and fructifying life. Because during the past 4 centuries people have not adopted ideas that can grasp what is living, they have also not learned how to provide a healthy organism with fruitful life. The tragedy of modern life is that we live only with ideas about what is dead, whereas the social organism requires us to awaken impulses that are applicable to what is living. But it is precisely in what is regarded today as education that we have no conception of what life is. For is there anyone today who asks questions about the social organism as of something living? No, they don't. I have already recently pointed out the following. Imagine someone asking the question, quote, "Why should we always have to eat? We are satiated by eating, but all we really achieve is that a bit later we get hungry all over again. So let's just stay hungry." Close quote. It would be folly, would it not, if someone were to think about our natural organism in this way? But people actually always think along the same lines as this folly when it comes to the social organism. The effect is that this social organism must always be rattled and shaken by upheavals, which, when the misunderstanding of societal life continues for a particularly long time, will, perforce, become revolution-like convulsions, or even full-blown revolutions. The dreadful tendency toward revolution has arisen in our time because in the last centuries people have been carried away into all sorts of social illusions. What can be of help here? The only thing that can help is to see societal life as something really living. For what is a revolution really? A revolution is no less than a summation of many necessary small revolutions, for there are always revolutions. Just as in the natural human organism that undergoes very important revolutions from one period of satiety to the other, so there are always revolutions in the social organism. Why? Because things cannot be otherwise than that through the interaction of individual human abilities, of the mental, spiritual aspect of the human being with the economic life, there is a constant tendency for one individual to gain the upper hand over others. This tendency is simply always present in economic and in mental spiritual life. In economics, for example, there is always the tendency to accumulate capital. Were this tendency to accumulate capital not present in economic life, economic life in general would have to die out. For only through capital is it possible, in our advanced age, for our complex means of production to exist. But the actual work done using these means of production can only be achieved through individual human capacities. As capital accumulates, it naturally always generates small hotbeds of revolution, and government must consist of keeping an eye, EYE, on the formation of these small hotbeds of revolution. Revolution must be constantly prevented, but not by asking, quote, how can we stop the generation of capital, close quote, but rather, quote, what should be done with capital once it has accumulated over a certain period of time in a particular place, close quote. It must be transferred from the one individual to the others. That's the important point. The way must be found, also for the material goods resulting from the means of production, that is practicable for what present-day humanity regards as the meanest goods, as I said recently. What one produces intellectually is gradually lost for the family of the producer. It becomes common property. In German, es geht in die Allgemeinheit über. Material goods, the moment they no longer have any connection with the individual human skills of those who produce them, must find a way into the social organism so that they in turn can be best utilized by other individual skills. With regard to the social organism, socialist thinkers today are asking the wrong questions. Socialist thinkers today ask, quote, how can we prevent private ownership of the means of production and of land, close quote. This means, how can we kill off the life of the social organism? People have seen in the course of the capitalist economic order that private ownership of land and the means of production result in great harm. The simplest question would then seem to be, how do we get rid of what causes harm? How do we prevent it from arising in the first place? But this is a deadening question. An enlivening question would be, what should be done with private capital so that it causes no more harm? How, when it is no longer productive in the service of the social organism, do we separate it appropriately from the private capitalist and transfer it to another producer? The questions will have to be asked out of a far deeper understanding than modern humanity has any inkling of. Present-day humanity actually lives in its illusions only because it does not draw the consequences of these illusions in reality. All manner of professors of national economics in universities the world over teach things today that amount to trying to wash without getting wet. This is the basis of the teaching squinting at socialism. Only a few of the older chaps still advocate the very old anti-social teachings, but the fact that these stalwart professors teach these things is only possible because they do not draw the consequences. But the consequences of what these professors teach are drawn by Lenin and Trotsky. There is a continuous connection here. And with regard to the social order, one would actually have to exercise some exertion to raise oneself to a completely different kind of thinking. One would have to avoid getting stuck in old habits of thought and move on to new habits, because the old ones, when applied, must necessarily lead to the over-exploitation of the old social order. And a decision to acquire new habits of thought is so very difficult for people to make. It will probably not happen until people really think in a spiritual, scientific way, and in the thoughts they get used to thinking through spiritual science, have the teachers, or perhaps better said the taskmasters, for how to think in social terms. It will always remain something of a half measure if people simply spread social theories without permeating them with real spiritual scientific teachings, which first make our thinking, feeling, ideas, and above all our judgments as flexible as they need to be today, if we are to integrate ourselves into the great complexity of life that has necessarily been drawn over modern humanity. Ought not our question rather be? So what then is this human being that is to be placed in the social organism? What is this human organism? Can we really expect to have the right sensibilities regarding the social organism if we do not have the right sensibilities regarding the human being himself? The human being is, after all, a part of this social organism. But science, despite all its great advances, has led away from an understanding of the real human being, not toward it. This is what we need to bear in mind. When we say to people today, look, the healthy social organism must consist of 3 independent branches: the life of thought, bracket, for an explanation of this, see translator's note on page XI 11, close bracket, the legislative and legal system, and the economic system. And if we then point out that the human being by nature consists of these 3 aspects, the nerve sense system, the heart and lung or rhythmic system, and the metabolic system, clever people come along and say, quote, "Oh, not another game with analogies," close quote. But it is not about a game with analogies, but about the fact that on the one side we train our mind through a proper understanding of the natural human being, to be able by means of this training to comprehend the social organism as well. It is not a matter of jumping from one to the other, as Scheffel did previously and Murray is doing now, but about making one's thinking so mobile by study of the human organism that one can really understand the needs of the social organism also. A basic phenomenon for human understanding in the future will be this: that the human being descends through birth from a spiritual life, lives his physical existence between birth and death, lives a social life in society, and then, through death, returns to the spiritual world. It will be a matter eventually of really understanding the human being in his 3-fold nature. The present-day anatomist, the present-day physiologist, has the human being before him. For him, a muscle in the head is the same as a muscle in the arm. He doesn't divide the human being into his 3 parts, knows nothing, this modern researcher, about how the human being has his origin from 3 sources. He does not ask the relevant question, and therefore doesn't reach a relevant answer as to what the human being has, for example, from the mother, and what from the father. We have often discussed this subject and can discuss it today once more from a particular perspective. You know that when a person lives in this regular life, they live in 2 different states of life or consciousness. When they are awake, the physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego all interpenetrate one another. When they are asleep, the physical body and etheric body remain lying in bed. The ego and astral body are in the spiritual world. In the morning, the ego and astral body recombine with the physical body and etheric body. Focus for a moment on what it is of the human being that is lying in bed, without the ego and astral body, when the person is asleep. Naturally, this is not a human being, but it is an essential aspect of a human being living on the physical earth. You can easily separate what is there of the sleeping human being living on the physical earth, and which manifests in the physical body and etheric body, you can easily separate this, very precisely from the whole human being. We will disregard the whole human being for the moment, and will look at what is lying in bed during the night when the ego and astral body are away. And we will ask about the origin of this human being that consists of physical body and etheric body and lies in bed at night. We will ask, where does this come from? To be sure, it is only a piece of the human being, but where does it come from? What lies in the bed comes, as far as its disposition and forces are concerned, so not how these are later in the full adult human being, but as a predisposition, as a set of forces, comes from the mother, and is already in the mother before conception. What is set in place purely through the woman by way of forces is the part of the human being which, fully grown, lies in the bed when he sleeps. It is not the human being, and what comes purely from the mother cannot become a human being. It is not mere arbitrary chatter when we divide the human being into these parts we usually speak about, but is pointing to something very real. When we speak about physical body and etheric body, we are speaking about what is predisposed in the mother before conception, and what is always predisposed in the mother. When, after having lived for a period in life between death and a new birth, the human being descends from spiritual heights and inclines once more to a physical life, he senses, as it were, that in a female individual who is connected with him, there is the predisposition into which he can pour that which, since his last life, has developed in him out of the rest of the organism into the head, that is, between lies the new head, is developed by metamorphosis out of the forces of the previous organism, excluding the previous head. Human embryonic development therefore proceeds from the head. The head is the first thing to achieve a certain degree of perfection during embryonic development. What is at work on this head formation, what actually comes out of the cosmos, is already in the ego and astral body. And what makes it possible for the ego and astral body to come together with the physical and etheric body is conception. Conception facilitates a coexistence between the ego and astral body and the physical and etheric body. What is conception by itself directed toward? Conception is directed initially only to the metabolic life in man. It is directed toward giving him a new metabolic and respiratory system, since the forces of the head organism derive from the previous incarnation. So, as we are coming from a previous incarnation, everything that brings us together with our head organism is thanks to our relationship with the spiritual world. Everything that enters the human being, as it were, in the life of the embryo, once conception has taken place, is thanks to our coexistence with the being of the earth, with the earthly being. You see from this how complex a process it is to bring about what the human being actually is. Our limbs, which are inwardly also part of our metabolic system, are given us, as it were, by the earth. What functions in the human head is given to us by the spiritual world. And that which is respiratory and heart system is in between. And now you can ask, so what is it that we actually inherit from our father and mother? In which of our systems are the forces to be found by which we can inherit something from our father and mother? We inherit nothing for our head from father and mother. We bring what functions in our head from our previous incarnation. We inherit nothing for our metabolic system, for that is first given to us by the earth after conception. We inherit only what lies in the heart and lung system. We inherit only the forces that live in our breathing and blood circulation. That's what we inherit. Only one part, the middle part of the human being, the respiratory and circulatory part, is what has its origin in both sexes. This is how complex the human being is. He is a threefold being also in his physical organism. He has his head, which he can use for what is not earthly. He has his limbs and metabolism, which he can only use for what is earthly. And he has what is in his respiration and circulation through the relation of one person with another. Here I can only touch on something that leads into a broad field of knowledge of the human. What I have mentioned looks like theory, but for our times it is not theory. There is something in people today that has a sense of what I have just said. There is something developing in people at the present time that has a sense of this threefoldness. People today, without fully realizing it, have complicated feelings in their innermost being. Through their head, they know themselves to be citizens of something beyond the earth. Through their heart and lung system, they know themselves to be in relationship with one another. Something inside them says, when I meet another human being, this meeting is a reflection of what was implanted into me also from one person to another, namely through father and mother. Through their heart and lung system, people really feel themselves within a context involving others. Through their metabolic system, people feel themselves to be a member of the earth, as belonging to the earth. These three different ways of sensing are really in people today. But the intellect won't go along with it. The intellect wants to have everything simple. The intellect would like to be able to derive everything from some kind of monon. And this is making people chronically sick today. It will no longer make them sick when the sense of threefoldness they have inside them, which is really already to be found in people, corresponds to a threefold social organism, when people find a reflection of their being externally. You see, this is the dreadful thing in the subconscious of people who belong to social movements today. For the past 3 to 4 centuries, the life of thought and everything that predominates in people's collective life in society has developed in such a way that this intellectual life is a reflection of material life. But inside people there pulses the longing for external life to reflect this inner aspect. That is what is making modern humanity sick. They would like to structure external life so that the external social organism is an image of the human being, whereas today the human being is an image of the outer world, and this is what people today overlook. They find it complicated. They find it theoretical. They find it simpler to present the human being as one whole. It is naturally more complicated when someone asks, quote, "What is the human being?" close quote, to have to answer, "Look at the center of the representative of man, with Lucifer above and Ahriman below." All three belong in the unity of the human being. The human being simply is threefold, and there is no other way to understand him. This is not theory, but something very, very real in life that is evident in human nature. And because people are beginning to have this threefold sense with regard to themselves and the world, in their subconscious they are demanding a threefold social organism, not a monistic, unitary state structure that encompasses the economic and legislative systems, but an independent structure in itself for the life of thought. A structure in itself for law or politics or the state, and an economic structure in itself. Only then will people find themselves in this external world. And the seismic-like convulsions in our time are happening because a culmination, a high point has been reached with regard to this non-correspondence of the external social organism with people's inner being. Whereas, fundamentally, people are aspiring to sense an independent threefoldness in the social organism. Their leaders, the leaders of the socialists, stand up and say, quote, "The economic system will deliver everything if we let it develop properly, if we reverse it a bit so that what was hitherto below comes up on top, and what was on top goes down to the bottom. Then things will develop properly." Close quote. Nothing right will result from the economic sphere alone, but only when one grants independence to the economic life in the first instance, independence to the legislative and legal system in the second, and independence to the organizations of thought in the third. If we really put the life of thought on its own footing, then it has to shape its reality out of itself. Otherwise, the chasm between the classes will persist. We have little idea today how these chasms have opened up. We can really sometimes encounter something that is completely justified in terms of our present culture, and will not realize that a thing that seems completely justified to a member of one class can be incomprehensible to a member of another. To take an obvious example, imagine a painting of a landscape. a very artistically painted landscape. Now the members of the middle classes have acquired certain sensibilities, certain ideas about how a well-painted landscape should look. They stand with these sensibilities in front of a landscape painting stretched in a frame and admire it. A proletarian might also be induced to admire it because he has been persuaded that it is, in quotes, cultured to admire such things. There are also many non-proletarians who likewise don't understand landscape paintings, but admire them because they have been persuaded that it is cultured to do so. But this can even breed untruthfulness. For when someone among those who do physical work is not one of those who are allowed to be physically idle so they can paint, so they can figure out how one should paint, that person only remains truthful when in front of such a landscape they say, quote, "What's the point of this? Someone has to make a bit of forest with blobs of color on a canvas, but the way I see it every day when I walk through the woods is far more beautiful." No one can ever make a picture of a landscape that is more beautiful than how it is outside in nature. Why do people who don't want to look at nature hang up in a gold frame in their room a piece of landscape to look at that is just a clumsy imitation of nature? Close quote. This would be the true sentiment. And this sentiment is in the depths of the soul of many people who are not constrained by reasons of, in quotes, culture, to admire these things. Certainly, in a certain class, the admiration is genuine. But the admiration of by far the greater mass of people for such a landscape cannot be genuine, because they are not brought up with the others. We must touch much deeper things in our life of feeling if we want to comprehend today the nature of the chasms between human souls. We will not awaken an understanding for art, and this can be applied to other areas of life, until, in painting, for example, we want to explore not what we can see every day out in nature, but what has to be brought down from the spiritual world. Every person will understand this, and something else will come via this indirect route. The spiritual has to be brought down from the spiritual world by people. Trust will arise again between person and person, because a certain thing must be brought down from the spiritual world by one person and another thing by another. By no other way than by bringing things down from the spiritual world will it be possible for soul to connect again at a societal level with soul. So we have to push more deeply than is usually the case, we could say, into what is pulsating in our times. Unctuous preachers who actually offer only a poor imitation of what the Catholic pulpit orators in their own way do better are out and about a great deal saying that people should come together, in quotes, inwardly once more, after the terrible catastrophe of the last 4.5 years has shown how little people are inclined to a life at harmony with itself. But one can't bring people together inwardly through phrases. One can only bring them inwardly together if one has the will today to change to radically different habits of thought and feeling. Recently someone said that one has to have seen poverty in order to develop social feeling. It is not enough today to have looked at poverty, to have gone into some quarter of a city and seen how ragged the people are and how little they have to eat. That is not enough today. The only thing that suffices today is really getting to know the souls of those who want to work their way to a better place in society. Just being aware of poverty is not what is needed today, but getting to know the poor in their souls, in their innermost life, that's what is needed today. But there is no other way to achieve this than by finding a new path to the human soul, than by really learning to penetrate into the innermost being of the individual. And then we find that people will not be able to exist in future without finding a reflection of their own being in the external social organism. We must really be able to lead people to the highest heights of spiritual life, on the one hand, and to dive with our thinking right down into economic problems, on the other. Indeed, one has to say curious things today. On the one hand, one has to say, separate schools from the state. Separate the life of the intellect from it. Establish the life of thought on an independent footing. Let it manage itself. The life of thought will then be continuously obliged to fight battles out of its own forces. This life of thought will then, out of itself, relate in the right way to the jurisprudence of the state and to the economic life. As discussed in my book on social matters that will be published shortly, the life of thought will then also be, for example, the proper administrator of capital. On the other hand, one should also put the economic life on its own independent footing. If you make the economic system independent, separate it from the state, then you must separate from the state above all something very, very concrete, namely money, the administration of the currency. You must give the administration of currency back to the economic life. In various places where the people have developed from a barter economy to a monetary system, they have maintained this for the time being by a representative of money that is something between goods and a mere money order. Very clever people argue about whether money, paper money, is purely a payment order or whether money is a commodity. People can argue about this for a long time because money is both one and the other. It is the one because it facilitates the economic process. This makes money a commodity. It is the other because the state determines by law what the value of a particular coin will be. But money should be given back entirely to the economic life. Then something will happen, although only gradually. For it to happen, what I have just spoken about must become international. This won't happen for a long time because England, the leading trading nation, which is in reality the reason we have the gold standard, will not easily give up this gold standard. So it will take a long time. But an economic system based on its own independent footing, whose job it is also to manage the currency, the monetary system, will no longer need to place gold as a commodity between other commodities as a means of exchange. The economic system doesn't need this. Naturally, the economic system will still use money, but only for the distribution of commodities. For it will turn out that whatever is the solid and real basis of the economic life will also be the currency basis for money. Gold is money only because it has gradually become a particular favorite commodity among people, because people have agreed to give gold value. Sounds rather dilettantish when put like this, but it is far more correct than what is said by the non-dilettantes, the academics. The value of gold rests purely on an unspoken agreement among people about its worth. It might also be possible for something else to be valued in the same way. But when the three branches of society are centralized, something that only has apparent value will always be given this value in the economy. In reality, gold only has an apparent value. You can't eat gold. You can be very rich in gold, but if no one will give you anything for it, you can naturally not live from the gold. This only rests on an unspoken agreement between people. In internal matters within the state, it is not needed at all. In transactions between nations, it is only needed to bring about certain balances, which could otherwise not be brought about due to lack of the great trust that would be required. But this apparent value, attributed to a particular metal, would cease if the management of money was handed over to the economic structures and the state could no longer interfere in the management of the currency. The state then remains on purely legislative ground, stays on the foundation of what can be agreed between one person and another on a democratic basis. Now, when certain monetary tokens, money orders, are in circulation, the state has a certain reserve of gold that backs the money. What will the situation be when truth takes the place of appearance in the threefold system. In that situation, money will be backed by everything that in truth will not belong to the individual. The individual will only work on it, but which has the same value for everybody who lives in the social organism. Gold will be replaced by the means of production itself, by that through which things having the nature of a commodity can be produced. By the means of production being brought into flow, in the way that only what the intellectual produces is in flow today, the means of production will gradually take on the character of the standard basis of money. These things are very difficult, and one needs a very complicated prerequisite knowledge of national economics, which naturally I do not assume in you, to give them scientific proof. But they can indeed be scientifically proven. I would rather give you a concrete example of what I mean. You see, I once came across a very curious kind of money. I think I have mentioned this here before. This curious form of money consisted of Goethe's letters and manuscripts. I got to know a gentleman, or actually a few gentlemen, who were very clever with money. In the 1850s and through the 60s, 70s, 80s, they began to buy Goethe's letters and manuscripts cheaply. At that time, you didn't have to pay much for them. So, now, they had them. Finally, the time came when they had all been sold, and through circumstances that would take us too far to go into, Goethe's letters and manuscripts became very valuable. Then the letters and manuscripts were sold. This was a curious form of money, whose value increased significantly over around 30 to 40 years. One of these gentlemen assured me that no stock on the stock market would have increased so much over that period as Goethe's letters did. They were the best of paper and had actually taken on the character of money. They were sold at a very high price. Now just consider what this all depended on. It depended on the fact that a constellation of circumstances had arisen that was completely independent of the creation of the letters in the first place. When Goethe wrote the letters, they probably had great personal value for the recipient, but no one would have bought them. At the time, they were not yet money. You couldn't have bought bread with them. Herr von Lipper, who bought the Goethe letters in the 50s, could get a great deal of bread for these Goethe letters in 1895. They were like good money. The way in which ordinary money participates in the economic organism is no different from this participation of Goethe's letters. The value of these pieces of paper, which had Goethe's handwriting on them, depended on a social process, on what had happened in connection with the personality of Goethe between the 50s and the 90s. One needs to be well acquainted with the social organism in order to evaluate this curious process whereby something which at one time has no particular value in the economic process later becomes valuable. The usual demand of social democrats to socialize the means of production would by nature lead to a paralysis of creative qualities, of people's mental gifts. It is something that is impossible to implement. But think. For example, one could of course think of this in many variations, but imagine this. Someone, an entrepreneur, who has certain talents for some area of business or other, would be able in free competition to acquire capital, savings capital, in the form of loans. There could of course be intermediary agencies, but I'll reduce the process to its simplest form. The person in question would make certain demands for his intellectual work, for his management and leadership. If a real contract is made between employer and employee, the usual contract today is only an apparent contract, the employee will realize that his interests are best served when the entrepreneur manages the business well through his mental skills, but doesn't own it. And this would be possible if at the start the entrepreneur on his own initiative put forward his demands for his mental management of the proposed business and negotiated this with the workers. Parenthesis, if his demands can't be met, the entrepreneur and his demands would go under. Close parenthesis. But the demands must be made right at the start out of a completely free initiative. Parenthesis, if the entrepreneur can find no takers, he would obviously have to go under. Close parenthesis. If successful, the terms, would now be fixed. What he gets from the business is no more than his negotiated portion, which can be increased if his work increases. But there is still the interest to pay. Alongside this is the productivity of the means of production, the profit arising from the business. These are two very distinct things. What one earns by one's mental work, and what is generated by the business. Working with the means of production is something very different from putting one's saved capital into it. People don't distinguish these things today. In a healthy social organism, a distinction will be made between them. If I put a certain amount of capital I have saved into a factory, that is something quite different from if I use this capital to buy myself interior furnishings. For when I use capital to put into a factory, I have worked by having saved the capital for the social organism. That is, my saved capital is put to work for the social organism. When I use it to refurbish a room, I get the social organism to work for me. In a healthy social organism, a distinction is made between these things. This distinction is not made in the ailing social organism of today. I am not saying, of course, that people shouldn't buy furnishing for their interiors. But in a healthy social organism, buying furnishing for an interior will have a completely different significance from what it has today. Today it can be a form of exploitation. In the future it will be making use of the furnishing as a means of production, because one will have no benefit from the furnishing if with its help one doesn't produce something, whatever that may be, for the social organism. The notion of the, in quotes, means of production will only be put on a healthy basis in a healthy social organism. You see here that we can make a clear distinction between what a person gets as interest and what comes from one's own work on the means of production. As long as the profits from the means of production are used to increase the business, well and good. That's how it is. But the moment some profit from the means of production is not used to increase or expand the business, then the manager is duty-bound to pass the profit on to someone who in turn can manufacture something else. Here you have a circulation of capital. Here you have a transfer to another individual. A person who doesn't consider themselves qualified to transfer their capital to another individual should pass it on to an institution of the mental organizational sphere, which is not allowed to use it for itself, but passes it on in turn to someone else or to a group of people, to an association. That way you bring into social flow, into real social circulation, everything that is produced by the means of production. What circulates in this way in the social organism, what is in constant circulation, has permanent value despite constantly changing. But it has permanent value because what is used up has to be replaced. When you read in books on national economics why gold lends itself so well to being used as money, you find all its fine qualities. Firstly, that all people agree on its attractiveness. Secondly, that it is long-lasting, doesn't wear down, doesn't oxidize, and so on. This ideal commodity, which circulates as a means of production, has all these fine qualities. In the future, when money is created and administered in the economic system, and not in the organs of the legislature, money notes will be backed by the accumulating capital wealth that is not in private hands. What will really be fructified in the economic process will be the means of production. My dear friends, the Central European nations, and including Russia particularly, will have to bite the bullet and believe this. Initially, and as long as the stay of execution lasts, the Western nations will not believe it. They will continue to believe in gold for the time being. The Central and Eastern European nations will have to believe that their completely derailed currencies, their completely defunct valuta, will be restored by nothing other than by making the economic life independent. No matter how many projects crop up to improve the currencies in the Central and Eastern nations, they will all be useless, will lead to nothing. Only the removal of the currency from the state to the economic life will resolve the money question in these Central and Eastern European countries. To be sure, the economic institutions in the Central and Eastern countries will have to work with gold for as long as the gold standard is maintained, but this will only be an apparent decoration. When trade with the Western nations starts up again, gold reserves will be necessary. But real welfare, money's real backing, will have to lie in what constitutes the circulating means of production. And here, on this very concrete point, threefolding starts to become an international affair. People are so easily inclined to think that this threefold structure I am always speaking about is only an internal matter within a country. And this is why in my call, in quotes, I assert that healthy dealings between the Central and Western countries, once they start up again, can only be based on the delegates of the Central countries being chosen independently and separately from economic bodies, legal bodies, and intellectual bodies. For the Western countries, it makes little difference whom they negotiate with. They can say, they're all the same to us, it's of no great consequence. But these Central countries can only attain a really healthy condition out of themselves by establishing a proper threefold structure. In the interim, the Western countries can still entertain illusions that they can do without a threefolding. But things will not work out in the world unless people convert to this threefold structure, thereby living in accordance with the evolutionary forces that are seeking to be realized in the civilized world over the next 20 to 30 years. It may be that countries in which things are still going relatively well, such as Switzerland, might bring themselves to take on such a threefold structure before everything goes haywire. But the other countries, the Central and Eastern countries, must realize already now that they will either have to self-destruct further or progress to a threefold structure. We will discuss this further tomorrow, the end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English, and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures, translated by Paul King, entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events. This is Lecture 2, given in Dornach on the 22nd of March, 1919. Today we are going to look again at the social organism, and do so by looking at the parallels it has with the natural human organism. When a parallel of this kind is drawn, we need to see it as a means of understanding better many things associated with the social organism. On the other hand, you shouldn't insist too much on these parallels when it comes to the public, because the public today has a strong distrust of such parallels, and believes one is just trying to play pointless games with analogies. Then people are inclined to reject the matter. It is especially important for you to bear this in mind. Spiritual science is a parallel we have already often drawn, and which we will pursue today from a certain perspective, but which will definitely bring us closer to our goals and clarity. spiritual science sheds light on many social phenomena of the present. But I would ask you to keep it more in the background until the general prejudices against drawing parallels between the natural human organism and the social organism have receded. I myself do use these parallels in public discourse, but I guard against playing pointless games with analogies. I use them in my Zurich lectures on the social question, and do so in my soon-to-be-published book on the social question. But this caution is not always practiced by people well acquainted with the anthroposophical worldview. I therefore exhort you expressly to caution. So with this constraint, we will look once more at the social organism from a particular perspective. We divide the usual natural human organism into three parts: into the head system, which we can also call the nerve sense system, the lung and heart system, we can also say the rhythmic system, and the metabolic system. All the functions of the human organism are encompassed in these three systems. Any process in the human body can be brought under one of these three categories. It is noteworthy that each of these systems has its own particular connection with the outer world. Precisely on this point, we see that dividing the human organism into these three systems is no arbitrary matter. The nerve sense system is connected with the outer world by the senses, the respiratory system by the organs of breath, the metabolic system by the organs of nutrition. Each of these systems has its own separate relationship with the external world. Now, we can also divide the social organism into three parts, into a first, second, and third branch, in such a way that each is independent. In the social organism, we therefore have to distinguish the three branches as the economic system, the legislative or legal system, and the intellectual institutions. One, head system or nerve system relates to the economic system. Two, lung-heart system or rhythmic system relates to the legislative system. And three, metabolic system relates to the intellectual institutions. I would ask you to consider carefully what I have just written on the board, because it is very important. The head of the social organism is the economic system. The rhythmic system, the circulatory system, the system of lung and heart, is the legislative system. And the metabolic system is contained in the intellectual institutions. This is why I have always said that if you want to picture the matter properly, we have to picture the social organism in relation to the human organism as standing on its head. If we were playing pointless games with analogies, we might think that the intellectual institutions correspond with the human head system. This is not the case. The intellectual organization corresponds with the metabolic system. You could say that the social organism feeds itself by the mental work people do in the social organism. The head talents in the social organism are derived from the conditions in nature. If a particular nation lives in an area rich in mineral deposits, with rich treasures in the earth, with fertile soil, the social organism will be talented, even to the point of genius. When the ground is infertile, when there are few riches in the ground, the social organism is foolish, ungifted. So we mustn't just analogize, but aim for what is correct, especially when we draw parallels. You know that we have to aim for what is correct in other areas too, where we have to avoid a mere play of ideas derived from spiritual scientific experience. If people play with analogies, they will say, for example, quote, "We can compare the human waking state with summer and the sleeping state with winter," close quote. You know that this would be completely erroneous. I have pointed out for you on many occasions that if we draw a parallel between the seasons and human life, we have to put it precisely the other way round and regard summer as the sleeping state and winter as the waking state of the earth. In the same way, we have to regard the economic life as the head of the social organism, and the work people do mentally please note, in its effect on the social organism, has to be regarded as the social organism's food. It is exceptionally important to understand this, particularly in our time. As I stressed yesterday, our time has great difficulty finding any kind of solution to the social question, because in present-day humanity there is a preponderance of antisocial tendencies. There are antisocial tendencies in the relationship between one person and another. But sometimes these antisocial instincts are masked, are hidden. For example, they are hidden in the national aspirations that are prevalent with such intensity over the earth today. These national aspirations are still seen as something quite obvious and natural, whereas what is obvious for the real development of people in our times is that an international element needs to emerge in a very decisive sense. But it is very difficult to speak about this with people today. With regard to other nations, people can usually see that something international should begin, but usually not for their own nation. If one tries to speak about these things with people, one meets something I came across at one time, many years ago, in connection with another subject, in the Anthroposophical Society, which was then the Theosophical Society. It was my task to relate how animals have a group soul, and that when an animal dies, it is absorbed into the group soul and doesn't have an individual reincarnation. A lady who had a dog she loved very much rejoined that that might be the case for all other animals, but did not apply to her dog. He had already acquired such a distinctly individual soul that he would have a personal reincarnation. It was very difficult to reach the lady. Later, the group met again at a time when this lady was away. Another lady then said that she could not understand how such an intelligent woman could not see that her dog didn't have an individual soul. She had understood this immediately. But her own parrot definitely had an individual soul. That was a different matter altogether. This is a very instructive example of how people reason when matters are touched on that are connected with them personally. But there are the most varied reasons why in the present times certain obstacles arise against what we can rationally call socialization. When you survey various things, you know from our anthroposophical spiritual science, it will become clear to you that the intellectual life in human evolution is in decline. People are certainly very proud of their advanced intellectual development, but in what they think and feel, there is actually no spirit. You need look no further back than the third post-Atlantean cultural period. The source from which people drew may indeed have been an atavistic clairvoyance, but people gained a wide wisdom from this atavistic clairvoyance, a wisdom full of spiritual content. People today look back with a certain sense of superiority at what the Chaldeans or the Egyptians achieved. This haughtiness is very, very unjustified. What academic and philological work brings to light concerning the wisdom of the Egyptians and the Chaldeans is not very fruitful. But in the end, this is, quote, men's own spirit, close quote. This does not penetrate into the deep insights possessed by the ancient Egyptian priests, the Egyptian mystery hierophants, the Chaldean priests, the Chaldean mystery hierophants, through their, albeit still somewhat atavistic, clairvoyant wisdom. Even Greco-Roman culture still contains more wisdom than is in what people think and feel today, what flows into their ideas and notions of the spiritual. The person of today has basically grown poor in spiritual life, and a particular impoverishment of spiritual life has emerged since the dawning of the fifth post-Atlantean cultural age, since the middle of the 15th century. An enormous amount of real spiritual life ebbed away then. And the human intellect became increasingly dried out, as it were. It therefore confined itself more and more to forming images of the external world, People no longer want to believe in genuine revelations from the spiritual world, and no longer receive them. But the mental or spiritual content that people develop in themselves does not only have subjective significance for themselves. To the extent that what people develop spiritually or mentally within themselves has significance for what lives between one person and another, to that extent is what people have in their heads, what they have inside, also food for the social organism. The social organism is nourished by it. So, you will understand that anyone who speaks with understanding about the social organism is obliged to say that since the 15th century this social organism has suffered want, has starved. The decline of a real spiritual life has meant a gradual starvation of the social organism in all territories. And we can say that the social organism today has become a pretty gaunt, skinny entity, and is threatening to become still gaunter and skinnier. If today someone were to depict the social organism symbolically as a human individual, they would have to depict a thin individual, not a stout one. One could not use the image of a well-fed little monk as the symbol of the social organism. If you consider this, you will be able to understand that while the stomach of our social organism, which we fill with our mental work, is rather empty, by contrast, precisely the head, namely the economic aspect of our social organism, is particularly active. The social organism thinks a great deal today. It produces plenty of intellectuality. It is perhaps a rather dangerous comparison, but it nevertheless ought to be made. You know that severe undernourishment, coupled with intense intellectuality, brings the intellectuality somewhat into disorder. Now, we shouldn't think that our social organism is necessarily predisposed to go mad at any moment. But many things that happen today, the responsibility for which lies not alone with people, but rather with what pulsates through the world as social thinking, shows itself to be diseased in this social organism. And we only talk about the need to cure the social organism precisely because we sense it is ailing. But even though the comparison has to be made at some point, we will, as mentioned, leave it aside for now. The reason the comparison had to be made was to show that human development actually proceeds according to certain laws, that things don't happen because people subjectively want them to, but what happens follows an ongoing system of laws. We have entered a period in which the social organism suffers hunger, in which it thinks too much, in which its head system is too strongly developed. This doesn't mean, however, that there is too much economic activity today. There is far too little economic activity. Humanity needs to produce a great deal more. But this will only happen when the social organism is properly separated out into its three branches. But people actually think about the economic life as though it were all on its own in the world. When I look at the social organism from this perspective, at how it would like to negotiate everything, absolutely everything, one-sidedly, in terms of the head of the social organism, in terms of economic activity, I am always reminded of a great concern once expressed to me, a long time ago now, by the Austrian poet Hermann Rullet, concerning the future of humanity, as though from a certain confusion of the social organism with the individual human organism. Hermann Rullet was a very dear man. He compiled the beautiful book of portraits of Goethe. But as was the fashion in the 60s and 70s of the previous century, that is the 19th century, he was a very enlightened man, and therefore very proud of how far humanity had progressed with its head culture. And he once expressed to me his deep concern about what would become of people if they continued to become cleverer and cleverer, if they thought more and more? The head would develop more and more at the expense of the rest of the organism. And he thought that if the world continued to develop in this way, people would have to roll over the earth as mere heads, as balls. He expressed a real concern here. This concern is not applicable to individuals, but it is applicable in a certain sense, at least for our present times, to the social organism, which has its head in the economic system and is threatening to become head more and more. What I have been saying is a matter of very great practical importance for life today. I've often given lectures to working class associations. One is well understood by the working class itself, but for the time being they are held back by their leaders. These are deeply embedded, not in an individual thinking, but in what they absorb from social thinking, by thinking of the social organism. When one lectures in these circles about what is appropriate and necessary today, that the social organism has to be divided into an economic system, into a political, legal, or legislative system, and into an intellectual organization, one can be absolutely certain that following their manifesto, they will argue, quote, "Yes, but everything must be based on the economic system. Why do we need these other branches? Once economic activity is put on a proper footing, the legislative and intellectual life will follow automatically." Close quote. People are not aware that this is not individual thinking, that this is the thinking derived from the social organism murmuring through their heads. Above all, it thinks too much. This means it only thinks in economic terms. It cannot yet decide to develop its heart and its lungs. In other words, a proper separated off state. Indeed, it cannot even become clearly conscious of its stomach, and of how vital it is for individual human capacities to make a contribution to the social organism. I would like you to understand that talk of this kind, that sees value only in the economic system, is deeply grounded in human development, that it will, therefore, require strong forces to turn things around in this way. Just think how necessary it will be for the life of thought to be emancipated, to stand on its own feet. How people will have to understand that from the most primary level to the highest level of education, everything must be separated from the state, and must be able to develop independently of the economic life. This is wanted today neither by the middle classes, nor, and particularly not, by the social democrats. The social democrats will always argue, justifiably from their point of view, that the economic life of earlier times was always supported by two pillars, by the spiritual intellectual life and by the state. This is given populist expression by saying, quote, "Human economic life must be supported, as has always been the case, by throne, state, and altar, spiritual life." For some this is said with loathing, and others who are still in old ways of thinking say it with enthusiasm. Throne and altar are necessary. Meanwhile, in modern times, the throne has become a presidential chair, but this is mostly a change only in outer aesthetics. And the altar has become a Wertheim safe, but this also only makes an external difference. There is no fundamental difference for people's feeling. Modern people are often as fond of a Wertheim safe as earlier people were of the altar. But this is still pointing back to a time when, in a certain sense, there was still an understanding and receptivity for the free life of thought. Just think, it was not so long ago that the free high schools, the universities, were absorbed by the state. Prior to this, the universities were held in high esteem, had their own prestige. They were autonomous bodies. They have lost this autonomy completely. They train up good, obedient servants of the state in all areas. This is met on the other side by hypertrophy in the social head system, in economic life. Everything is thought out on the basis of the economic system, and the view that sees the business office and machine replacing throne and altar is also not exactly a perspective pointing to things capable of making the social organism viable. I have often said that in that case the world would become a huge accounting system for a kind of shop floor existence. And precisely individual human capacities that are food for the social organism would atrophy, would be paralyzed, if throne and altar are replaced by the office and factory, the business office and machines. But this is all connected with the fact that people's life together today, that is, individual life, induces a thinking in people that is oriented predominantly toward the economic life, that only has understanding for and interest in economic activity. This has emerged in recent times due to the hold that modern technology has got on things, and with modern technology, the modern form of capitalism. And here, initially, it was the driving and leading circles that became dependent on what we could call a, in quotes, social intellect that is oriented purely toward the economic system. I have frequently pointed out how the human being is sucked up, as it were, into an objective social intellect, into the inundation from the head system with which the social organism thinks around us. It is in this thinking that we are enmeshed today. You know that I have often indicated how the human individuality with its own thinking is gradually shut out even from the life of capital. Today, objective capital is what works over the earth. Where capital is particularly active in commerce, the human individuality is actually excluded. One moment one is down, the next one is up. One moment everything is lost, the next all is regained. Our stocks and shares work on their own. They work more and more on their own. I usually use a symptom as an example. In the first half and into the last third of the 19th century, the decisive figures were the individual bankers. Then, for large undertakings, it became more the corporations. America, which has hobbled behind somewhat in this development, is just now making the transition, from the broad reach of the individual to the working of objective capital, and will probably do so to an outstanding extent. But the individual bankers were so powerful that we can see their social status by looking at how, I think it was in the 40s, I have related this here once before, the French king's finance minister went to Rothschild in order, well, what do finance ministers always do? To pump him for money for the kingdom of France. Rothschild was just at that moment busy with a shoemaker or a carpenter, and this business was just as important to him as that of the finance minister of the King of France, even more important. The finance minister announced himself. The servant went in, came back and said, quote, "Mr. Rothschild asks you to please wait a moment. He is busy with a carpenter." Close quote. What? A carpenter? But I am the finance minister of the King of France. The servant replied, quote, "Mr. Rothschild says, please, to wait." Close quote. The minister flung open the doors and stormed in. Quote, "I am the finance minister of the King of France." Close quote. Quote, "Please take a seat. I am just dealing with this gentleman." Close quote. Quote, "But I am the finance minister of the King of France." Close quote. Quote, "Well, in that case, please take 2 seats." Close quote. Although only a symptom, you see personal power glimmering through here. Personal initiative in this form has more or less ceased, and was in the process of ceasing in the field of economic activity before the catastrophe of the war broke out. What thinks by itself in economic life, social intelligence, gained the upper hand over the individual intelligence of the individual person. to begin with, this social intelligence born out of the economic life, out of the hypertrophy of the economic life, is very cool-headed, or prudent, sober, level-headed, German nüchtern. And this is precisely what had to be particularly noticeable to someone acquainted with the social life from a higher perspective. How cool-headed the thinking born out of the economic life has become. Initially, a new kind of group thinking emerges among people, but this group thinking is tremendously cool-headed. It was born out of the middle classes during the capitalist period, became smug and Philistine, spread as Philistinism to wider circles, and now, as its most cool-headed product, has taken hold of socialist thinking. On this point, there is something very, very striking that needs to be said. The circumstances that have run their course have brought with them the fact that the majority of the working classes are free thinkers, non-believers. The number of people leaving the church from these groups is very large. Those who don't leave often stay because they just don't consider the matter to be very important. But we often hear something else. We often hear it stressed that for the working class person, socialist doctrines serve as a substitute for the old religions. This is only possible out of a certain overexcited enthusiasm, not out of a true enthusiasm. For socialist doctrines, which only think out of the economic life, are naturally something terribly cool-headed and cannot somehow take on a religious character. You will see from this that the gravity with which I have often spoken to you in these lectures is also really a sacred commandment, we could say, of world history. When, on the one hand, through spiritual scientific observation, we follow human development since the age of the consciousness soul, and when, on the other hand, we look at what we find in socialist thinking, and which vindicates the Anthroposophical view, when we look at all this, we say to ourselves, an enormously important factor connected with the social organism is its gradual starvation. It really does go hungry if real spiritual life doesn't enter human beings, if spiritual life doesn't take hold of people. Just as an individual person will starve if they have nothing to eat, so a social organism will starve if people do not come to a spiritual life. It is really standing on its head, this social organism. The individual person needs food to live. The social organism needs people's talents, people's gifts, people's inner revelations. So that from these talents, from these inner revelations, can arise the only thing that can make the social organism healthy. Recall what I have often stressed, that we couldn't build something like the Gotthard Tunnel today if the people directing the building did not understand differential and integral calculus. But this comes from Leibniz. The English say it comes from Newton. Well, let them say so. No matter which one it was, the Gotthard Tunnel was not only built by the people laying one stone on the other, but Leibniz or Newton was also involved. This is just an example of how the most material things also really arise from the mental spiritual life. If you shut out individual mental capacities, you also destroy the economic life. It can never be a question of setting up a global bureaucracy, which would most certainly shut out the free initiative of mental capacities. This global bureaucracy, which is the ideal of Trotsky and Lenin, would, as a matter of course, bring the social order to the point of starvation. Anyone who is honest about the social question of the present times must stress again and again that the thing of prime importance is the free development of intellectual and spiritual science. This would not mean somehow introducing an unpractical element into modern life, but is the most practical thing imaginable, because it is directly and really necessary. The objective events of 1914 crashed in over people's heads, precisely because people's individual abilities had been suppressed for so long. The objective events crashed in over people's heads. Individual capacities had receded into the background. People were unable to master external life. Their concepts, their ideas, their notions were too constrained. They couldn't stretch over the objective events. And there was certainly no longer the slightest hint of mutual understanding to be found. These last 4.5 years have had to be humanity's great taskmaster, teaching people how vital it is for spiritual life to flow into them as the food of the social organism. We can understand these circumstances if we are really able to see the social organism in this respect as a threefold system. We have to learn to understand that within the social organism, the economic life must establish its foreign relations independently, that state bodies must deal with state bodies, spiritual life with spiritual life. It should not be the case that one unitary state system deals with another unitary state system. It should operate as the human organism does, where each of the three systems develops its own particular relationship with the outer world. The sort of conflicts that broke out, for example, in 1914, would be best avoided if international relations were managed in such a way that only one branch of the social organism dealt with its corresponding branch in another country. Just think how much more complicated it would be for two territories to engage in conflict, because conflict can initially only arise between state system and state system. It couldn't be carried out, because the spiritual organization and the economic system, if centralized in themselves, would have something to say about it. We just have to realize how different the whole organization of life would be if this threefold structure were set up. On the other hand, we also have to be clear just how thoroughly prejudiced people are today against such a rethinking or relearning. If the question arises again and again, why is there so much resistance against spiritual science? It is truly not because it is difficult to grasp, we have often stressed this, but it is solely people's inability to resolve to arrange their habits of thought in a different way from how these habits of thought have gradually formed over the last decades, or indeed centuries. It is much more comfortable for people to muddle along in the old rut. Small wonder, therefore, that people at this moment are thinking of establishing a superstate, German Überstaat, as they have termed it in Bern, a league of nations with an over-parliament, in quotes. We have seen, have we not, how much benefit the old nations have brought? They have shown over the last 4.5 years what they can do. Now, setting up superstates and over-parliaments is a clear sign that people do not want to slip out of their old nets of thinking, that they want to remain in these thought nets. While the individual nations ought to be divided into their three branches, people want the opposite. They want to weld the whole earth, with the exception of those who are excluded already, into one great state. They want the opposite of what is grounded in the evolutionary forces of the time. So, precisely someone who is involved in spiritual science needs to really see and also take into their will the fact that a strong offensive is necessary against what is moving today in exactly the opposite direction. This offensive is necessary. This is something we need to tell ourselves again and again. And since we need to get used to seeing things from the inside, it would be good to try very often to experience inwardly, in meditation, the social element from the point of view I have described again today, because this can fire our will. We will discuss this further tomorrow. At 5 o'clock tomorrow, there will be the public eurythmy performance here, and I think I will continue this lecture at 7:30 or 7:45. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com, As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner. 12 lectures entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on the 23rd of March, 1919. Today we are going to look at a number of things to do with supersensory life, which can show you from a particular angle how important and ever more important it is in forming judgments about what happens here in the physical world, to look at the supersensory, superphysical processes that are always connected with these physical events on Earth. We are, in fact, standing at the close, at the end of one age, and at the beginning of a new one. You know that this is said about all ages, but of the age just finishing and the one just beginning, it will be possible to say it in a completely different sense from any previous age. For we have events behind us, catastrophic events, which, as humanity is realizing more and more, have not occurred with such intensity since the beginning of recorded history. The age that has finished was one in which people here on Earth concerned themselves as little as possible with the supersensory world. If one takes this seriously, one just mustn't confuse what one could call external church and lip service with a genuine orientation toward the supersensory world. It is really not so very difficult to see that what people have regarded for centuries as a certain religiosity is more of an external business, that it is not a genuine orientation toward the supersensory world. People have lived right into our times with a certain lack of concern about the supersensory world, and the changing times require humanity to orient itself once more to the supersensory worlds. People must learn to look to these supersensory worlds once more, but in a different way from how people today often imagine. People would like to stick to their ordinary complacent faith that doesn't require much inner exertion. Those who have stayed with this complacent faith are the ones who are the greatest foes of real modern progress. The churches that fight against the new paths to supersensory awareness are the reason why increasingly more materialistic impulses are entering humanity. What is required today is to learn to see into the spiritual worlds in a really concrete way. We are now in the age when, for example, a tremendous turnabout must take place, whereby people change from being thought automatons into really thinking individuals. Of course, it is awful when someone says such things, for people in modern times naturally regard themselves as thinking people. And when one requires them to become really thinking people, they see this more or less as an insult. Nevertheless, this is how things are. Ever since the middle of the 15th century, what has taken over in people is that they have become thought automatons. People today acquiesce, as it were, to their thoughts. They do not have mastery over their thoughts. Just think for a moment what it would mean if the situation were the same with respect to other members of your organism, as happens with most people of the present with their organs of thought. Ask yourself whether the modern individual can be very inclined, I say can be, to begin a thought by choice, to conclude a thought by choice. Today, thoughts just bubble through people's heads. People have no defense against them. They just succumb to them automatically. One thought pops up, another disappears, things flash and flit through our heads, and the best one could say about how people think is that it thinks in them. Just think what would happen if the same thing happened to people with regard to their arms and legs, if they controlled these as little as they control their thinking. Imagine a person on the street behaving with their arms as they behave with their organ of thought. You can imagine all the thoughts that flit through a person's head as they cross the street. And now, picture the person constantly gesticulating with their hands and arms in the way they do with their thoughts, or even with their legs. And yet we stand on the brink of an epoch in which people must learn to have as much control over their thoughts, that is, more precisely their organs of thought, as they have control over their arms and legs. This is the age human beings are entering. A certain inner discipline in thinking is what has to gain ground, but people at present are still very far from this. Since the middle of the 15th century, we have been in the 5th post-Atlantean epoch. Before this has run its course, people must really learn to control their thinking, just as they control their arms and legs. Then the actual task of this 5th post-Atlantean epoch will have been fulfilled for those who are able to do this. You see, things are serious if we take into account what is rising over the horizon of human evolution, as it were, in the present age. But there will be something essentially different associated with this mastery of thinking. The more people begin to master their thinking, the more they will come into a position to think pictorially, to have imaginations. And imaginations will be used by people. For only by this means can social tendencies bring about a development in the anti-social tendencies that are so prevalent today, so that through imaginations people gain the capacity to really put themselves in the place of their fellow human beings. One cannot put oneself in the place of another human being merely by abstract thinking. Abstract thinking makes us self-centered. Abstract thinking takes us to where we only listen to our own opinions. And above all, abstract thinking leads people to shut themselves off, more or less, from the flexibility we need in order to be able to live with the spiritual world. The fact that people today cannot easily live with the spiritual world can be seen in a very particular phenomenon that is extraordinarily common today. You see, for example, that our, in quotes, call went out into the world. It has apparently been understood by a number of people. Here and there all over the world, there are people who have understood it. But a large number of other people have professed to not being able to understand it. It is hard to imagine what it could mean that people don't understand the call, for it contains nothing that right from the start couldn't be understood actually by anyone. And yet many people find it incomprehensible. How is this so? This is so because real education of the mind has reached an exceptionally low level, because the moment people hear thoughts that interrupt their thought automatism, they cannot follow anymore. Once a thought is in motion, people today are used to following it automatically. Just observe the typical people of the present. They will be able to tell you priceless things. When people are supposed to say something out of themselves, what they roll out is what they have been used to saying since their childhood. Putting new ideas into people's heads is exceptionally difficult today. Generally speaking, anyone who has a bit of life experience always knows what most people will say about one thing or another that crops up in the world today. This is how automatic people's judgments, people's thoughts have become. This thought automatism is the most disruptive factor today in what is required of people by the forces of evolution. People like to have formulas. They like to have what they are used to. The further westward one goes, the more one hears when a sentence is formulated. Quote, "No, one can't say that." Close quote. When something in German, for example, needs to be translated into Dutch or English or French, how often it is that people say, quote, "That's not English, that's not Dutch, that's not French." Close quote. One can't say this for the reverse. In German, everything is possible. We can put the predicate at the beginning, in the middle, at the end. It's always still German. The statement that a particular way of saying something is not German can almost never be said in the same sense that one says something is not Dutch or English or French and so on. Certainly there are also certain habits of thought that are then expressed in the word sequence in a sentence, but one could just as well use a different sequence in the sentence from what is usual in grammar. In this respect, there is actually nothing that is incorrect. And when people, in many respects, talk about something being wrong or incorrect, this is only out of Philistinism and smugness. The automatism of thinking often comes to clear expression in language. People should be aware of such nuances in life, for nuances like this are exceptionally important for understanding our times. So when automatism in thinking stops and mobility in thinking gains ground, the possibility for imaginations in human souls will be awakened. There is something else that must be fought against, and that is the lack of proper education in our age. A lack of real education in our age is exceptionally prevalent. There are all sorts of things people don't understand simply because they don't fit into their thought automatism. People generally find preachers comprehensible because, fundamentally speaking, they say nothing that hasn't been fed into the thought automatism of their listeners countless times. People find it particularly nice if they can think inside, quote, what he's saying is what I've always said to myself. Haven't I always said this? Close quote. How often we hear this today, and how accurate we find things of which we can say, quote, haven't I said this myself? Close quote. It is really not very necessary to hear something one has said oneself. It is rather a waste of life if one only ever wants to hear what one has said oneself. It is certainly not so easy to listen to spiritual scientific things. Most people cannot say that these are something they have already said themselves. And because the things don't fit into people's thought automatism, people today find them so difficult to understand. Today, the most uneducated people are often in circles where one would least expect to find them. Specialization in science has brought it about that scientists in particular plow one special field. They dig themselves into it with their thought automatism. But aside from this, they are often the most uneducated people. We have university professors today who cannot understand the simplest things, who are really the most uneducated people, and we are only deceived about their lack of education because they often say, quote, such things are not popular enough for ordinary people, close quote. We also hear things like this in other areas. How often, for example, can we hear from theater directors in our cities that they must present things that are generally comprehensible, otherwise people won't understand them? This is mostly based on the fact that the theater directors themselves don't understand things better, whereas the theater goers would be glad to be presented with something else. We need to look a bit below the surface if we want to understand the factors in our time that are necessary to move our time forward. All these things are important in order to be able to judge what can contribute to helping people come to the imaginations that are so vital for the life of society. If these imaginations gradually arise in people's souls, these human souls will come into a mood that will find it unbearable to think of the life of thought, education, schools, universities, being dependent on the state or on the economic order. A time will come when the imaginations will become so strong in individual people that these individuals will feel in an intellectual life that is organized according to the state or economics, like someone shackled and fixed in a rut that allows them movement only in one direction. The people who develop imaginations will feel shackled in an education that is dependent on the state and economics, and which is seen today as an ideal. The developmental forces of the times are speaking strongly in this respect, my dear friends. If the present conditions continue a strong discrepancy, a dissonance would gradually arise between what people require as a free life of thought, through the external makeup of their soul, and what would exist if all education were constricted by state requirements. The schoolboys and girls in towns in Central and Eastern Europe, who are expelling their teachers and electing committees from among their own numbers, are perhaps just a caricature-like advance guard, but the mood cannot be ignored, which is tending toward throwing out what ought not to continue. These are flashes of summer lightning of a new age that should not simply be condemned, but whose impulses should to some extent be properly understood. That is the first thing. People will be oriented more and more to having a free life of thought. Why? Because in the fifth post-Atlantean age, we are moving toward a sensory, supersensory arrangement of the world, in which those spirits of the higher hierarchies we call the angeloi descend more deeply than before, enter into a much closer inner relationship with people than has previously been the case. From the present age onward, the relationship between the sensory and the supersensory world is to become closer. People are not only to receive rain from the clouds, but are to learn also to perceive from higher regions the inspirations of angels who increasingly mingle among human souls. In this way, the now emancipated life of thought will indeed become one which, through freedom of thought, will absorb what comes down as influences from a supersensory world. Establishing a life of thought standing on its own feet, that is emancipated from the system of the state and the economy, is not an external policy. It is something that has to be learned in association with the inner forces of human life, by which humanity advances in its evolution. We can therefore say, when we call for a social orientation such as the one aspired to in our threefold structure, we are not calling for something that comes about like a policy, but something that is called for by the revelations of the spiritual world, which will speak more and more clearly to people, and which will say at the same time how humanity is heading toward its ruin, toward conditions of disease, if it declines to hear what is revealed out of supersensory worlds for humanity's salvation and well-being. And apart from the angels entering in this way into a closer association with people, in central Germany they call this engagement of more genteel individuals with common people, quote, going down to their level, close quote. Thus the angels will come down to our level in the future. The archangels will do this too. This archangelic intervention will lead to still other impulses. Even though they will speak much more softly, speak as quiet inspirations, they will come nevertheless, these inspirations. And these inspirations will be the foundation in the future for the inner substance of future states, which have removed out of themselves the life of the intellect on the one hand and the economic sphere on the other, and are thus proper legislative states within their own sphere. The states that were founded, for example, in the third post-Atlantean age, the Egyptian and Chaldean age, can be called theocratic states, just as we can also call the Hebrew state a theocracy. These theocracies, however, gradually disappeared. But theocracies need to come again to the earth. We should feel the working of the archangels in the earthly sphere of the law. We have said that the very opposite of humanity's supersensory life imprints itself precisely in the sphere of law. But into this sphere of law, which in the form it takes on earth is a most unspiritual thing, there should mingle the guidance and leadership of the archangels, the archangeloi, who are drawing closer to human beings once more. And the time spirits become bearers, custodians of human economic cycles. They will hold sway more and more in economic life, once this economic life has been really organized. It will become an associative life. Since the middle of the 15th century, people have developed the tendency to be always concerned only with the production of goods, with the accumulation of goods, with making profits. A turnaround is called for. In the future, once the economic cycle is put on its own footing, it will be far more a question of the distribution of goods among people and the consumption of goods. Associations will form that will regulate production once more according to consumption. When one tries today to make a small beginning in such an area, it is little understood, or still constrained today by other impulses. Just consider how, not so long ago, we tried to make bread available to people that was not blindly produced somewhere and then taken to the markets, but was to be offered to consumers in the Anthroposophical Society. This would have been a consumer association, supplied from a specific source. This would have been one instance where the abstract principle of supply and demand would have been overcome. This would have been a different way of applying the principle, which must be applied more and more, that production should correspond to, that is, not exceed, consumption. In a national economy, this is the only principle that is healthy. But at the moment, as said, such things are still difficult to implement on a small scale. But it is precisely in the economic system that this has to be aimed for. Social democracy expresses this by saying, quote, "Up to now things have been produced in order to make profits. In the future things must be produced in order to be consumed," close quote. But the way in which social democracy seeks to realize this principle would lead to a paralysis of the real social organism. The principle is justified, but it is not yet thought through in a way that can be realized for the good of the social organism. So, what shines toward us, we could say, from the future, is firstly the necessity of a free life of thought, through which the angeloi come closer to human beings. Secondly, an independent system of state, through which the archangeloi come closer to human beings. And thirdly, an independent economic system, through which the archai come closer to human beings. They bring closer humanity's forces of development. An independent thought life must be the quickest to move forward, because this must be ready, that is, independent, by the end of the 5th post-Atlantean age. Spiritual theocracy must be ready and independent by the end of the 6th post-Atlantean age. And by the end of the 7th post-Atlantean age, a real social life in community must be fully established, in which the individual would not feel happy unless everyone else were equally as happy as he, if the individual had to purchase his happiness at the cost of others. We have often touched on these things previously from a different angle. From the perspective of spiritual science, we have to see supersensory development behind the development we are calling for in the physical world. For the age is beginning in which people will only see the sensory properly when they see the supersensory alongside it as well. And it is of utmost importance for an understanding of the immediate future that the idea of repeated earth lives be understood not merely in abstracto, but grasped in very concrete terms. When we simply know that the human being passes from incarnation to incarnation, with lives in between in the purely spiritual world, what we know is merely abstract. We should not be satisfied with this. Knowledge of these abstract things can give us a certain satisfaction, but only a knowledge that progresses to what is concrete can be of practical use for the world. Concrete knowledge of this nature, connected with repeated earth lives, leads, for example, to the insight that there is a certain connection between the experiences people have here on earth before passing through the portal of death and experiences after death. After crossing the portal of death, people actually continue in a certain way the life they led up to their death. And what people underwent on earth continues to reverberate very strongly when they have crossed the portal of death. So consider very vividly the following. People cross the portal of death. They take with them into the spiritual world what they have united with their soul here. This lives on there in a very, very real way. What a person brings with them into the spiritual world when they die is not a matter of no consequence. For what a person brings with them through the portal of death into the spiritual world becomes an important experience for those who will shortly descend to the earth through birth. A kind of important, essential meeting takes place between those who died shortly before this and those who are born afterward. Those who are to be born have important experiences with those who have recently died. Those intending soon to descend do not see directly what the earth was like, as it were, before those who are ascending crossed over the portal of death, but they do have an experience of it. They are prepared, in a certain sense, for their descent by what those who passed through the portal of death bring up into the spiritual world shortly before this descent. We have been through a very materialistic age. Until 1913, a greater portion of humanity had left this world at death with a certain thoughtless acceptance of material interests. Until 1913, 1914, the great majority of people, by far, took very little with them into the spiritual world. There were souls in the spiritual world who had seen these new arrivals. The souls who were to descend later in 1914, 1915, 1916, 1917, saw these new arrivals with a residue in their souls of the materialistic age. This was transformed in these souls approaching birth into a terrible longing. You see, this is the curious thing about the children who have been born since 1912 or 1913. They have the remains in their child's soul life, in their smile, in their tears. They have the remains in their child's soul life of a longing they experienced before they descended through birth into earthly existence. And this longing was implanted into them by the people who had ascended. These had brought only little spiritual content with them. This terrible dearth of spirituality that people brought up with them into the spiritual worlds has awakened in a large number of children who have been born since 1914 or will be born in the next 2 years, the yearning not to find the conditions on earth left behind by those who had ascended. Behind the life of the present, one saw a curious force emanating from those who wanted to be born. We can describe this force as the longing to wipe away all the materialism that had gradually accumulated on the earth. Naturally, forces like this that work in a particular direction with such intensity come into dissonance with other forces and can thus be used by all manner of luciferic and Ahrimanic forces toward one goal or another. But consider what I have just said, and you have an aspect of what lies behind sensory phenomena, the longing to wipe away an age growing more and ever more materialistic. Here you have one of the forces that aspire to the destruction of this age that is becoming more and more materialistic. We can say that among the forces that have worked in human development, albeit out of a deeply tragic quality, toward the destruction of our culture, swimming constantly into greater materiality, among these forces is the yearning of the children who have been born since 1913. They did not want to appear in a world that offered a continuation of the situation up to now. That is the other side of the wild destruction that has come about. This is the other side of the challenge to learn by reflecting on the materialism of the past age. This is the impulse that should pour into our longing for real socialization. Thus we have to understand our time from the supersensory facts. We have to strive more and more not to remain fixed in what is sensory, but to ask, quote, what kind of supersensory forces are playing into sensory life? Close quote. A great call goes out from the supersensory worlds through this age. At the end of the 70s, the victory took place behind this sensory world of Michael over the forces I have often described. Readers aside, the 1870s, and readers aside. By 1914, people could have become 35 years old. In the middle of their lives, the crisis had to break out. For if the crisis had not come, even those who had been born at the end of the 70s and had passed middle age would have become more and more rigid in their thought automatism, which, because it is an automatism, is expelled to physical life. From now on, these 35-year-olds were not to continue operating in the same circumstances of the age. Those who have been born since then are obliged to witness, on the one hand, the tragic destruction of what was part of life for their fathers and mothers. But for their soul life as a totality, it is better like this. The others, however, fail to understand how vital it is that supersensory worlds offer us the possibility of turning around from everything people have regarded as modern civilization and of living together with spiritual worlds. Yes, my dear friends, it is the Spirit that is requiring of us that we understand a new dawning age. Only those will be able to contribute something to the further development of humanity who do not fail to hear this call of the Spirit. Let this speak loudly in us. Only then do we really stand in what the Anthroposophical spiritual movement is meant to be, and alone can will. We will speak further on these things next Friday at 7 o'clock, the end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 4, given in Dornach on the 28th of March, 1919. To begin with, I will have certain things to say that will not seem to have much to do with what we have been discussing here, with our discussion, namely of the social question. But it will become apparent tomorrow how they are indeed connected. I concluded last time by showing the reason why children born in recent years, so born since 1912, 1913, bring with them from their spiritual life before birth a certain aversion, we could say, to having to acclimatize themselves to what they find here on earth like a cultural heritage from their direct and indirect ancestors of the last centuries. I told you that among the concrete experiences one can have of the spiritual world, there is one of a sort of meeting taking place in the spiritual world between the souls of those who have recently died, who are ascending, in other words, through the portal of death, back into the spiritual world, and those souls who are about to step out once more onto the earthly arena. The kind of connection people had with the spiritual world before they died continues to reverberate very strongly after they have gone through the portal of death. This has great significance, particularly for our times. In our times, there are very few atavistic feelings still in people who can connect them with the spiritual world. They therefore only receive impulses they can then carry up into the spiritual world through the portal of death, if they have occupied themselves consciously with the spiritual world through ideas. There is indeed a great difference today between the deceased who have received ideas from whatever source about the spiritual world, ideas that are in a real thought form, and individuals who lived only in the notions of our materialistic culture. There is a great difference between these souls in the life after death, and the souls that are about to come into incarnation once more on the earth have a strong sense of it. Now, You know that in the course of recent times, right into the 20th century, materialistic tendencies, materialistic thinking and sensibilities have grown increasingly more intense. So the people who ascend through the portal of death into the spiritual world have few impulses, which, if I may put it like this, can awaken sympathetic expectations for their sojourn on the earth in those who are wishing to descend to earth. This reached a culmination in the second decade of the 20th century, and thus the children who were born in the second decade of the 20th century came to the earth with a strong antipathy toward what existed as conventional culture, conventional education. This stream of impulses that entered with these recently born children has contributed powerfully to evoke a tendency on earth to clear away, to sweep away this old culture, this capitalist and technological culture. And someone who is in a position to investigate, in the right way, the connection between the physical and the superphysical world will not misunderstand when it is said that what is living in our youngest fellow citizens on earth as a desire for a spiritual culture has played an essential part in what has happened on the earth in recent years. You see, my dear friends, that this, if I may say so, is in a certain sense the brighter aspect of the sad and terrible events of recent years. It is a brighter aspect because it shows that the terrible things that have been perpetrated, if we can put it like that, because of the moribund nature of the materialistic age, are willed by heaven and are sent down as a message through the subconscious of recently born children. This is the soul expression that is completely different in very young children from what it was in those born in the 19th or the beginning of the 20th century. And it will be necessary for humanity to organize itself according to subtle observations of this nature. Today, humanity is proud of its practicality. But just where this practicality ought to operate in a real observation of life, everything is bypassed by sight, bypassed in speech, bypassed in thought. The melancholic expression that has appeared over the last 5 to 6 years in numerous very young children in the child's countenance is little noticed by people today. If they noticed it, they would draw from it, just from this alone, the impulse and realization that a powerful social movement has to gain ground. So, we need to acquire a sense for the look, for the physiognomy that people have in the earliest years of their earthly existence. But for this to happen, people need, of course, to develop this sense. Now, no matter how grotesque it may still seem to many people, much can be done to develop this sense by engaging with what is really trying to be achieved by eurythmy. Not by merely pursuing sensation, however, but by engaging with our whole soul. You will see in a moment why this is. Someone who is in a position today to communicate through occult experience with the dead, of course one communicates with the dead through thoughts, soon notices that very many of the thoughts by which one wishes to communicate with the dead are not understood by them. Many of the thoughts of people here on earth, of the thoughts that people have grown accustomed to, sound for the dead. Naturally, you need to take this in the right way. I am talking about thought communication with the dead, like an unintelligible foreign language. And if we look closer at this situation, we find that verbs, prepositions, and particularly interjections are relatively easily understood by the dead, but nouns hardly at all. Nouns represent a kind of gap in the deceased's understanding of language. The dead never understand if we try to speak to them with a lot of nouns. And we notice that if we change a noun into a verb, the dead then begin to understand. If you say, for example, to a deceased one, quote, "the germ," as in a seed, "of something," close quote, the word germ, in German Keim, in most cases remains unintelligible. It is as though they don't hear it at all. If you say something, quote, is germinating, close quote, German es keimt. If you change germ into a verb, something is germinating, then they begin to understand. Why is this? We come to realize that this is not due at all to the dead, but due to ourselves. It is due to the person who is speaking with the dead. And the reason is that, at least for all Central and Western European languages, it becomes more the case the farther west you go, people today, and ever since the middle of the 15th century, have lost a vivid feeling for the pictorial quality the noun expresses. When a person today utters a noun, it is something nebulous, having resonance only in our understanding. Only the smallest minority of people still think something with any reality at all when they utter a noun. When you have to change a noun into a verb, you are inwardly forced to think a bit more concretely. When someone says, in quotes, the germ, you will not find in most cases, especially when they are talking abstractly, that they have a concrete image in their mind of a plant seed germ, say of a germinating bean. Their image is something nebulous, just something in principle. When you say something is germinating, or that which germinates, you are at least forced, by using the verb form, to think of an emerging, in other words, of something that is moving. This means that you go from the abstract into the concrete. And because you yourself have moved from the abstract to the concrete, the deceased one begins to understand you. But because, for reasons I have often discussed here, the living connection between people alive on earth and the discarnate souls who have passed through the portal of death must become closer and closer, because the impulses working in from the dead must take effect on earth more and more. Because of this, people will be obliged to gradually take into their language, into their speech, and therefore also into their thinking, something that leads from the abstract to the concrete. This must become a real aspiration in people, to think pictorially, in imaginative pictures when they speak. Now I ask you, how many people think concretely when, let's say, for example, they read about a court case where there were judges who have judged, pronounced sentence, and exercised their legal function? Where in the whole world do people think concretely when someone utters the noun law, in quotes? Do you actually picture this most shadowy of abstractions that is in people's heads when the law, the sphere of rights, German das Recht, is spoken about? When right, in quotes, righteousness, in quotes, is expressed in speech? So, what, from a purely linguistic perspective, is law? We have said a lot about the fact that the state should be primarily a legislative state. So, what is law purely in itself? For most people, it is a very shadowy idea, an idea that moves in the very driest of abstractions. So, how can you get a concrete picture of law? Let's pursue this by taking a specific case. You know that we call certain people gauche or clumsy, German linkisch. What are gauche people? You see, when we try to do something with our left hand and we don't happen to be left-handed, we usually do it clumsily. We don't have the skill for it. If someone behaves generally in life the way we behave when we do something with our left hand, they are gauche. Behind the word linkisch, there is the very concrete idea that, quote, he does everything the way I do it with my left hand, close quote. Not a dry abstraction, but something very concrete. Quote, he does things the way I do them when I use my left hand, close quote. Seen concretely, a contrast in feeling arises here between what is left-related and what is right-related. What we do with our right hand and what we do with our left. And what is right-related becomes the noun das Recht, law or the sphere of legal rights. Law or legal rights was originally simply what was done with as much skill for reality as that which we do with our right hand and not with our left. Now, we have introduced some concreteness into the matter. Now, just imagine. You can imagine this just with a clock, but there are numerous other instances where we could do something similar. That if you have to put a clock right, as a rule you would not turn the hands with your left hand, but with your right. You set the clock right. This turning from left to right that we do with our right hand is a concrete putting right, a, in quotes, rightening. We even say in German, zurechtrichten, righten it to rights. Here you have the concrete mental picture of moving in a circle from left to right, of putting right. This is what rightening, richten, is. Someone who strays off to the left where they ought not to go is put right by a judge. In German, judge is Richter, that is a rightener, one who puts you right. Through things like this, we reach a point where we associate words with concrete thought images. You see, even into the 15th century, words were still connected with pictorial thoughts of this kind by everyone. This pictorial thinking was then discarded. We need to train ourselves back into it, for the deceased only understand what still reverberates in language in a pictorial way. Everything which, as is mostly the case in modern language, is no longer pictorial, is not formulated with a rich pictorial quality, so that the recipient receives a pictorial thought, is unintelligible to the dead. If you consider the matter further, you will see that whenever we convert something and give it a pictorial quality, its actual nounal nature is lost. It is all transformed into a verb quality, or at least into something where one is obliged to produce pictorial thoughts. If one develops a style today that is consistently based on pictorial thoughts, the response one gets as a rule is that people don't understand it, that it is difficult to comprehend. But anyone who takes our times seriously will strive consciously for a style that can be thought through and through in images. Even in my pamphlet on the social question, where one is so pressed toward abstractions because the present time fosters almost exclusively the use of abstractions when the social question is under discussion, even here I have tried as far as possible to develop a style in which the content can be turned into images. The facility for speaking in abstractions is pushed to its greatest extreme precisely in the present rhetoric on the social question. And people have gradually got used to accepting the words like verbal coins, as it were, with which they no longer think anything of a concrete pictorial nature at all. Just read a modern pamphlet or book on social questions. You will only manage it if you have spent years familiarizing yourself with what is meant there, for the whole meaning of such speeches is based on the conventional use of the words. Who today, when speaking about owners, Besitzenden, in German literally possessors, feels that this word has a connection with being possessed, besessen? And yet the genius of the language, which, as I have often said, is far, far more significant than anything the single human individual can think or say, has created innumerable relationships that only need to be discovered by the individual in order to enter once more into a certain spiritual life. And precisely when we try to find the verb behind each noun, and by way of exercise, do not always talk about light and sound, but talk about that which shines and that which sounds, and then find ourselves compelled to concentrate more and more on what has real existential substance as opposed to what does not, then we are on a track that can be helpful in this respect. And even an adjective is far better than a noun. It is much more concrete to say, quote, people who are skillful, close quote, than simply to talk about the skilled. But, in quote, skillful person is already far more concrete than when the terrible ghost skill is uttered, for that is how the deceased experience it, as a terrible ghost. When you say, in quotes, the how, or, in quotes, the what, Goethe formulated the beautiful saying, quote, consider the what, but consider more the how, close quote, then this is a living language for the dead, because you yourself, in using such words as what and how as nouns, are obliged to feel concretely. If you say today, quote, I stand on principle to a certain viewpoint, close quote, then you have spoken two ghosts for the dead. Firstly, principle, for hardly anyone today thinks anything concrete with the word principle, and secondly, viewpoint. This ghost, viewpoint, is so corrupted in our language and in all Western European languages that when someone articulates it, they almost always leave out the most important aspect. Even typesetters often correct one. If I write in a manuscript, quote, wenn man von einem Standpunkte aus etwas sieht, close quote, in English, when one sees something from a point of view, the typesetter corrects it by deleting aus, and one has to put it back again in the proofs, for people have become accustomed to saying the nonsensical, quote, wenn man von einem Standpunkte etwas sieht, in English, when one sees something of a point of view, bracket, the problem arises in German because von can mean both from and of. By writing von aus, Steiner makes it clear that from is meant, close bracket. Speaking concretely, one can only say, quote, when one sees something from a point of view, close quote, this brings concreteness into it. But if one sees something of a viewpoint, the only possibility for someone who speaks concretely is to picture that one is seeing something of the actual point of view, a little bit of the point. Well, a little bit of a point is not that easy to imagine, is it? These things are exceptionally important and significant because they point to the intimate nature of the connections between the sensory and the spiritual world. Such things give us far more of an idea of the relationship between the sensory and the supersensory than most of what is articulated about them today in abstract words. Just look through the spiritual scientific literature I have endeavored to write, and examine the method used. This is an examination that probably only the tiniest fraction of people have undertaken up to now, because the method used is such that one thing is actually clarified by another, that things always refer to one another. And there is no other way to awaken a real spiritual understanding than by one thing always pointing to something else. Take the word spirit. People who want to go beyond materialism believe they have to say spirit, spirit, spirit. Let's take the German word Geist, spirit. In Latin, it has a still more concrete character, spiritus, also meaning alcohol in German. But what we understand by Geist is not something that would lead most people very strongly to the spirit. And when you think it over, the matter becomes very abstract, because after all you can't picture alcoholic spirits, can you? Yet that is the concrete idea underlying it. But what is Geist, spirit? I have often complained about this, but most people, when they think of the spirit, only imagine a very, very rarefied substance, like an extremely thin mist. And if they want to speak about the spirit, they talk about, in quotes, vibrations. I often used to hear people saying, not in theosophical meetings, but at theosophical teas, that the vibrations were so good. I'm not sure how they meant this, but at any rate it is a very material process that one fantasizes into the space. The word Geist, spirit, Gischt, spray, foam, Geist, dialect form of Geist, Gesti, dialect form of Gischt, is something like steam that sprays out of an opening. That would be the concrete mental image. But in our present time, in the fifth post-Atlantean cultural epoch, we cannot come to any kind of concrete thought image of the spirit in this way. It is simply impossible. For you either stick to some kind of shadowy abstraction that you associate with the word spirit, or you are forced to think of spirits, of alcoholic spirit, and the idea there of an inspired person would give you a very curious concrete image. Or you think of spray, gisht, spirit, geist, of something that sprays out when a valve is opened. That would lead you to what is concrete. Now, in the method adopted here for the anthroposophical pursuit of spiritual science, we try, through the reciprocal nature of the ideas introduced, to gradually make these more concrete. Consider that on the one hand it is said that the human being consists of physical body, etheric body, astral body, sentient soul, intellectual soul, consciousness soul, and then the spirit emerges, spirit life, life spirit, and spirit man. It is quite consciously only touched on, since the majority of those who hear these things cannot yet have a concrete mental image of them. Very soon after this, however, people hear the following. Look at the course of a human life. From birth to the 7th year, to the change of teeth, the physical body is predominantly active. Then up to the 14th year, the etheric body, then the sentient body, then from the 21st to the 28th year, the sentient soul, then in the 30s, the intellectual or mind soul, and so on. This suggests to people the following. Observe externally the changes that occur in the concrete human being who develops over the course of life. When you see a person at the beginning of their 20s and with their particular characteristics, let these attributes be symptomatic for you of what you need to imagine when the term sentient soul is used. When you see a child that characteristically wants to do everything the grown-ups do, to live through the sheath of the body, then from the way the child behaves, you get an idea of what is understood by, in quotes, physical body. And when you see an old person with gray hair and lined face, whose substance is noticeably withering, and you observe them in their movements and just in the way they are, then you no longer see, as was the case with the child, that something living in them comes to expression predominantly through the bodily sheath. But what you see at work in an old person is what is already beginning to release itself from the physical body. Observe an old man. Through his gestures and in the nature of his behavior, you will gradually rise up to an idea of the spirit. If you compare an old person with a child and compare the gestures of the old person with the child's imitative gestures, a feeling awakens in your soul for the difference between spirit and matter. Think how the pictorial quality, imaginative mental images, are helped by this. This indicates to us that we need to picture the course of a person's life concretely and sense something in this life. Then our otherwise abstract words become filled with concrete content. And we also try to show in every way possible how humanity as such has become ever younger and younger, that we are now 27 years old, meaning that our culture is as it is because, as humanity, we are 27. If you compare this with what you can know about earlier cultural periods, and what you can anticipate in future cultural periods, this supports a pictorial thinking in you. Forming thoughts by way of comparisons and relationships is something by which you advance from the abstract to the concrete, and gradually reach a point where you no longer accept abstractions, but change them into something concrete. You listen to the genius of the language. The schools today ought really to come to the aid of what is a great cultural task. Exercises should be done in schools for making thinking concrete, so that when they speak, people begin to feel themselves in their speaking, to feel themselves in the world in their speaking. Let's say, for example, I write something on the board. Someone says, "I can't grasp that." Think of the shadowy abstractions you sometimes have in your mind when you say, "I can't grasp it." They would become concrete if you imagined that you wanted to physically grasp it, to reach out and take hold of it, but you don't grasp it, you stay back, you don't reach it. But you would have to imagine this with your hands. Try this with the most important words. what would you be doing? In your mind, you would actually be doing eurythmy. When you speak concretely, in your mind, you are doing eurythmy. There would be nothing for it but to do eurythmy in your mind. And someone who is engaged in these things in a living way experiences modern people as, pardon me for saying so, awful lazybones, as people who always walk around with their hands in their pockets and don't want to move, and then speak. Experienced spiritually, when people think abstractly, they clamp their feet together, thrust their hands into their pockets, and so force everything into themselves as much as possible. That's how people talk today. Leaving out concreteness in one's thoughts means being slouchy. But this is how most people are nowadays. People need to become inwardly mobile once more. This means they need to feel with the world. Even those who do this sometimes only do it unconsciously. We know people who touch their nose when they think deeply about something. The fact that this is a fully concrete eurythmic gesture for, quote, wanting to feel strong in oneself, close quote, in order to make a decision, is something people are completely unaware of. People don't even wonder today why they have a right and a left hand, or why two eyes. And the most fantastical things are to be found in academic books about vision with two eyes that actually clarifies nothing. If we did not have two hands, enabling us to take hold of our left hand with our right, we could not have a proper sense of our ego, in parentheses, Ich-Vorstellung. Our sense of ego only becomes gradually possible in the right way, because from right to left we take hold of like with like. And just as we can cross our left hand over our right, just as in doing so we have a sense of ourselves and are amazed at our sensation, at what we sense, so we also cross our axes of vision. It is just that this crossing is not as visible as it is with our hands. Thus we have two eyes so that we can cross them, and for the same reason we have two hands and arms. This is what we need to bear in mind if we want to look at the more intimate imperatives of human development from the present into the future. The imperative of adopting into our language what is lacking in language today. And because of this lack, the human being closes himself off from the whole world, in which he finds himself between death and a new birth. This is why, when we want to establish a connection with one who has died, we are always urged not to speak to them simply in verbal concepts, for that doesn't lead very far, but to think of any concrete situation. This is how you stood next to them. You heard their voice. This brought you together with them in feeling. Thinking of the situation absolutely concretely, and everything that happened, this is what connects us with one who has died. For people today use language in a way that separates them from the world of the dead. The genius of language has died to a large extent and has to be brought back to life. Many of the linguistic combinations and the like that people are currently used to will probably have to be dropped. A very, very great deal depends on this, my dear friends. For we will only come to imaginative, mental picturing once again, which I have already mentioned here as being imperative for our future development, by really trying to listen and learn from the genius of the language, the concrete aspect underlying words. Only then will we gradually get rid of the complicated abstraction, and something else will emerge. People today feel an enormous satisfaction when they can think in abstractions, when they get away from reality, which for them is sensory reality. But by doing so, they actually just end up in thought holes. At least for the dead, they are thought holes. And when people today talk about spirit, 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 that is also just so many thought holes, because people don't picture anything concrete. Most thoughts today are abstractions. The further eastward one goes, so the Europeans say, the more pictorial language becomes. This is precisely the reason why language is more closely related to spirit the further one goes to the East, because it is more pictorial. Speaking in abstractions ought not take us away from a thinking that is concrete and sensory, but rather should simply illuminate this thinking. But just think, have many of you thought of the concrete aspect of the sentence I have just spoken? Quote, real sensory thinking should be illuminated by abstractions, close quote. As a concrete sensory thought, you have to imagine this as dark, a darkness. This darkness is illuminated by abstractions. We can think of rays of light coming into a dark space that is blue-black, while what is shining in is yellowish. In saying, quote, abstractions illuminate our concrete sensory thoughts, close quote, I have in my mind a dark space into which bright rays of light are shining. See illustration. How many people today really have a picture like this in their mind? They say the word illuminate without having a concrete image any more in what we call the mind's eye, EYE. But what matters is not only that we imagine concrete and sensory things differently when we start using abstractions, but that we have a feeling for this different way of mental picturing. We can acquire this feeling by watching eurythmy, for what is in words comes to expression there through a different medium, one less hackneyed, through the medium of gesture, and people can find their way back to pictorial thinking. Few people are aware that reaching out one's hand is a real eurythmic E, because they don't realize that when they articulate E, and this E sound is associated with a concrete thought, they stretch out something in their etheric body. But when they observe the same movement in eurythmy, they gradually come to realize that when they articulate the sound E, they stretch out something in their etheric body. This is not mentioned here on a whim, but is something truly connected with our cultural development exceptionally strongly. It is important to understand this. We are now in the 5th post-Atlantean epoch. Ahead of us we have the 6th and 7th, and then a great juncture in human evolution. During this 5th post-Atlantean era, languages have to go back to being concrete, to pictorial thinking. Only in this way can we really fulfill the task of this 5th post-Atlantean age. Now, the more spiritual life is under the yoke of the state, the less will languages return to an image-rich thinking. The more schools and creative activities have been nationalized in the last centuries, the more abstract the whole of life has become. Only a life of thought established on its own footing will be able to bring about the necessary pictorializing of people's mental nature. And this has to be brought about. Within this endeavor, things will arise during the course of the 5th post-Atlantean epoch that will interfere in these spiritual aspirations in a very disturbing way. In this situation during the 5th post-Atlantean epoch, only those individuals will have the right feeling about themselves who are able to think the following. You are standing in the world. You must be conscious that on the one side you are constantly drawing near to Luciferic being. On the other side, you are constantly drawing near to Ahrimanic being. Steiner draws on the board. This living feeling of being placed as a human being within this trinity must permeate people more and more during the 5th post-Atlantean period. In this way, they will make it through the great dangers of the 5th post-Atlantean period. Individuals of the most varied human character will emerge during this 5th post-Atlantean epoch. There will be idealists. There will be materialists. But the idealists will constantly face the danger of wandering with their thoughts into Luciferic regions, of becoming zealous dreamers, fantasists, fanatics, Lenins, Trotskys, without solid ground under their feet. In their will, they can easily become Ahrimanic, despotic, tyrannical. What actually is the difference between a Tsar and a Lenin? Materialists will easily become Ahrimanic in their thinking, sober, Philistine, dry, bourgeois. And in their will, materialists can become luciferic, bestial, carnal, tense, sensitive, hysterical. I'll write it up on the board. Idealists. Ideas can easily become luciferic, dreamers, fantasists, fanatics. Will can easily become Ahrimanic, despotic, tyrannical. Materialists. Ideas can easily become Ahrimanic, prosaic, Philistine, dry, bourgeois. Will can easily become luciferic, bestial, carnal, nervy, sensitive, hysterical. So you see that in the fifth post-Atlantean age, idealists and materialists are exposed to the same dangers, but from different sides. The idealists are exposed to the luciferic element on their thinking side, and to the Ahrimanic element on their will side. The materialists to the Ahrimanic element on their thinking side, and the luciferic from the side of their will. A great variety of gradations will emerge in the different character types. This is where the difficulty lies for humanity's progress, because all this will tend to lead humanity astray. For a person will never advance properly by one-sidedly being an idealist or a materialist, but only by having the goodwill to penetrate with understanding into material reality on the one side, and equally, on the other, to allow themselves to be enlightened in the right way by the Spirit. One should not become one-sided, even with regard to the most concrete perceptions of life, in fact, especially not there. Someone who is only fond of children faces the danger of having very strong Ahrimanic influences working on them. Someone who is fond only of old people faces the danger of having very strong luciferic influences working on them. In order to contribute to a productive development of civilization toward the future, people will need a many-sided range of interests. This will be predominantly the task of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. But this epoch and the ones that follow it will overlap considerably. What will come to expression in the sixth epoch has already to be prepared for in the fifth, and so also with what will come to expression in the seventh. Things can't be as separate in the future as they were in the past. And what will be necessary for the sixth epoch is that people manage to shackle the Ahrimanic principle, which means really getting to grips with reality. How will people get to grips with reality? What is necessary here, above all, is that the legal sphere, from which the life of thought and the economic sphere have been separated out, that this legal sphere, which is what lives democratically between one person and another, must become as conscious now as it was unconscious during the Egyptian and Chaldean eras. People must learn to be more sharply aware of the significant processes in everything that happens in the world between one person and another. Ideas must come to life, such as those in my last mystery drama, in the Egyptian scene where Capasius articulates that what happens there in a small space has significance for events in the whole world. And when people know once more that one cannot lie to someone without powerful things rampaging in the spiritual world, then something will be fulfilled that must be increasingly fulfilled in the sixth post-Atlantean epoch. And when we come in turn to the possibility of a wisdom-filled paganism alongside Christianity, then something will have been realized that is necessary for the seventh post-Atlantean epoch, but also most especially for now. People have lost their relationship to nature. Nature no longer speaks to people in gestures. How many people today can still have any idea what it means when one says, quote, "In summer the earth sleeps, in winter the earth is awake," close quote. It is an abstraction for them, but it is not an abstraction. A relationship must be regained with nature such that people feel themselves to be alike with all nature. These are things that are essential for the more intimate aspects of soul life. How they are connected with what we can call the social impulse will be the subject of our further discussion tomorrow, the end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com, As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures entitled Past and Future Impulses and Societal Events, translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 5, given in Dornach on the 29th of March, 1919. Apart from what is also of special importance to our contemporaries, what is of prime importance for us when currently speaking so much about the social question that moves our present times, is that the really ultimate practical solution to be considered regarding this question is inwardly connected with a spiritual scientific background. A person who is interested in spiritual science, therefore, has a special reason for looking at these questions from a spiritual scientific standpoint. Certainly, it is of imperative importance today that an understanding should awaken in the widest circles for the impulses in the social movement. But these wide circles, on the other hand, have had little preparation for looking into the deeper background of the matter, for really taking the matter into account at its root causes. A certain understanding must also gradually ray out, precisely in the area of the social movement, from the individuals who are engaged in spiritual science. For this, it is necessary that we acquaint ourselves with certain basic facts, without a knowledge of which a true understanding of the social question is not possible at all. For we should make no mistake that in people's life together in society, the unconscious and subconscious play an enormous role. What takes effect in societal life arises ultimately from what people think, what people feel, and what people will out of the impulses of their character. But in the age of consciousness soul development, this will become more and more individual. With regard to their thinking, feeling, and will, people will become increasingly diverse. This is the task of the age of consciousness soul development. Thus, in the way people behave together in society, a great deal will well up from the underground of their subconscious that will play into the social movement that began half a century ago, has reached a preliminary climax, and will continue to move on further and further, occupying people to a very great degree. For what is emerging today are initially chaotic demands. These chaotic demands will have to be replaced by increasingly clear ideas and better will impulses. The absence of these clear ideas and good will impulses is what has brought humanity to its present catastrophe, and will extend the catastrophe in a way quite beyond measure. For we cannot say there is real goodwill in the widest circles regarding these questions. What we find is something like a giving way to what appears inevitable. People want to make small concessions here and there because they are scared there's no other way, that people might get a taste for it and the like. But what has to come about is real inner social understanding. This will have to find its way into people's hearts and minds, and will even have to become a part of our school education. Something like this can only be achieved if, out of a knowledge of human nature, out of a knowledge of the relationship between the sensory and the supersensory worlds, at least a number of people on the earth develop a deeper understanding of these questions than most people are able to develop today, due to the superficiality of our current education. You saw yesterday how things stand with what plays a role in all human life as language. Now, consider, on the other hand, what role is played by languages in international relations over the earth. Consider how infinitely many nuances of feeling and will impulses of the most varied kind are dependent on language. And consider further how endless the unclarity is that reigns precisely with regard to such things among people of the present. Let's stay for a moment with the subject of language once more. As mentioned yesterday, we have 3 epochs of post-Atlantean development ahead of us. We are currently living in the 5th post-Atlantean epoch. This will be followed by the 6th and 7th. Up to now, as humanity on Earth, we have developed a tendency, even in the disposition of language, as we saw yesterday, toward abstract thinking, toward non-pictorial thinking. What has to develop, however, before this 5th post-Atlantean epoch comes to an end, is pictorial thinking, imagination. It is the special task of this 5th post-Atlantean epoch to develop the gift of imagination in earthly humanity. Please be careful not to confuse what I am talking about now with things in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, How Is It Achieved? The book is talking about the individual. Its subject is the esoteric development of an individual person. What I am talking about now is the societal experience of a nation. Imagination is developed by the genius of a nation. One's own imagination in esoteric development must be sought by each person for themselves. But the folk genius develops the imagination from which must emerge the common intellectual and spiritual culture of the future. An imaginative, intellectual, and spiritual culture must develop in the future. Today we have the culmination, as it were, of an abstract culture, a culture that everywhere works toward abstractions. A culture must evolve from this, which has image-rich thoughts. Our culture will need to be permeated by something people will not be inclined to express in abstract thoughts, but in images, such as that of our group statue, with the representative of humanity in the middle, with the Luciferic principle as one pole and the Ahrimanic principle as the other pole. And many and increasingly more people will have to say to themselves, quote, "Things to do with the real life of the creative mind cannot be expressed in abstract thoughts." We should not always be asking for abstract thoughts, but it is appropriate and finds its way more deeply into the human heart and mind to express oneself in images. Close quote. A pictorial, communal life is what has to emerge. In the 6th post-Atlantean epoch, a kind of inspiration of the folk genius is meant to develop. And out of this inspiration, ideas are to develop about the law, which will be experienced as a kind of gift for earthly life. The system that arises in the state as a legislative body, as we recently discussed, is something that is in contrast to all creative cultural life. The system of the state is the opposite of all creativity. If earthly life is to be healthy and not ailing, what will gradually be established as the principles of law must be felt to be gifts from the spiritual world, coming down as inspiration to the folk genius in order to regulate earthly life. So that this life is regulated not merely by human subjectivity, but according to a great spiritual leadership. We can say that precisely due to this inspiration that must be experienced by the folk genius, Ahriman will be shackled. Otherwise, an Ahrimanic character would spread over the whole earth. In the final epoch, we'll primarily have to develop intuition. Only under the influence of this intuition can all economic life develop in the way we might imagine an economy in its ideal form. But the curious thing is that from now on, it is not possible to separate things in the way I have done more or less abstractly on the board. 5, imagination, 6, inspiration, 7, intuition. It is perfectly appropriate to talk about the ancient Indian epoch, the ancient Persian, the Egypto-Chaldean, and the Greco-Roman epochs, as clearly demarcated periods, defined by an end and a beginning. A very specific mode of life developed in each of them. This can no longer be done for the future. There, the cultural epochs merge and mingle. This means that what is to emerge as intuitive life in the 7th epoch is already working into the 5th, inspiration is also influencing the fifth, and imagination that is not fully attained in the fifth can be retrieved in later epochs. Everything gets mixed together. We are not so strictly delimited from each other. It is necessary already now for humanity to work toward what ought to be attained in imaginative life, in inspirative life, and in intuitive life. But precisely what overlaps in time, as it were, must be kept outwardly separate by people. Intellectual and cultural life, which toward the future will have to develop imagination, must develop in cultural organizations that are emancipated from the state. The life of inspiration, which for the folk genius will primarily give it its ideas of law, must develop as the state, separate in itself. And as strange as it may seem, the intuitive life must develop in the economy. These branches must be kept apart externally, as you have heard from many perspectives already. Now, you will go a bit deeper into this division if you look at what I kept separate with regard to language. You see, language is seemingly something very unified. You consider language as something unified, and people feel language as something unified, but it isn't. Language is one thing in relation to people's mental and emotional life, something quite different in relation to their life within the state and its laws, and something else again in relation to the economic system. Let's try a little to characterize something that is very difficult to characterize. In language, just think of poetry to start with. You have often heard me mention how much any person in a culture who is a poet, and who isn't a bit of a poet, has to thank language for. Language actually creates far more than one thinks. Language contains great, stupendous secrets. The genius of a language is something that is immensely creative. This is why it is so seldom that personal human creativity emerges in language. This is noticed only by someone who observes the development of nations with a certain inner dedication. In one incarnation, people are usually also only living in one epoch. They therefore have no good point of reference with which properly to judge what I mean here. We Germans, for example, speak today with certain nuances, but when we speak a unified, educated, ordinary German, we all speak differently from how people spoke in the 18th century. A person who follows attentively the literature up to the last third of the 18th century will certainly notice this. For the language we speak today as our common, educated, ordinary German is a creation of Goethe's creativity and of those individuals who are associated with it, Lessing, Herder, even Wieland and Schiller to some extent. Prior to these minds, a large number of word formations simply did not exist. Open Adelung's dictionary, which was published relatively late, and look for many words that today are quite common. You won't find them. The age that produced Goetheanism was linguistically highly creative, and we live in what was created in that way. You see there the creativity of individuals playing into the genius of the language as such. We can speak here of a creativity of the first order in poets. The epigons that came afterward created again merely out of the language. I have therefore often said that when one sees through these things, one is not particularly impressed by smoothness of language, by a prettily turned out piece of poetry. What is really original and pulsates from the innermost of the soul is sometimes far less skilled than what is produced without much real poetical power, but with a certain finesse of language, with beautiful verses and the like. It is the same with the other arts. Such things need to be borne in mind if we wish to gain an idea of how there is a life in language itself, in which we are embedded. By going deeply into language, it becomes possible for an imaginative feeling and sensibility to arise. Certainly, there is a great deal today that resists this learning of the imaginative element through language, because people with a certain justification, since languages in recent times have become international, learn many languages, or at least some languages to a certain degree. This learning of many languages has not yet brought the depths of the matter to the surface, but actually only the superficialities. The feeling element that mediates imagination has not yet been brought to the surface. A person who learns a number of languages today has to become a slave to dictionaries or a slave to the other handbooks of the language in question. Through this one learns to acquire the egregious untruth that when one looks up a word in a foreign dictionary, the word given means the same as the word in one's own language. Certainly, in terms of what I am about to discuss, it does mean the same, but it is not the same in terms of one's inner experience of it. Take the following as an example. In German, we say Kopf, head. In French, tête. In Italian, testa, and so on. What does this indicate? We say Kopf for the human head, and for an animal head for the same reason that we say Kopf in Kohlkopf, a head of cabbage, because the thing is round, is ball-shaped. So someone who in German says Kopf is highlighting and stylizing its form. Tête and testa emphasize, quote, a bearing witness, close quote, attesting, testifying. A completely different perspective is taken here to denote the same part of the human organism. In German, we say Fuß, foot. This is connected with Furt, ford, and with Furche, furrow. We make when we pull ourselves along over the ground. This is the perspective by which we as Germans denote this part of the human organism. Pied, French for foot, a putting, denoting, quote, placing oneself on the ground, close quote. This is something quite different. Words' values arise from different perspectives. And this impulse to name the same things from different perspectives, hidden below the surface, imprints the subconscious of the national character, which we usually do not consider at all. Now, bear in mind that you are not only dealing with human beings walking about on the earth, but with human beings as a whole. You study the whole relationship with the deceased. One who has died actually has no sense at all for this lexicographic speech, but has a most profound sense precisely for the imaginative element in it. If we now form our thoughts in such a way that the deceased receives the nuances of thought through the sounds of speech, they thus receive the imaginative form. When the word Kopf is spoken for them in German, they experience the roundness. When the same word is said for them in a Romance language, they experience the witnessing aspect. But the deceased do not experience with us the systematizing, the abstract referral to a particular part of the body. They experience in the most highly significant way what people in their current abstractness do not notice at all. So the human being as a soul has a very particular relationship to language. The relationship the soul has to language is actually far more inward than people's general, usual, everyday relationship to it. The soul really does feel inwardly the difference between whether one designates the foot as that which we stand on, or that by which we make a ford, a furrow. The soul feels this. Externally, we only sense the connection of the word to the part of the body in question. In its sensibility to language, the soul is very similar to how it is when it is discarnate. And often the only thing we experience in language, in ordinary life, is like an external layer, merely spread out over the surface of language. And a true poet, for example, is someone who has a fine feeling, or a finer feeling than others, for this inner quality of language. And a person is only a real poet, for example, if they experience this imaginative quality of language, just as an artist is basically not someone who can paint or sculpt, but one who can live in color and form. People must acquire these things from now on and into the future. Without them, humanity will not be able to live on in a healthy way, because the cultural life would dry up. And if understanding for such things does not gain ground, people will only be able to live an animalistic life. And the curious thing is that when we follow children from birth, we see how they develop in their early years, how at first they babble and then gradually learn to speak. There is something in how they learn to speak that commingles with a legacy they bring with them from experiences they had in the spiritual world before they came down to birth. Something of this is mingled in with what the child is taught by its mother, nanny, father, or anyone else from whom the child learns to speak. A person who is able to observe more subtly in this area will get enormous surprises from children's acquisition of speech. And they will only be able to understand these surprises if they are able to presuppose the following. The child really brings with it, out of the spiritual world, a certain disposition, something that it intermingles with what stimulates it to speech from outside. In their inner sensibility for language, people experience something they bring with them from the spiritual world. But this is the only thing that is really spiritual in language. This is actually one element of language, this inner experience, that we are able to have because we bring certain impulses with us from the spiritual world. The other element is language merely as a means of communication. It comes into consideration as a means of communication for everything people have in common. We talk to one another so that one person knows what another wants to communicate to them. What matters here is not so much the inner structure of the language, but a certain convention. What matters is that we don't think when someone says table that they actually mean chair, and when they say chair they mean table. People on earth just need to come to agreement, as it were. And here an inner experience of language plays no part. This way of understanding language, where language is simply taken as a means of communication, is actually the only way it is experienced at present. For people today, language is not much more than a means of communicating with one another. Listening to the mysterious inner impulses of language in order to hear how the reigning power of the divine is revealed in this very language is a quality few have today. There are a few individuals in our time who have noticed that language itself has an inner life, but among those who have noticed this, the insight arises with a certain degree of coquetry, as in the poet Hofmannsthal, or even in the brazen Karl Kraus in Vienna, who always maintains that he doesn't write his lines himself, but simply listens to what the language is wanting to write. The fact that he listens to what the language wants to write, but then does so in the way we do if we hear things from the spiritual world through our own emotions, askew and erroneously, just attests that his writing is so terribly brazen, in a way the language itself would never inspire. But, as mentioned, individual people are aware of what language tells us that comes from other worlds, and that needs to be cultivated if people are to find their way to the imaginative life. This will be an important moment, for it is something that connects people in society. A common language that brings a common imagination is something that will deliver social depth. Language as a means of communication can also do this at a pinch, but then it is externalized. As a mere means of communication, it is heavily dependent on convention. Hence also the externalization of soul life today, with language being used by people merely to jabber away to each other so that one person knows what the other is thinking. Indeed, you could object to this statement by saying that since so many people don't think, what we generally know when a communication is made is what the other person isn't thinking. Well, yes, but you know what I mean. Thus we have in language something that points particularly to the cultural life, to life in the intellectual and cultural organism. Something else in language is the merely communicative aspect, which is basically the only aspect taken into account today when people look in a dictionary. This points to the legal sphere. And because a word is one thing in one language and another in a different language, what is important is the external understanding. The undertones are not taken into account. Whether a thing is designated out of a particular impulse by one person and out of a different impulse by another. There is naturally an enormous difference in our soul life, whether with Kopf we are to understand something rounded, in other words, the form, just as in general the majority of noun formations in German are sculptural imaginations, or whether, as in the Romance languages, the majority of noun formations are derived from our being present, from our, quote, placing ourselves in the world, close quote, not from looking out, but from placing ourselves in the world. Great secrets are hidden here in language. As far as economic life goes, we could all be deaf and dumb and yet still lead an economic life. Animals lead one too. In the economic life, language is an alien element, a real alien. We use language in economic life because, after all, we are speaking people. But we can engage in economic activity in a foreign country whose language we don't know. We can go shopping and do all sorts of things. In general, people don't need language directly for the sake of economic activity. Language is a complete foreigner here. The actual inner spiritual element in language is to be found in cultural life. The inner linguistic element is still there in the sphere of rights, albeit in externalized form. And in the economic sphere, everything that language signifies for the human being is completely lost. And yet the economic life, as I discussed earlier, is that which provides the soil and basis upon which can develop a preparation for our life after death. How we conduct ourselves in economic life, what feelings we have in economic life, whether we are people who gladly stand by others economically in brotherhood, or whether we are envious and greedily only want to have everything for ourselves. This is all connected with the basic constitution of our souls, and this is essentially the mute preparation for many impulses that have to develop in life after death. We bring a legacy with us from our life before birth, which, as I have described, expresses itself in that which the child bears with it into what it learns from its nanny or mother. And we carry a mute element with us from our life that germinates from the brotherhood that unfolds in economic life and develops important impulses in our life after death. It is a good thing that language is such a foreigner in economic life, that we could develop an economic life even if we were deaf and dumb, because it is precisely due to this that a subconscious soul life develops, which undergoes continuation once we have passed through the portal of death. If we were entirely limited to what we experience mentally, in what can be uttered from one person and another, if we could not serve one another in an unspoken way, we would be able to carry little into the world through which we live after stepping through the portal of death. On the other hand, however, it is extraordinarily difficult to discuss the current urgent demands of the social movement, because these current and pressing demands are in many respects economic concerns of humanity. But the language with which to discuss economic concerns doesn't exist. Our concepts are actually the least suited to discussing the social question. In Europe, we might be able to discuss the social question in a completely different way if we had in our language what the Orientals have in theirs. It is just that the folk character there is decadent, but there are spiritual impulses in the language there which make it possible to indicate, as though with physical gestures, what needs to be discussed with regard to social life, whereas we Europeans have the feeling that what we believe should always be stated in explicit words, But this is not possible. We need to acquire the feeling that what we are really doing when we speak is producing sound gestures that point to things. For with regard to sound gestures, people today still only have any real inwardness when it comes to interjections. They have it a little, as I discussed yesterday, for verbs, a hint still for adjectives, and none at all for nouns. Nouns are completely abstract. And this is why the dead have no understanding for these nouns. When we communicate with them and want to express things in language, they experience gaps. Hence, we have to make ourselves intelligible to the dead by changing what we want to say into real gestures, into real pictures, by not trying to think in words when dealing with the dead, but by trying to think better and better in pictures, in the way I described yesterday. Now, I have to keep saying that what can support us in this inner sensitivity for pictures is what we are trying to introduce as visible speech, namely in eurythmy. In eurythmy, the speech element is translated into a corresponding rhythmic movement, into gesture, and so on. But conversely, we must also learn to sense what we meet visibly to be a kind of language. We must learn that what we usually only look at speaks something to us. Morning says something different from evening, and midday says something different from night. A leaf sprinkled with dewdrops says something different from a dry leaf. We must learn once more to understand the speech of all nature. We must learn to penetrate further from an abstract gaze at nature to a concrete gaze. Our Christianity must be extended by being permeated, as I said yesterday, by a healthy paganism. Nature must really be something for us once more. This is the curious thing. In our development hitherto in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, we have become more and more indifferent toward nature. Certainly people still have some feeling for nature. They enjoy going out into nature. They can also be sensible of nature artistically and aesthetically, but they cannot rise to an experience of the inward and living essence of nature in such a way that nature speaks to them as one person speaks to another. But this is what is needed if intuition is really to enter human life once more. If humanity is to evolve healthily, it must develop before the three epochs we have been speaking about have run their course, a kind of personal relationship with all the particulars by which we are connected with nature. Today we can say abstractly that if you consume sugar, you strengthen your sense of individuality, egoitate. If you consume little sugar, you weaken this sense. Tea is the drink of diplomats. It drives thoughts apart, and is a means of becoming superficial. Coffee is the drink of journalists. It puts one thought next to the other in abstract logic. This is why journalists like to frequent coffee houses and diplomats go to teas and so on. We can say this today by deducing it abstractly from the nature of things. But only later will people come to develop a healthy relationship to everything connecting them with all of nature, just as animals have instinctively today. Animals know very well what they are eating. Originally, under more naive conditions, people also knew what they were eating, but they have forgotten it, have unlearned it. They need to acquire it once more. There are curious people today, as I have often mentioned, who sit at the table with a pair of scales in front of them and weigh out how much meat and other things they should eat, because this has all been worked out by nutritional chemists. Under this abstract relationship to the world that the human being has developed, all coming into connection with the world in a healthy way is lost. Excuse me if I put it like this, but we need to experience again the spirit of sugar, the spirit of tea, the spirit of coffee, of salt, the spirit of all the other things with which we are related simply through our organism. We need to learn to sense and experience this once more. People sense this area today in the utmost abstract form. They feel something when they say, quote, I am a mystic, I am a theosophist, close quote. What does this mean? A person who feels the divine inwardly with their I, capital, who feels the macrocosm and microcosm, the divine human being within us becomes perceptible. It lives, as we say. Naturally, these are the very grayest and most nebulous abstractions. But people today do not believe it is possible in any way to get beyond these abstractions. A concrete participatory experience with the whole world is something people today do not seek. Chatter without thought about experiencing God within oneself seems for people today to be something of great moment. If one tells them they should experience the God of sugar or of coffee or tea, well, people think this is very strange. And yet this is the real experiencing of the external world, because human experience of the outer world is coarse and material, if there is no possibility for this material experience to have a spiritual aspect behind it. In the second post-Atlantean period, in the ancient Persian culture, for example, the situation was still such that when anyone ate something, they felt how much light they were taking into themselves. The sun prepares the food, gives it its light, and when one eats it, one also eats the light in the food. Every individual felt how much light they were receiving. This was experienced in ancient times and must return at a higher level of consciousness. These are naturally all long-term ideals, but they are not as far as one might think from what is most necessary for people today. For when we look at things like this, we come closer in an increasingly concrete and real way to what people have in common. And getting closer to what people have in common is something we are in great need of. And precisely in this area of veneration for nature, in the area of seeing into nature, there will emerge more and more something that recognizes the economic life, even this mute economic life that seems so materialistic to us today, as part of the divine world order. And then we will understand that in order to be healthy, the social organism must be divided into three branches. It must have an intellectual and cultural sector, because we carry into this principally what we bring with us from our life before birth. It must have an economic sector, because it is here that there must mutely develop what we bear with us through the portal of death, and what becomes impulses after death. And separate from these other two, it must have the legislative sector, because it is primarily in this area that things most applicable to earthly life are reflected. We can show it diagrammatically, and there's a picture. If this represents earthly life, then what we bring with us from our pre-birth existence comes into this earthly life as though overlighting it. And in turn we develop in this life what we then carry out of it. What I have drawn here as a red line contains from the beginning what is spiritual. It enters primarily through speech or similar things. In what I have drawn here in blue, the spiritual aspect, through the impulses we have absorbed in economic life, rays out after death. This middle section that I have drawn in white is shown on from the side, as it were, by the spiritual, yellow. The sphere of law as such is completely earthly, but is shown on sideways, as it were, so that inspiration, which will have to subdue Ahriman, can find expression in the legal system. We need to advance to ideas about law that are taken from the life of thought, that are actually initiation concepts. But how can things such as those I have spoken about today be readily intelligible to wider circles of people in modern times? They cannot be. For that would require spiritual scientific ideas to permeate our entire modern education and culture. Without them, there is no going into the future. This is why the health of societal life is intimately connected with the spread of a real understanding for spirit knowledge. Certainly, on the other hand, people who have goodwill and are open to social ideas will gradually also feel the urge to be open to spiritual things. The people who will strive most against the spiritual are those who want to hang on rigidly to the things I spoke about yesterday, the things to which the children, who for a number of years have been descending from the spiritual world into this earthly one, are averse. It is indeed sometimes lamentable to see how few people are inclined to really learn from events, how people still appear to have the same ideas they had before it became so evident that what lives in these ideas has driven humanity into the terrible catastrophe of our time. A certain feeling of responsibility should take hold of humanity, and a realization that the needs of the times must really be viewed for once from a broader perspective. Just consider, this has to be said of very many people today, how egotistically we sit in ourselves, and how many reasons we might have today to look further than our own selves and at the great questions of humanity. They are so overwhelmingly huge, these questions of humanity today, that if one is a reasonable person, one would barely find the time to look at one's own narrow personal destiny, if this most narrow personal destiny cannot be made fruitful for the great questions of the time that lie in the lap of this epoch's development for humanity. One might wish that people would notice the strong discrepancy between the essence-less quality that is present-day personal destiny and the essential quality that is emerging today in the great overwhelming questions of humanity. And in reality, it is not possible to understand spiritual science, or at least not at the present time, if we don't approach these great human questions with understanding and openness. Nevertheless, there are things beginning to develop even now. But it is precisely those professing, in a certain sense, to belong to the movement for spirit knowledge who should strive for a particularly energetic understanding of what is playing out in the wider context of the social movement of the present time, and which, as you can see from what has been indicated today, has wider horizons than one usually thinks. On the basis of yesterday's and today's preparation, we will reach a conclusion tomorrow. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 6, given in Dornach on the 30th of March, 1919. What we call the social question addresses itself to our times as a world historic challenge with the greatest possible intensity. But at the same time we can say that this, our present time, has had the least possible preparation to enable it to approach this social question with real penetrating understanding. We just need to be under no illusions about this. We have often had to draw attention to the deep chasm existing between the leading classes and social ranks up to the present day and the proletarian masses. During the course of modern historic development, the leading classes and social ranks have largely closed themselves off into certain interest groups and have neglected to maintain an understanding of humanity in general. The proletarian masses have been forced by their whole condition in life to regard themselves as excluded from the circumstances the leading classes have more or less spun around themselves. Now, as regards this separation into classes, we could say that the situation in ancient Greece, for example, was even worse. There was a large population of slaves in Greece, who were not only partially regarded as property in terms of their labor, but were regarded in their entire humanity as property, were bought and sold at market. But it would be looking at the matter wrongly if we only considered what has just been mentioned. Certainly, right into the modern era, there was a crass division and separation into classes. But this had more to do with external living conditions, with conditions that are expressed in outward social rank. During more modern times, and this is what is significant, a kind of association of people sharing a common mindset has spread out over the leading classes, an association closely connected with the egotistical interests of these leading classes, and in which the great proletarian masses have no participation. We need only think of how little the intellectual and spiritual life of earlier times worked in this direction. Certainly there were single individuals in ancient times who, as mystery leaders or mystery pupils, were permeated with the higher members of spiritual and cultural life. But this cultural life was not divided up in the way it is today, where the individual takes on bourgeois education and culture much as he puts on better bourgeois clothing, as opposed to workers' overalls, and leaves the proletarian only a proletarian education, just as he leaves him his workers' overalls. Think how, over centuries, Christianity has striven to spread over humanity a common spiritual life, in which all individuals are equal before God. And also, when we look back, let's say to the spiritual life of the ancient Hebrews, we find there, to be sure, the scribes and Pharisees, separate elevated communities, that were in possession of a certain spiritual and cultural life. But what they gave out of this spiritual life, they gave equally to all classes. Class division related far more to things other than spiritual life. And we should not forget that throughout the Middle Ages, for example, the content of spiritual life in the Middle Ages was image, which in the Church could be seen by everyone, could be seen by the highest noble and by the poorest of the poor. This spiritual life united people from lowest to highest. Then came more recent times, in which the old imagery was essentially ousted by the written word. There was increasingly less understanding for the image, for the imaginative element, and people sought education more and more in writings, in the written and printed word. And this written and printed word took on a form more and more that made it possible for an upper stratum to develop in education, alongside the proletarian feeling for humanity as a whole. This psychological duality in society, which has emerged increasingly in recent times, is the basis, more than anything else, of the deep, deep social chasm that has now had such terrible consequences. In addition to this comes the fact that in the fifth post-Atlantean period, in this period of prevailing consciousness soul development, people became more and more egotistical, because they had to reach the pinnacle, as it were, of human personality, because it was precisely the human personality that was supposed to be developed. Due to this development of personality, it became evident that people were less and less able really to understand one another, to be responsive to one another. We have finally arrived in this present age at the point where it has become virtually impossible for people to reason with one another. Hence they so easily resort to the path of violence to spread their ideas. How often have I stressed here and in other situations in our community that everyone today, even without any real requisite knowledge, always has their point of view. No matter how green a novice one might be, one has one's stance nowadays regarding the most mature and experienced views. The feeling that a standpoint from which to judge life should be gained through maturity, through wide experience, has progressively disappeared. Being open and responsive to the other so that one can be persuaded by what is living in the other's soul has receded more and more. This is why people understand each other so terribly little. In addition, there is the fact that during the course of the past 2 centuries, people have increasingly turned away from the spiritual altogether. I particularly stressed again here recently that we should not be deluded by people still going to church and professing religion. This religion signifies extraordinarily little for the connection people need and ought to seek between the sensory world in which they live between birth and death, and the supersensory world. The greater part of what people today maintain as their religious content is nothing more than a life in words, a life in language. And having stressed yesterday and the day before yesterday how abstract life in language has become, we need not wonder that religious life too, which is expressed for people in language, has become something abstract and therefore also materialistic. For all abstraction actually always leads people to what is materialistic. And the question that should constantly permeate and reverberate through our whole life, what is the human being in reality, points to something that is barely accessible to the average person of the present day. Just reflect that in order to answer the question as to what the human being really is, one needs to look openly and with devotion at the whole cosmos. For the human being is a microcosm, a world in miniature, and is only understandable when one can picture him as having been born out of the whole cosmos. The prerequisite to an understanding of the human being is an understanding of the cosmos. But how little in the present age of a science focused only on externalities is a real understanding of the cosmos and therefore also of the human being sought today. Even though at the present time it might often be thought that this is in no way connected with an understanding of the social question, nevertheless it is absolutely true that everything I have just discussed is intimately bound up with this question. But we will only gradually notice the connection when we become inclined, lovingly, to look into the spiritual. People today want to solve the social question based purely on externalities. We will only really be able to solve it when we can establish the spiritual experience behind all human aspiration, sensibility, and willing. When in turn we can fruitfully pose the question, how can a genuine connection be established between the world in which people live, between birth and death, and the world in which we live between death and a new birth? You are all more or less acquainted with the group statue, which depicts the Trinity for a worldview of the future, the representative of humanity between Lucifer and Ahriman. You will have noticed that an attempt has been made to portray this representative of humanity so that its effect as a whole should be like that of the features of the human countenance. The nature of the features of the human countenance is that they are an expression of our soul life. We talk about physiognomy, we talk about people's gestures in relation to certain external things. And we know that this mobility coming to expression in physiognomy and gesture is connected with soul life. To the extent that the countenance has a physiognomic expression in the human being between birth and death, we not only try to portray the countenance of our representative of humanity in the group according to its physiognomy, but endeavored also, by following, as it were, the principle in nature by which the human countenance on its own is structured, to shape the whole human figure in such a way as to make it, in every form and every part, an expanded countenance. Why did we do this? Because in our time the aspiration must once more gain ground to establish a common understanding between beings that live only as spiritual soul beings, and beings who live physically here on the earth, like, for example, human beings. Let's bring to mind what it is these beings perceive of our earth as a whole, just as we brought to mind what the dead perceive of our language. Firstly, on our earth we have the wide kingdom of rocks, the mineral kingdom. This mineral kingdom exists to a certain extent in crystal forms, but also as shattered pieces, and as amorphous rock, as it is called. Basically, the dead only see the crystalline forms of the earth, what arise as regular form out of the formational conditions of the earth, and they see these as hollow bodies. You can read about these things in my title, Theosophy. With plants, the dead do not initially see the same form we see with our eyes. It is actually very difficult to describe what the dead see of plants. In the first place, the earth's whole plant world is like a great body for them, but they don't see the green plant form that we see, but rather they see a certain movement, the plant's growth. They see the leaves arising one after the other up to the flower. They see precisely what evades the human being. So they see the earth as a great single organism, and hair, as it were, growing spiritually out of the earth, for the plants are spiritualized. And with the animal world, I'm always referring here to the external sense perceptible forms, the dead only see the animal's movement over the earth, not the individual shape of the animal, but the change of location. And what do the dead see of the human being, insofar as people bear a physical form? The human form in itself is such that, with the exception of a few parts, the dead see nothing of the human being at all. They perceive the soul, the spiritual, but the outer form not at all. So if we had given the representative of humanity a purely naturalistic form, like the human form people have here on earth, this figure would quite simply be imperceptible to the dead, and also to the angeloi and archangeloi. For all spiritual beings, no longer having a physical body with physical eyes, the human figure, reproduced purely according to its form, is something invisible, something imperceptible. And only when you start to express a soul element in the form, so that the form no longer corresponds in a naturalistic way to the human form on earth, do the dead begin to see it also. If you sculpt a usual symmetrical face, which faces generally are not, but that's how people see them, the deceased sees nothing of this so-called work of art. Our form can only be made visible for supersensory beings too, if it is asymmetrical, if the asymmetry is emphasized, if it contains something of a soul nature, which, naturalistically, would not otherwise be expressed in the outer form. Now just consider how art in modern times has become more and more naturalistic. I have perhaps related this before, but when I was young I had a sculptor friend who later got a certain name for himself in his home country. We were discussing artistic monuments, and in response to my horror at them, he said that the best reproduction of a human being would be one in which every detail of a person were reproduced spatially, very exactly, in stone or bronze or some other material. I answered that the result would be the very opposite of what ought to result. For in reality an artwork should not be a mere copy. It should be different in all respects from the original. He didn't understand this at all. For him a cast replica was actually the most perfect sculptural artwork. But we could say that modern art is done in many respects out of this way of thinking, and how art is judged is based on it too. So, where in the end could a different judgment of art come from? After all, surely people have to feel something when they see a form shaped in marble or bronze or the like. When people have no relationship at all to a spiritual world, they can form no other judgment of art than by asking, is it like nature? Is there something like this in nature? And if they conclude that there is not, they then deem what art depicts to be unjustified. But my dear friends, let's repeat this again and again. There is actually something rather ludicrous in this reproduction of life purely naturalistically. Writing plays the way Hauptmann does is surely ludicrous because it goes without saying that nature can do it better. Obviously, we can't compete with nature in this respect, whereas what is brought out of the spiritual worlds is an enrichment, albeit an imperfect one, of nature, something new brought into this world. But modern times have inclined increasingly toward this naturalism, which is materialism in the sphere of history. This all stems from people's rejection of spiritual life. A healthy return to spiritual life is only possible by thinking about the relationship between the physical and the superphysical as concretely as we have tried to do in the most varied fields, by elucidating what the dead hear of language, what they see of the forms that are here on earth for the sense-perceptible human being. Only when, just as for something on the physical earth, we clarify for ourselves in detail what the relationships are between sensory and supersensory things, do we get a real idea of the connection between the sensory and the supersensory. Only in the new era has our sense for this connection between the sensory and the supersensory been killed off by advancing materialistic naturalism, which has been taking hold of people with increasing energy ever since the 15th or 16th century. And now science will finally recognize nothing else but what is real to the senses. People have thereby torn themselves away from a real living connection of co-feeling with the spiritual world. In the 18th century, things were still different in certain cultural areas. In French culture, among the encyclopedists, materialism bore its most ingenious fruits. It then spread more and more until there finally emerged what leads people the most away from the spiritual world, living in theosophical abstractions. This living in theosophical abstractions that confines itself to saying the human being consists of physical body, etheric body, astral body, and so on. The human being has a karma. The human being lives repeated earth lives. That one wants to teach these abstractions as something great, but gets no further than words. This leads ultimately to the extreme arrogance that is so prevalent in many theosophical societies. For then one remains stuck entirely in outer words. Only when we move on to describe such things as what the dead hear of our speech, what the dead see of what we have here in our surroundings, only when we progress to such concrete thoughts as these do real thoughts about the spiritual world open up. The utmost extremes border on each other, chatter and gossip in words like, in quotes, astral body, etheric body, and so on, behind which there is often nothing more than the word, and pure naturalistic materialism. We definitely need to gain a feeling for such things, a feeling that we want to hear in concrete detail about the relationship between the physical and the superphysical world. And only when we fill ourselves with such concrete thoughts about the connection between the physical and superphysical world can we return to what people in former epochs had in a different way, can return to a far-reaching interest in the cosmos. We can ask, why has all the misfortune that has befallen the earth done so? Well, the ultimate reason is that people's interest has become so narrow that it barely goes beyond the most everyday things. It is obvious that if people stop being interested in the stars, they start to become interested in coffee table gossip. If people stop having even a few thoughts that survey the relationships of the higher hierarchies, they get a longing to fritter away their time in everyday games. Just look at the interests that have occupied the leading circles of humanity for the past couple of centuries. Just look at what these people do from morning to night. And if we look at this with understanding, we will find it no wonder that such a debacle occurs in humanity as has occurred. People today are content to get just an outline of an idea in a few words. They are happy if they can get an idea about something or other without any effort. The history of humanity's development speaks loud and clear about the various ways of seeing things. Examples in this respect are countless. In recent years, for example, German culture has been repeatedly reproached for having a Hegel with his theory of the state, where Hegel says that the state is ultimately like a kind of God on earth. Yes, but now bear in mind that there was not only a Hegel in German intellectual life, but also Steiner, and separated from Hegel by only a few years. Whereas for Hegel, the state was something like a god walking on earth, for Steiner the state was a piece of dirt, something one could only negate. They both lived very close to each other. One can hardly imagine greater extremes, but both emerged from the same cultural life of thought. If one wants to present such a life of thought, one has to do it, for example, in the way done in my title Riddles of Philosophy, where the one thinker is described with the same inner engagement as the opposite thinker. From what I write about Hegel, you might believe I espoused Hegel's point of view. Then, from what I write about Stirner, you might believe I espoused the Stirnerian point of view. This is only meant to indicate that we should educate ourselves to an understanding of how diverse people are, to inner tolerance. We should be interested in what is thought quite differently in the soul of another from what we think. We should have the feeling that this other way of thinking completes our own. Let's say there are 10 people, Steiner draws on the board, that I am one of them with the other 9 around me. Now I say to myself, quote, I think about a particular subject in a certain way, the second person thinks in a different way, the third in yet another way, the fourth and fifth in their ways, so all in more or less various and different ways. They are all right, and none of them is right. Close quote. When we feel roughly the arithmetic mean of all this, when we feel a connection between ourselves such that we grasp everything with the same love, irrespective of whether we say it or the others say it, when we learn to feel ourselves within a commonality, then we are hastening toward the destiny that awaits the human beings of the future. We must aspire to this hastening toward what awaits us. We must aspire to it for the simple reason that we thereby obtain a sense for real social life. In our feeling, we must learn to stand within what is encompassed by the genius of language, to stand within what is encompassed by a common life of law, by the genius of legal rights. We must learn to stand within what is encompassed by the genius of a common economy. Only this living, quote, feeling oneself within the whole, close quote, which people must acquire in the age of the consciousness soul, only this moves us toward what is destined for humanity in the future. But we can acquire this movement toward our future destiny in no other way than by extending our interest ever wider and wider. In other words, by learning to detach from ourselves. Indeed, my dear friends, if we ponder this very honestly, we will eventually discover that the most utterly uninteresting thing of all in the whole world is what one can think and feel about oneself in the circle of one's most narrow ego. Nevertheless, many people of the present time think and feel a great deal about this narrow ego. This is why their life is so boring. This is why they are so dissatisfied with life. We will never become interesting if we just constantly circle around this point. By contrast, when we turn our gaze outward and look always at what comes shining toward us from the outer world, when we increasingly broaden our range of interest, our ego then becomes interesting by giving us a standpoint from which to observe the outer world. Our ego only then becomes significant by the fact that precisely in this point of the ego, only we and no one else can see the world. Anyone else sees it from their standpoint. But if we remain in ourselves, constantly just circling about ourselves, we actually regard only what we have in common with everyone else. Then we lose interest in every other person and ultimately in the whole world. A broadening of our interest is also what is aspired to above all by spiritual science. But to experience this broadening of interest requires that we train our soul in such a way that it comes into a condition of receptivity toward what approaches us from outside, that it can really absorb something new. People don't reject spiritual science because it is difficult. It is really not difficult, but they reject it because it doesn't just trundle on along habitual lines of thought, because it demands new lines of thought from people. People reject everything that requires new ways of thinking. One can experience curious things in this regard. Over the recent horrendous years, I communicated the content of the call, in quotes, which you are acquainted with, and also various things from my book on the social question, which will appear in a few days, to various individuals because it was a matter of people needing to learn from the bitter experience of the last few years to act out of themselves in a way that was necessary for them to act. When, for example, I spoke to certain individuals about how essential it is that intellectual and cultural life should stand on its own footing, that it should no longer be entangled with the state or the economic system, these people did listen to me. And on very many of these occasions, it did seem initially that people were making an effort to form an idea. If one is there and speaking, people are polite and don't do what they might do if they were only reading the subject. So they formed an idea. But then, when the gesture of politeness was over, which after all has no real truthfulness of thought in it, their mechanical thinking got regurgitating again. And in such situations one heard again and again, quote, "Yes, of course it makes sense to have a separation of church and schools," close quote. That was the only thing people had heard, the only thing, as a familiar thought, that was mentioned by one person in one way or by someone else in another. Well-worn lines of thought. Everything else passed them by like smoke and mirrors. Here we are touching on things that need to change in our times. The attentive receptivity we ought to develop will also become receptive to the revelations, which, as I discussed here recently, are seeking to reveal themselves to human beings, precisely in our age, from the spiritual world. How often we have heard in recent times that everything must be easy. And again we have heard the cleverest people quoting from Goethe, quote, "And does not the all-encompasser, the all-sustainer, also encompass you, me, and itself?" Close quote. Quote, "Name is sound and smoke, feeling is everything," close quote, and so on. This is supposed to be very profound. But Goethe wrote it as a lesson that Faust gives to a 16-year-old girl. This has been overlooked. What was written as something suited to the naive heart and mind of Gretchen became profound philosophical wisdom. People didn't notice this. But something written for a 16-year-old Gretchen is naturally easier to comprehend than something not written for a 16-year-old Gretchen, but for people of maturity. People of the present time need to realize the errors that are made in this direction and move away from very many conventional ideas. The culture of the modern era also repeatedly has undertones of what contains certain seeds for the future. I quoted Fichte here recently, quote, "Man is able to do what he ought to do, and when he says, 'I cannot,' it just means he will not." Close quote. This is a very important statement, and one needed absolutely by the modern individual, above all as a guiding principle. For the modern person should not indulge in laziness, and when faced with certain situations say, quote, "I can't," close quote. It is in the nature of modern people that they can do far more than they often persuade themselves they can, and that genius for them must more and more be a result of hard work. But we have to be able to attain for ourselves a belief in this hard work. We have to eradicate, as it were, every thought that we are not able to do one thing or another that we ought to do. We should always bear in mind how infinitely obvious it is to say we can't do something because it's too uncomfortable to try to do it. And the more modern people make this a rule in their daily lives, the more they will work themselves upward to this mood for the soul spiritual, to being receptive to the soul spiritual. This mood will evoke in far more people than you think at present the inner experience of what anthroposophically oriented spiritual science is trying to say. What anthroposophically oriented spiritual science is trying to say, at least for certain elementary things, is available, my dear friends, to the human heart and mind. One just has to have the courage to receive it. And if we develop this mood, understanding of society and interest in society will also develop. For when do we lack social understanding? We only lack social understanding when we have no interest beyond the circle of our own life. Social understanding immediately awakens as soon as we are interested in what lies beyond the circle of our life, but are truly and genuinely interested. Bearing these things in mind is particularly necessary in the age of consciousness soul development. The reason this is necessary is that in the age of consciousness soul development, cosmic forces point humanity toward the ego, to the consciousness soul. In other words, we must be all the more on guard to get beyond this ego, because there is so much that is antisocial rising up out of the depths of the human soul today. All the more must our consciousness develop social elements that we send back in turn into the subconscious depths. A common experience for most people today is that they don't rightly know how properly to deal with themselves. This stems from the fact that they only want to engage with themselves. The moment we want to engage in experience and feeling not only with ourselves but with the whole world, we start doing what is right for us too. These things go alongside what we can call an understanding for the social question. In many respects, the social question is a soul question. But only someone standing within anthroposophically oriented spiritual science will know how to feel it in the right way as a soul question. This is what I wanted to speak to you about today, the end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190, by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 7, given in Dornach on the 5th of April, 1919. I will have to begin very pedantically today, because by using a specific characteristic, I will need to shed some light on our times by characterizing them in general. I should like to characterize for you a particular attribute of our times, the consideration of which is extraordinarily important for someone who is aiming to look at our times from the vantage point of spiritual science, that is, with open eyes of the soul. And as a starting point, I should like to work empirically, as it were, from a specific example that might appear rather pedantic, but which is nevertheless symptomatic of a very, very general characteristic of our time. To begin with, I should like just to indicate which characteristic of our time I mean. It is a certain mental confusion that stems from a superficiality in our time that has very significant effects. To do this, I will take a very specific concrete example. Some of you will perhaps remember that in the countless discussions about the events that led up to this world catastrophe, a great role was played by an English telegram, which was construed in a very particular way. Parenthesis, I won't go into the causes of the war again today. That is not what I will discuss. What I am talking about is this quality of our times. What I will talk about has nothing to do directly with what we have discussed about the events of 1914. Close parenthesis. So, there was a lot of talk about a telegram composed in London and sent to St. Petersburg, where it played a curious role, despite it being believed that the telegram actually arose as an agreement between the British Foreign Minister Grey and the German ambassador Lichnowsky. This, so people thought, was the origin of the telegram that made a particular impression in St. Petersburg, and was followed immediately by Russia's mobilization. And it was a real puzzle in many respects as to how it came about that a telegram was written due to an agreement between the German ambassador to London, Lichnowsky, and Edward Grey, that is sent to St. Petersburg, and there immediately prompts full mobilization. Strange proof of this telegram's existence, which curiously was so much spoken about, and yet was not to be found in the British, in quotes, Blue Book, strange proof was seen in the wording of the proposal made by Satsonov, as it was said, immediately following receipt of this telegram from England. In other words, without taking into consideration a proposal in which the German ambassador was also involved. Without taking into consideration the wording of this telegram, Russia was immediately mobilized. As I said, I am not speaking about the causes of the war. I just want to highlight that it was a great puzzle how, following this telegram, Satsonov could formulate his proposals regarding Austria and Serbia, how he could agree to mobilization, and so on. One of the people who have spoken a great deal about this telegram is the present German Socialist Minister, David, who at that time was the German Reichstag deputy. He not only gave a speech in the Reichstag before a large number of people, who at such a grave time were of course also privy to the business, he also wrote an article that got much attention about this telegram in the newspaper, the title Frankfurter Zeitung. This became a very mysterious thing. I will now write the wording on the board. As you see, I am beginning very pedantically, which the Russian Foreign Minister Satsonov formulated after this telegram, quote, on behalf of his government, close quote. This is how the translation goes. Continue, quote. The British ambassador conveyed to me the wish of the London cabinet to make a few changes in the wording of the proposal I made yesterday to the German ambassador. I answered that I accept the British proposal. I hereby present to you the formulation with the appropriate alterations, close quote. As mentioned, the present German minister, David, also referred to this Satsonov formulation, and in his article in the Frankfurter Zeitung, particularly highlights the words, quote, I answered that I accept the British proposal, close quote. This sentence is held to mean that the proposal set out by Lichnowsky and Gray in the telegram, and which is so much spoken about, was accepted. Based on this telegram, David writes a long article in the Frankfurter Zeitung, which has been widely read and received much acclaim, and which sheds light on this telegram based on Satsonov's curious answer, quote, I answered that I accept the British proposal, close quote. And this is followed by mobilization. So the conclusion to be drawn from this is that the telegram must have contained a British proposal to mobilize. Now, I note that this highlighting is not in the wording, but this highlighting is extraordinarily important for what I call the confusion of our time. For naturally, when something is highlighted, that is, printed in bold font, people are anxious to read it carefully, considering such an emphasis to be the main content of the matter. But, as mentioned, it is not highlighted in the original formulation at all. We just need to read the wording. We just need to read it properly. The way it is spoken about in the extensive article is referring to a proposal that is supposed to have been contained in a telegram, as I explained. But just read the wording, quote, on behalf of his government, the British ambassador conveyed to me the wish of the London cabinet to make a few changes to the wording of the proposal I made yesterday to the German ambassador. I answered that I accept the British proposal, close quote. The wording Satsonov is here referring to is the one he himself had composed on the previous day. Gray had wanted a change. Satsonov mentions this change and says, quote, I answered that I accept the British proposal, close quote, namely, to alter today the wording he had composed the day before. So this sentence relates to the fact that he changed the previous day's wording to this new formulation, changed the wording of yesterday on which this new wording is based. And the sentence is referring to this change. The proposal was for a change in his wording. This means that the telegram doesn't exist at all. The telegram is a pure ghost and is based solely on the fact that this wording was read wrongly, because in the superficiality of the present times, people did not take time to follow properly what was in the sentences. Just consider that at the present time it is possible, in the gravest matters, for people to talk about something that doesn't even exist, because in their superficiality, they don't understand what they are reading. This is just one example of a situation that arises on countless occasions nowadays, that the people who write and print cannot read, that the readers, thousands upon thousands of them, don't notice that the writers and print editors cannot read and talk about things that don't exist. So you see, the penalty for not recognizing a spiritual world, for not recognizing what people call ghosts, is that they themselves create ghosts in their superficiality. Someone who looks at the world today with healthy perception finds at every turn the most disastrous consequences of this terrible superficiality, which results in confused thinking. And the most tragic aspect, actually, is that when one highlights and discusses these things, the subject makes very little impression on people today, because superficiality, lack of thought, has now unfortunately become a general human characteristic. And it is just terrible how much in the entire life of the present is based on the results of this superficiality. This is how we must see the psychological state of our times. And we cannot take the importance of such phenomena seriously enough. In our times, it would be necessary for almost everyone who tries to inform themselves about some matter through the usual feasible means, irrespective of whether by word of mouth from another, for the same superficiality exists today in the spoken word, or by reading it in whatever source, to be constantly led by an inner critical sense, and say to themselves, quote, "You must try to see through the things that swirl around in the world, and which, by entering human souls through all kinds of channels and working in human souls as impulses, cause immense confusion in life, cause immense chaos." Close quote. As mentioned, my starting point today was a concrete example to show you how leading individuals are misled by their superficiality, not only into speaking about something that doesn't exist, but into writing pages and pages of analysis of non-existent things, and how such individuals, who are called upon to contribute to world destiny, present this stuff to congresses without the hundreds of members who are there to represent their people noticing it. These things must be taken very seriously. And one of the bitterest things of the present day is that precisely in the last 4.5 years, people have become even more accustomed to not looking exactly and precisely at what is there in reality. Positivism doesn't mean having an uncritical mind. Positivism means looking at things as they are and not chasing after fantasies that create pure ghosts rather than reality. What I am saying here is very current, for it concerns every single person in every single situation in life. And something of this kind can happen at any moment to any individual person in any situation in life. Now, I could multiply this example not only 100-fold, but 1,000-fold, and this 1,000-fold increase would bear witness to the fact that a general characteristic of present-day humanity is to lead itself into confusion through superficiality, because it has a certain aversion to tackling reality. But this all stems from deeper causes founded in our human development. We can't talk about these things only in the usual way, where my words too are perhaps perceived as a wish to criticize the present time. But it is nevertheless true that this tidal wave of confusion has risen up over humanity through influences outside the earth, through influences from a spiritual, Ahrimanic direction. We see this, on the one hand, in the prevalence of confusion, such as I demonstrated in a grotesque example, and on the other hand in the fact that many individuals who know how to manipulate people today make use of this confusion. They count on this confusion in the broadest sense. Individuals who are not of a benign nature, but who aim at using spiritual forces, in turn bring into the midst of humanity exactly that which reckons with the confusion, with the, quote, not wanting to address the facts, close quote. Just look at what we see cropping up today, my dear friends. One need only reckon a small amount with the factors of confusion, and then it is easy to confuse people, to deceive people about almost anything. An example, some time ago a book appeared in Russian which in its first part, I am not speaking now about the rest of the contents, contained a number of protocols, ostensibly of a meeting of some secret society, whose members listened to the most unbelievable things from their superiors. This secret society is like a kind of devil, we could say, within humanity. Roughly everything that is the opposite of what is good and beneficial for humanity was supposed to originate from this secret society. And these protocols were supposed to be evidence, according to the speeches that were given in that secret society, that such a society exists. The protocols are even supposed to have been found in extraordinary proximity to where we are now, and are contained in a book which, however, is written from a Russian perspective. As I said, I will not speak about the rest of the book, but one only needs to read a small portion of these protocols, and to know the world, to recognize it as one of the crudest of Jesuit frauds. What is written there are simply Jesuitical forgeries in order to make out the existence of such a society. These things are then used in turn to affect people's confusion. This confusion in people is immensely dangerous in our time, because, as mentioned, it is not based solely on impulses we can find within physical life on earth, but because spiritual forces of an Ahrimanic nature play into it. We must definitely acquaint ourselves with these things, for it is really not a matter of engaging in anthroposophical spiritual science in the sense of knowing the full content of what it imparts. Rather, the essential point, as I have often said previously, is that by absorbing anthroposophical spiritual science, which necessitates a kind of judgment that is not applicable to the ordinary physical world, one becomes more reality-friendly, more insightful, more sound in one's judgment with regard to life in the world. Now, as I said, a tidal wave of confusion is moving over the world. Why is this? Recall that our present fifth post-Atlantean age began in 1413, the age of consciousness-soul development. Since that time, humanity has been particularly striving to develop the consciousness soul. When we speak of our age, we do so from a perspective within Earth's development. For in physical Earth development, something comes to expression which, when put into words, says, since the middle of the 15th century, humanity has been in the age of consciousness-soul development. But it would be possible to put the question from a different perspective, one which we need to touch on again and again in spiritual science. We could also pose the question from the perspective of discarnate souls, the souls that are living between death and a new birth. It is of great significance with regard to many things that must be discussed in anthroposophical spiritual science, always to bear clearly in mind the perspective of how the things look for discarnate human souls, and even for other spirits of the different spiritual hierarchies. Only by this means can we rightly gauge whether we are expressing in appropriate spiritual scientific terms what we determine from an earthly perspective, which is of course always one-sided. Now, one who by means of spiritual scientific research surveys this period of the fifth post-Atlantean age discovers that just as the life of the living changes, who increasingly establish the pinnacle of personality on the ground of consciousness, so from a very specific moment onward, the life of the deceased changes also. And here we can initially only take into consideration the extent to which this life of the dead changes in its interaction with human beings alive on earth. It is so extraordinarily difficult to convey to human consciousness the relationship between the living and the dead, because, as I have often indicated from many various points of view, what one experiences there is so extraordinarily different from what can be experienced here within physical earthly surroundings. But it is within physical earthly surroundings that people usually form their ideas. But we are living at a time when these ideas formed within physical earthly surroundings have to be corrected through experiences with discarnate souls. Initially, it is very difficult to understand what is actually going on there. One experiences there in an extraordinarily lively way the effects of what I spoke about in the previous lectures, the relationship of the dead to human language. I told you that nouns are barely understood by the dead. I described how the other kinds of words are understood by the dead, but even here there are differences. We can say that what is clearly discernible is that human language, as it is spoken here on earth, despite the accuracy of what I recently described, is becoming more and more unintelligible to the dead. Certainly they understand verbs, they understand antecedents, they understand everything where we ourselves are obliged to form pictorial thoughts. But with advancing time, the dead are losing their understanding, their ability to grasp what can be put into language. And this will change in the future. It will change more and more. There is something, albeit only for certain people, that becomes evident with exceptional clarity, namely that with regard to the natural science pursued here on earth, the dead understand nothing at all. If we talk with the deceased about any number of other things, we meet with understanding. But if we clothe what we wish to convey to the deceased in a scientific mode of thought, they experience this literally as pain. This is exceptionally important and testifies, along with what can also be drawn from other spiritual underground causes, to the fact that everything that can be produced here to do with knowledge of nature is all produced only through the human physical organism. And as soon as a human being leaves their physical organism, the knowledge of nature they developed in that physical organism through natural science is no longer valid for them. It has no significance for them. They no longer perceive it. It is no longer there. We can get a very clear idea about these things. Take a purely scientific book, let's say on botany, written by a confirmed scientist. Take a chapter and try to convey what is written purely along the lines of present-day science to one who has died. It causes him pain. He has no idea where the pain is coming from. It doesn't conform to him in any way. He cannot absorb it. The moment you recall a time when you saw a dandelion, which the scientist might also perhaps be writing about, and you picture vividly the dandelion's yellow color and its curiously jagged leaves, the moment you really feel inwardly what your eye sees, EYE, and you have to feel it since the eye's image is absent for the deceased, then when you feel, the deceased begins to understand. This is very remarkable. Pleasure at the sight of a green meadow can be experienced by the dead, along with the earthly person. Scientific thoughts about the green meadow are something they cannot experience. Scientists today say that actually we cannot form a concept of life. Only in the future, they say, will some particularly complete science discover how life is composed of all kinds of combinations of atoms. But as things stand today, we are not in a position to form an idea of what life is. If, however, you grasp the idea of life in the way Goethe grasps it, for example, in his theory of metamorphosis, and make this idea really alive in yourself, the dead will also understand it. Those are ideas that the dead understand. Now, behind everything I have just discussed, there is a very specific historic spiritual fact. What I have just spoken about first begins to emerge distinctly from roughly 1721 onward. If you go back to the period before 1720 and go deeply and with understanding into writings about nature that were produced at that time, most people do not notice this, but it is nevertheless the case, you will see that nature is spoken about in a far more lively way. The present way of speaking about nature, which we can say is unintelligible to the dead, actually began only at the beginning of the 18th century. That was when this wave first broke over humanity. Prior to this, people felt the need to write about nature in a much more vivid way, so that the dead could still understand it, and there was a certain shared experience between the dead and the living. Since the turn of the 18th century, scientific ideas have become such that they are ideas only for people on Earth, for as long as these people on Earth are in a physical body, and they no longer constitute a connection that reaches up into the spiritual world. This is a fact of exceptional importance in the history of spiritual development, for it will now perhaps be easy for you to imagine how we are entering a process in which discarnate souls are cut off from the earth by science, which is the only thing people will give credence to, from precisely what people regard as scientifically most valid. Imagine as vividly as you can what I have just said. It's no use closing our mental eyes to these things. Imagine how in the universities all over the earth, everything is gradually being eradicated that is not valid in terms of so-called exact science. In other words, universities are like islands on the earth, Steiner draws on the board, where the eradication of everything that is not exact science is most thorough. Thus, these universities are the places from which the spirit, that is, everything that exists as being in the spiritual, flees. And they are those islands in human culture where unspirituality, unspiritual life, finds its onset to the greatest degree. Seen from another point of view, of course, universities are our intellectual, spiritual centers. But just think how we people on earth actually speak. Since the 18th century, we have called the places where the spirit takes its leave, where the spirit is present, least of all, our intellectual, spiritual centers. The present is not the time to close our eyes to these things, not to look at these things with, I should like to say, a cool head that accords with genuine reality. Because when we ignore such things, we close ourselves off from what has to be understood if we want to investigate the true reality of our time. The course of development that began in the 18th century has reached its culmination in our time. And in our time it needs to be reversed. A reversal is necessary in our time to the other wave, to the spiritual wave I characterized for you here recently, through which a spiritual life is really making itself known to humanity. Now, there are spirits of a kind that have a particular inclination to satiate themselves, as it were, on the things that become unspiritual, in this way on our earth. These are the Ahrimanic spirits. Ordinary discarnate human souls in life between death and a new birth feel it as something negative when they experience this knowledge of nature like a pain. They experience something of this nature knowledge and thus have a kind of negative experience. Luciferic spirits have a terrible rage against this nature knowledge. They hate it. Only Ahrimanic spirits have a certain propensity for it, seek to achieve their aims through it, and so involve themselves in this knowledge of nature, which thus becomes a focus of attraction for them. Now, Ahriman is, of course, precisely the spirit of deception, of delusion. And in what I have discussed, I have shown at the same time that ever since the beginning of the 18th century, the Ahrimanic influences have become stronger and stronger. It is due to this that the tidal wave of confusion has risen up over humanity, That's where it comes from. This wave of confusion is what has taken hold of people like a whirlpool, and which comes to expression in the prodigious superficiality I spoke about at the beginning of today's talk. We have to know such things because precisely through anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, we must be able to protect ourselves from these things, to safeguard ourselves against them. One form of this safeguarding is the critical awareness I spoke about, paying attention to what can come at us from all directions nowadays to confuse us, as in the example I mentioned, which was barely noticed or noticed by only a few. On the other hand, what I have been talking about is the basis of something else. Obviously, one can't avoid something that is a general world phenomenon. It is unavoidably present. And this wave of confusion is also clearly present. Closing our mental eyes to it is of no help whatsoever. The only thing that helps is drawing attention to the fact that this wave of confusion exists. And we become attentive when, primarily with things related to the spiritual world, we say to ourselves, quote, "There is confusion everywhere, and it seeks to hold us back from genuine knowledge of the spiritual world." Close quote. If we have a kind of suspicion, let us call it, that anything we are told out of the spiritual world might also be erroneous, when we train ourselves to be sufficiently cautious, then we will most certainly not succumb to the wave of confusion so prevalent in our time. We must find the courage to pass through this confusion and to rise above it by very much occupying ourselves with genuine, healthy human reason. We will only be able to possess this healthy human reason if we do not allow ourselves to be confused by something that is so very common at the present time. At the present time, once they have reached a certain age, people will only regard as valid what they are already familiar with. A very general phenomenon is that people cannot be convinced of anything new once they have reached a certain age. When they encounter something new, all they do is ask themselves whether this is something they have already thought themselves. If it is, then they agree with it. But if it is something they have not thought already, then for them it is wrong or abstract or deficient in some other way. In short, there is some reason why they reject the matter. By contrast, it is actually the earnest task of the individual today to be always, I will not say convinced by new things, but at least to engage with new things without prejudice, to be open-minded toward new things that come into the world. It might appear to be just a trivial remark that I make here, but it is not a trivial remark, because what I am talking about is transgressed against so frequently at the present time. And many things would quickly improve if more power to convince could be developed in the interaction between people, if people were not so dismissive in their interaction, if they did not insist so rigidly on the opinions they have harbored from a certain age onward. So, what lies behind this, my dear friends? At the same time as the appearance of what I have mentioned with regard to scientifically oriented thinking, a very specific process of development begins in humanity, which consists of the following. In the main, the human being is a physical body embedded in an etheric body. We don't need to consider the other levels today. But the intimacy of the connection between the etheric head and the human physical head, what I mean here is not their spatial coincidence, but the dynamic aspect of their connection, changes over the course of evolution. And the intimate connection that was there, for example, in the centuries we refer to when speaking about Greek culture, ceased to exist from the 3rd pre-Christian century onward. The old close connection between our etheric head and our physical head has been lost ever since the 3rd century before Christ. But a very close connection has, nevertheless, been maintained between the physical human heart and the etheric human heart. However, since the year 1721, this connection between the physical heart and the etheric heart has in a curious way been loosening more and more. If I may put it like this, if the physical heart is here, Steiner draws on the board, and the etheric heart is here, then they were previously more of a whole. Nowadays, the etheric heart can be shaken etherically. Dynamically speaking, it is not so intimately connected as it was before. In the future, other organs in the human being will also loosen from the etheric. But the fact that the heart is gradually loosening from its etheric part, and by the third millennium, roughly when people will be writing 2100, will have separated entirely, is something of great significance in human development. This can be characterized as follows. The significance is that what previously came to people by itself, through the natural connection between the physical heart and the etheric heart, will have to be sought by a different path, by the path of spiritual life. This etheric heart, now separated from the physical heart, will only attain its proper relationship to the spiritual world if people actively seek spiritual knowledge, if people seek anthroposophically oriented spiritual thoughts. This will increasingly have to be sought. Now we find something highly curious in our time. When, with due respect to them, newspaper people talk about anthroposophical spiritual science, they often say, quote, "Yes, but it's an entire system, and complicated. It requires you to think so hard, whereas Christianity makes everything simple. It has faith," close quote. But this faith that doesn't want to exert itself toward spiritual life, that doesn't want to engage with real thoughts about the spiritual world, this faith, since the separation of the etheric heart from the physical heart, is exceptionally dangerous, because being a faith that doesn't want to comprehend the spiritual world, that only wants to have a naive feeling relationship with the spiritual world, this faith makes the heart in humanity materialistic. It is a means of bringing about the materialization of culture in an area one wouldn't usually think of. This is why, if we take the matter seriously, religious people are so terribly materialistic in our time, because they rely merely on faith. This faith must be imbued and spiritually permeated by real ideas about the spiritual world. And it is an Ahrimanic trick in the age of confusion to inculcate into people the notion that they should not work toward a conception of the spiritual world, but stay fixed in faith alone. So you see, this points again to something in our time that is immensely significant. And what I said today at the beginning and what I say here at the end of today's discussion come together. Just look with an open mind at the terrible thoughtlessness, at the boundless superficiality which have given rise to our sad condition. Look deeply at what can only be stated by spiritual science, namely the separation of the etheric heart from the physical heart, and take from such discussions the impulse of gravity that is so necessary for development in our times. In our times, on the one hand, the number of people who, due to superficial confusion, no longer know what they are talking about, will become ever greater. In such an individual, it is naturally quite evident that they don't know what they are talking about, because they are talking about something that no longer exists, because they cannot read properly anymore. On the other hand, the number of people will also continually increase who wish to fish in troubled waters, who use the confusion in people's minds to instill all manner of things into them, because confused minds are receptive to all sorts of impulses. For among the spirits that still have a connection to the earthly confusion are the spirits of deception, the Ahrimanic spirits. And one can implant into people the opposite of rationality, of what is healthy, by making use of their confused state. These are serious matters, my dear friends. We will continue with them tomorrow. The lecture will begin tomorrow at 7:30. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 8, given in Dornach on the 6th of April, 1919. When we contemplate such thoughts as those we discussed yesterday, we do so while bearing in mind the gravity of our time, which unfortunately, as we know, is not generally felt by our contemporaries, and indeed not even by a moderately large number of them. We will only be able to say that this gravity of our time is felt when a larger number of people sense that a path leading to spiritual knowledge, in a way appropriate for our times, is absolutely necessary, and that this path into spiritual knowledge is to a certain degree the only means of healing the harms and sicknesses of our time. A matter such as this must raise the question in us, quote, what is the root cause of the harm of our time? Wherein lies the actual cause of the sickness of our time? Close quote. And even though in many people today there is the tendency to look for our time's harms and sicknesses elsewhere than in the human being himself, it is nevertheless of boundless importance to see that looking for these harms in the human being himself is the only way that can lead anywhere. When we survey our present time, we see how there are weather signs lighting up for us from Eastern Europe. Even today we cannot yet say that European humanity has much inclination to pay any attention to these weather signs. The way things are regarded is such that people find it too uncomfortable to come to real conclusions about the great matters confronting humanity. Again and again in such matters the thought can be helpful that points to what is being omitted, because if we see to some extent what is being omitted, we will perhaps be prevented from making similar omissions in the future. For a long time now, there have been weather signs coming from the east of Europe, about which it has often been said here that despite what might be happening now, it is there that the seeds of the sixth post-Atlantean culture lie. The signs were perhaps not written in such bloody letters as in recent times, but they would have been sufficient to be heard, to be given some attention. There are many things here that we have been mentioning for years. Today, in the first part of our discussion, I should like to mention some aspects that have already been spoken about here from one angle or another. If we look at what has been living in Eastern Europe for a long time now, we could summarize it in a question that is exceptionally characteristic for our present time. The question, what truly is the human being? We can say that this question, what truly is the human being, what does the human being represent in the universe, has been taken most seriously in the modern era by the most diverse strata of the East European population. The West has been engaged in too much else to consider the question of what the human being truly is. Certainly the question has been much discussed theoretically, but such theoretical discussion, when not permeated by real spiritual life, is not of much use. I would like to mention a few things that point to the question posed with such longing in the East. What truly is the human being? It has been possible to hear significant statements regarding this precisely from the East. I have already drawn attention to such statements. Among those involved in recent times in the emergence of ideas concerning the social question was one of the most gifted of people, Bakunin, who was later an opponent of Marx. In contrast to Marx, who attacked social life and the social movement from a decidedly Western European perspective, Bakunin approached the social movement from the perspective of East European ideas and impulses. In all that Bakunin says there glimmers something of a philosophy of life, of a deeper grasp and perception of life. And thus from Bakunin comes a very significant statement, a statement that seeks to shed light on the question what truly is the human being, by contrasting the idea of the human being with the idea of God. You see, this statement of Bakunin's, which I am about to discuss, arose in Bakunin from his perception of modern life. His perception was that deep in human nature there lies the impulse for freedom, the impulse of the free human being. What more do we want in life than to be a free individual? This is how we could express the impulse and longing of a person who thinks in a similar way to Bakunin. For such a person, in contrast to this impulse and longing of the human being's inner nature, there stands another perception, which comes to them by looking at modern life, where the individual, if they belong to the middle classes, is harnessed to an enormous quantity of prejudices by the state and other sources, and if they belong to the working classes, to industrialism and capitalism. For one who looks at life as freely and independently as Bakunin, people in modern life are in a kind of slavery. Freedom has to be conceived very fundamentally, as I have tried to do in my book titled The Philosophy of Freedom. When this freedom is not conceived so fundamentally, we are always tossed about on the one hand by the longing for freedom, on the other hand by our perception of modern life, which actualizes anything but freedom. And so, Bakunin looks up formally to what millennia have told us, to humanity's religious sensibilities of the divine, and contrasts this with modern life. Quote, God exists, therefore man is free. Close quote. Bakunin imagines that if God exists, the human being cannot be anything other than free. Quote, man is a slave, therefore there is no God. I am convinced, close quote. Bakunin continue, quote, that no one can get away from this circular argument. And now let us choose, close quote. This is a statement that actually ought to make a more significant impact on people than many a world event, which, because of being externally present, is able to make an impression on people's sensations. If only we could bring people to the point of feeling something about such a statement, in which a modern person admits that they cannot get beyond this dilemma. On the one hand, I have to say that God exists, and therefore man is free. On the other hand, I have to say, but man is a slave, therefore there is no God. We have to choose between the eternal longing in the human heart for freedom and the invincible experience of modern life that man is a slave. The one, human nature itself, leads to proof of God. Modern life leads to atheism. And one cannot decide between them, so Bakunin says, through logical judgment. Deciding between them can only be a matter of choice. As a modern individual, one can choose one way or the other, because fundamentally, nothing compels us to do anything other than choose. And it is possible to say that most people today do not choose at all, but thoughtlessly vegetate away mentally and emotionally in this dilemma, in this circular situation. There are other words coming from the East, spoken by one of the heroes in a work by Gorky. Quote, I want to write a short book. I will call it titled Prayer for the Dying. There are such prayers that one says over the dying, and this society, which has the curse of inner weakness weighing on it, will, before its demise, reach for my book as though for musk. Close quote. You see, these are words which, from a certain point of view, can be called out to modern humanity. But modern humanity only looks for all kinds of sedatives, psychological and mental tranquilizers, so as not to have to take such words seriously enough. And a curious school of philosophy, let's call it such, has arisen in the East, which has drawn a kind of consequence for life from modern existence, the sect of the barefoot philosophers, as they are often called. A barefooter in one of Gorky's works says the following, quote, "There is something wrong in me. Consequently, I have not come into the world the way a person should. I'm on a special path. And not only me. There are many of us. We have to be strange, and don't fit into any order. Whom do we see as guilty? For us, we ourselves and life are guilty." Close quote. This was said in the East, not by just one or two individuals, but by many. And when, after some time, external circumstances become such that it will be possible to write the history of these recent years of confusion in Europe, which today is not yet possible, it will be seen how much involvement such a worldview has in the whole destiny of our time, but also, on the other hand, how such a worldview is based on what I described yesterday as the confusion, the superficiality, the thoughtlessness of our age. And one has to ask oneself again and again, how specifically and in detail does what I said yesterday come to expression? Namely, that our age, particularly since the beginning of the 18th century, has been passing as though through a tidal wave of confusion, as though through a wave creating a knotted tangle of thoughts that throws people into confusion. You see, nothing can serve to shed light on this question except what can be found only on the basis of a genuine spiritual science. What is it that spreads most readily among certain sorts of people today? Thoughts, so-called thoughts. They are mostly thoughts, however, that come to expression in words, ideas printed on paper that can be rapidly distributed today, the kind of thoughts, namely, that people are most proud of, about sense-perceptible, material life as studied by science and widely popularized. A comparison ought to be made sometime of the enormous difference between the soul life of people today and that of people around the 15th and 16th centuries. At that time, people communicated their thoughts verbally. They did not read printed papers every morning with the thoughts that they then carry around with them the whole day, mostly without realizing it. How much of an impression does a Sunday sermon make on someone who, based on very different kinds of thoughts, had previously just read their newspaper? This spreads a certain general education, but in our age this general education is without any real spiritual content, for real spiritual content can only come from a spiritual culture. Now, thoughts in the way they are spread in the modern era have no real human value at all, if they cannot be related to the supersensory life. All thoughts, this is speaking rather radically, but it is correct, which cannot be connected to the supersensory life are actually harmful to people. And herein lies one of the chief diseases of our time, namely that from all kinds of underground origins, particularly through the popularizing of scientific ideas, thoughts are spread that cannot be related by people to the supersensory life and are therefore harmful. Thoughts should really always be related to supersensory life. They have a destructive, annihilating effect on human life if they are not related to what is supersensory. For without the relationship of thoughts produced in human beings to what is supersensory, the question, quote, "What truly is the human being?" close quote, cannot be answered. Because the supersensory is quite simply a part of people's being, there is always something barren, something unsatisfying in their depths, when they are unable to relate thoughts, which after all arise in them in a supersensory way, to the supersensory element. Now this longing for an answer to the question in the human soul will never be extinguished. The longing for the answer to the question, what truly is the human being? This longing cannot be extinguished. It can be sedated. People can themselves remove the consciousness of it, so that their consciousness doesn't stretch as far as asking what truly is the human being, then this question, what truly is the human being, will churn away in all kinds of nervous and other disorders. But the question as to what the human being truly is cannot be extinguished from the human soul. Now, the 19th century in particular, in its entire cultural makeup, was completely unsuited to answering this question in a way that could satisfy the human being. Great impulses of an age always express themselves in significant symptoms. One such symptom of significance for the entire thought life of modern times is the existence of Friedrich Nietzsche. It is regrettable that the ranks of the narrow-minded and Philistine in modern times have made themselves out to be followers of Nietzsche, and that attention is not paid, or paid only by a few, to the actual phenomenon of Nietzsche. I've always said about this that the modern individual is represented by Nietzsche, who suffered psychologically the most and was destroyed by the culture of the last third of the 19th century. I have often said that this 19th century culture was produced by others. One was Schopenhauer. He produced a certain portion of the culture of the 19th century. Nietzsche suffered as a follower of Schopenhauer. Then there was Richard Wagner, who also produced a portion of 19th century culture. Nietzsche suffered as a follower of Wagner. Then there was the renewed Voltairism, the free thought of the last third of the 19th century. Haeckel, Büchner, Feuerbach, and others followed this free thinking of the last third of the 19th century. Nietzsche suffered from this. What was expressed throughout the new culture of the last third of the 19th century was that this culture must lead itself ad absurdum. Art took on values which could only be understood by comprehending them in their self-dissolution. Science came closer and closer to preaching its own nullity as the highest wisdom in face of the supersensory. Nietzsche suffered from this. He suffered from Schopenhauer, Richard Wagner, from the reawakened Voltairism of the last third of the 19th century, and through this suffering developed two stupendous, overwhelming but despair-arousing ideas. The idea of the Übermensch, Superman or Overman, and the idea of eternal recurrence, Wiederkunft des Gleichen. Why the idea of an Übermensch? Because there was no possibility of answering the question, what truly is the human being? In someone who suffered as much as Nietzsche did, this caused a retreat from the human being, a fleeing toward something that overcame the human being. The Übermensch for Nietzsche is simply the great potent tranquilizer, the sedative for the inability of 19th century culture to reach a proper idea of the human being. And eternal recurrence? One just has to picture the full implication of this idea for Nietzsche. Try to imagine that we have already all sat here together, just as we are sitting now, countless times before, and will do so countless times again. Each of us has countless times gone through what we are going through at this time, and will do so countless times again. So there is no evolution that allows the emergence of an idea of ascent and progress, and hence the idea of the Übermensch, because one is unable to come to a conception of the human being, because one cannot think of real progress in the development of either humanity or the cosmos, eternal recurrence of the same. Nietzsche realized what this implies. Others who perhaps laugh at the implication do not come to the same realization due to thoughtlessness. For one must either come to this conclusion or turn to spiritual science, which doesn't speak about an Übermensch, but speaks about what has already evolved through the Saturn, Sun, and Moon periods, is now passing through its Earth evolution, and will evolve through further cosmic metamorphoses. It doesn't speak of the recurrence of the same, but is able to speak of real progress. See my title, Occult Science. But where is the inclination nowadays to look at these things in their full gravity. What is infinitely more important for most people than this world-encompassing matter? In all such situations, we have to ask what we are really dealing with here. We do not come easily today to the depths of what we are dealing with. I want today to touch on a specific perspective. When we try to look at the experiences of those who have just, or fairly recently, passed through the portal of death, who are therefore at the beginning of the life we lead between death and a new birth, we notice something very curious. I admit quite frankly, my dear friends, that the observation I am talking about was something I found decidedly inexplicable for a long time, something one finds one's way into only gradually. The fact was this, that a large number of people who at the present time pass through the portal of death are extremely surprised by the unknown things they encounter. I have spoken to you previously about what the dead experience after crossing the portal of death. Mixed in with everything that is easier to comprehend, easier to get to grips with and speak about, there is a large element of something that can only be described by saying that it is surprising to the dead that such a thing exists. That's, on the one hand, a consciousness lives in them that they would never have thought experiences of this kind would come before their souls. On the other hand, with people who die when they are older, with those who die young, it is less the case. It is evident that this thing that comes before the soul with a certain unknown quality, and yet clearly, has something to do with the individual themselves, that it actually somehow originates from the person who has passed through the portal of death. So it is something unknown that the one who has died meets, yet is at the same time something that they clearly know stems from themselves, particularly, as mentioned, if they are one of those who died in older age. When one notices this fact, one finds it decidedly hard to find an explanation for it. An explanation is only found when one takes very seriously something else that we have to consider in connection with this, namely, the fact that people today, who find themselves placed in the present-day circumstances of life, experience a great many things of which they are either completely unaware or about which they create all sorts of illusions for themselves. There is a very broad range of experiences one can regard as subconscious experiences, which approach us in the same way as what we experience consciously, but which either go entirely unnoticed while they are happening, or are given a completely erroneous interpretation. This is a general characteristic of contemporary people, that they are inclined to give a distorted interpretation of what they themselves experience. They are disinclined to hold themselves to account in accordance with truth. They like to give what is connected with their way of thinking about the world a coloring in one direction or another. One only needs to examine oneself in this respect and ask how often one actually admits to being wrong about something. In most cases, where we ought to admit we were wrong, we put a different complexion on things, which sedates us into overlooking what we should actually say, namely that we were wrong about the matter. But this is only one of the phenomena which even externally can show people that they experience a great deal unconsciously today, about which in their consciousness they create illusions. If one dies after becoming fairly old, one then has in oneself a large number of such subconscious experiences, and it is these subconscious experiences that the individual meets after death as though transformed into something existential. Only once one is able to discover this connection between what was experienced unconsciously and the surprising element that the deceased experience after passing through the portal of death, is one able to make something of this phenomenon. Only then is one able to comprehend why so many people who are not at all inclined to consider how they experience things but just let them lie in their subconscious, are surprised when they actually meet this whole subconscious matter after passing through the portal of death. They are surprised, despite having experienced these things, and they have to sense at the same time that they themselves have a great deal to do with what they now perceive. It is really a part of their own life, a part of their own life that was either not noticed at all or only very indistinctly. It is a necessary but difficult task today for spiritual science to evaluate such things in the right way. But indicating this fact is of fundamental importance for our time. For only if we proceed from this basis can we reach an entirely rational answer to the question, why is finding an answer to the question, what truly is the human being, so extraordinarily difficult for modern humanity? When we look at human life in its inner development as a whole, we find we can break it down into three parts. The first comprises what we feel to be our gifts, our talents, our abilities. The second part comprises everything we develop in interaction with our fellow human beings, through the interplay of our consciousness with the consciousness of other people. And the third area comprises our experience. Our present age is extremely one-sided in how it relates to these three parts of human nature, and actually only pays heed to the middle part. There is certainly a lot of complaint from certain quarters about how talented people are underestimated, but it is mainly the talented people themselves who do the complaining. The practice of dedicatedly cultivating talents is falling more and more into abeyance. But at the same time, the value of human experience is also being abandoned. People today are no longer aware, I have often discussed this, that we don't just get older, but as we grow old, we gather experience. That as we grow old, we grow wiser and more prudent. This feeling for human development is also being lost. People today, once they have reached a certain age, want to be all equally wise, want to have an equal say in everything, and in the view of many, people's talents should not interfere in this equal say, nor the experience they have gained in life. Fundamentally speaking, this is what our whole democratic worldview is based on, which will always tend to dig its own grave by saying that once a person has reached a certain age, they can make decisions in association with others about God, the world, and all and sundry. But what the individual develops in association with others, in the interaction of consciousness with consciousness, only belongs to one area of societal life, to the life of the state. To be sure, the state has become an idol, precisely because we only accept what pulses between people in the way just mentioned. People do not want to regard the two other areas as warranting their own societal organizations, because this would mean the existence of intellectual organizations for the special cultivation of individual abilities. And what we call experience would come to expression entirely through inner forces in our economic structures. In the daily economy of our lives, we actually become more astute, whereby with daily economy, I don't just mean milking cows and cooking cabbage, but economy in its broadest sense. Thought is also part of the economy, to the extent that intellectual work has a certain commercial value, which indeed it must have, or else one could never make a living from mental work. It naturally has value in other areas too, but it also has a commercial value. It is precisely from this economic activity to which the production of intellectual value belongs, insofar as it has a commercial value, that experience arises. Now, outside the field of spiritual science, people today have no idea how to distinguish between these three areas of human nature. Our usual talents, by which we are gifted in one intellectual area or another, or through which we are skilled in one thing or another, for physical skills also belong to the category of individual talents, All these things, for people as they are today, do not actually belong entirely to our individual human nature. Basically, as paradoxical as it sounds, the more of a genius a person is today, the less they are an individual person. For our individual abilities, our talents, are generated before our birth or conception by a process of interaction between the cosmos and the forces of heredity through many generations. I have presented how this works once before. Our talents of genius and our individual abilities in general are all dependent on our head. No matter what a person's particular talents might be, even if they appear to be connected with special muscular development, these particular talents nevertheless originate in the head, even to the extent that they are expressed in a person's body build and the like. In many respects, one's individual abilities depend on whether one is a giant who can snap tree trunks or a little pipsqueak. This all has its origin in the head. The individual abilities a person is born with all originate from the head. The effect one person has on another stems from our interactions in life between birth and death, like language and all the social elements in human life. But when it comes to our experiences, we are entering a far more complex chapter than most people today imagine, because people today seldom become experienced individuals due to not opening themselves to receive the experience. Most people today even have a certain embarrassment when it comes to being experienced. When they have to admit that they see things differently now from how they saw them 10 years ago, they feel ashamed, although they should not feel ashamed that over 10 years they have grown more astute, but nevertheless they feel ashamed. Using life to become wiser is not an ideal for modern people. For the most part, people today squander their lives when it comes to becoming experienced. But the individual element in us comes to expression in becoming experienced. You might be a genius at working with capital, but what you produce through your genius with capital will only be influenced in a very small way by what you have undergone in previous incarnations. These previous incarnations are, to a high degree, mostly not guilty when it comes to being a genius, for genius is something that is brought about by an interaction between the cosmos and the forces of heredity through many generations. Geniuses are given to all humanity and are certainly not dropped from heaven so that they can please themselves. But what we gain by growing more prudent year by year and into our old age is something people are especially embarrassed about today. The fact that from year to year we grow more prudent, that we receive the experiences of life in order to become wiser, is connected with our incarnations. You see, if we look at a personality such as Goethe's, we come to extremely curious and significant findings. We can speak of Goethe's genius. This Goethean genius was already evident in his youth. But the abilities that were evident in his youth had what we might perhaps call the value of something fallen from heaven. But as Goethe became an old man, became more and more mature, and never ceased to mature, so there gradually took shape and evolved what he had brought with him from previous incarnations. But people hate this even today. Goethe himself complained that what he considered he had not earned, namely the works of his youth, were particularly valued by people, whereas what he had attained through his life experience was rejected. I have often cited a poem by him with regard to the first part of Faust. The second part was not yet in view. This is a literal translation. Quote, "People praise Faust and other things that blustered in my writings for their benefit. The old nonsense pleases them greatly. The rabble think they aren't one anymore." Close quote. But this has continued far into our days. How the genuine and very clever, gifted Swabian Fischer, the so-called V. Fischer, has ranted about the second part of Goethe's Faust, parodied it, called it a cobbled-together, botched job of Goethe's old age, because our time has very little feeling for the process of maturing, for gaining experience. But this ties in with the fact that modern life contributes nothing to answering the question, what truly is the human being? For the answer to what truly is the human being as human being can actually only come from life experience. But this life experience cannot be gathered in any way that excludes the spiritual. As individual life proceeds, we must gradually develop the feeling where we say to ourselves, you don't learn only from the external course of things, but you also learn from what emerges from the underground regions of things. At the same time, all these things are such that, from a certain higher perspective, they make it inevitable for the question to arise, how do we separate the intellectual domain from the state? If the sphere of thought were to remain tied to state structures, this sphere of thought would not be able to develop in the way that is necessary for people to have real life experience. The state would have increasingly to flatten out the life of thought, because the state would not be able to engage in the subtle intimacies of intellectual life that in turn lead to real experience. The state would only be able to involve itself in an intellectual life that was entirely democratic, because democracy belongs to the state. In its own depths, however, the life of thought can never operate entirely democratically. You can't go down into the depths of thought, nor into the depths of human knowledge, if you want to stay with democracy. But in the state, everything has to be democratic. In the state, judgments should only be made on matters where any individual can judge any other individual. A genuine knowledge of the human being could never arise in this way. It must be pushed away into a field entirely of its own, where it can function as a life of thought in itself. People today do not really meet each other, and this will continue until they see each other in spirit. This was not necessary in ancient times, because people then were not as complicated as they are today. As I have explained from a different perspective, the complexity in human nature today arises particularly from the fact that people, humanity as a whole, only grows to be 27 years old, meaning that by itself it only develops up to its 27th year. What happens subsequently does not develop of itself as in ancient times, but its development has to be sought. Thus, the situation today is that the young person undergoes a development up to their 27th year, during which the elements of humanity come flying to them. The person can expect this up to the 27th year of life. Then the 27th year arrives, and life by itself no longer bestows anything. And in response, the person does nothing. So from this point onward, life starts to become hollow, empty, barren, if the person doesn't exert themselves at the present time to take up the spiritual life, which, as I have said, is pouring like a wave over humanity. This crisis, which actually occurs in every human life today around the 27th year, and lasts until about the 35th year, comes to expression in characteristic phenomena. Everything that lives in human nature in general expresses itself particularly radically, particularly strongly in individual phenomena. Thus, not so long ago, there was an individual regarded as a very leading figure, although what he led was not very much, who at a certain moment was faced with an important decision. But at the same time, as this decision, something else revealed itself in this individual. This individual had had an incarnation in the 9th century of the Christian era, and had been a kind of black magician in a southern region of Europe. This worked into this individual's present incarnation in such a way that when this decision arose, the decisive event, this individual actually died, meaning that the body was deserted by the soul that had reincarnated into it. but the individual continued to live externally, still existed. Just think what opportunities there are for all kinds of Ahrimanic spirits and individualities to continue living in such a deceased person. This is one of many such instances that are produced in manifold ways by the complexity of modern life. Such things play into what are human actions today, and also into what are human destinies. Without having at least a feeling for such incisive things as the case I have just cited, one cannot reach a proper judgment of events. I have often stressed, and there are individuals here to whom I have often stressed this, that it is not possible to judge the history leading up to this world catastrophe in the way history was previously judged, because windows were opened everywhere for Ahrimanic beings that then came flying in, and because spiritual causes of the strangest and most dubious nature played into the events of July 1914, it will not be possible to talk about what led historically to this world war catastrophe without the aid of the spiritual factors. But just think how vital it is today to really take things seriously. Take what I just mentioned as a primary phenomenon. Up to the 7th year of age, the human being develops the physical body. Up to around the 14th year, the etheric body. Up to the 21st year, the astral body. Up to the 28th year, the sentient soul. And here it is the 27th year that is particularly important today. Then, up to the 35th year, the intellectual soul is at work. Then the consciousness soul. It is in the intellectual soul, as you can read in my title Theosophy, that the I emerges. But in terms of what is given by human nature, the human being develops only up to their 27th year. Human beings develop so as to expect the emergence of the I in the intellectual soul. But this doesn't happen on its own, because development from the 28th to the 35th year no longer takes place by itself. This is the immense question confronting people today. They live on beyond their 27th year. They have contributed nothing to the development that gives the real feeling of I, capital, and therefore the feeling of humanity, knowledge of the human being. What does this lead to? To the question, what really is the human being? And the answer people come to is, away from the human being to the Übermensch, which only gives us a lyric content, or such things as, quote, there is something wrong in me. Consequently, I have not come into the world the way a person should. I am on a special path. And not only me, there are many of us. We have to be peculiar and don't fit into any order. Whom do we see as guilty? For us, we, ourselves, and life are guilty. Close quote. The question, what truly is the human being, arises here out of spiritual science. It rises out of present-day human nature. I ask you, is it not a serious task for the future to consider separating the life of thought which enables us to have life experience, including experience concerning the spirit, from what could never produce intimately subtle life experience, from the democratic life of the state? Do you believe that anything could ever arise in an academic faculty of theology, or law, or philosophy, or medicine, or politics, or science? I believe these are all faculties that already exist today, which could draw attention, for example, to the fact that in the dangerous period between the 27th and 35th year, an inner desolation can come over a person, which in an extreme case can lead to the soul departing. But the person continues to appear to be alive only by being possessed by some kind of Ahrimanic entity. The complexity of modern life requires that the intellectual domain be enabled to expand into the spiritual. The most important questions cannot be grasped today on the surface of life. And how is pure state democracy, which is totally justified at the level of the state, supposed to create suitable conditions for what has to come to humanity now, namely the emergence in the future of individuals who will become more and more vital and who bring what they have to say about life entirely as a message from the spiritual world. If it should not be possible for spiritual messages from the spiritual world to be carried to humanity in the future, Earth evolution would in no way be able to attain its goal. But the possibility of the emergence of such a free life of thought depends on the freedom of the intellectual domain, depends on the intellectual and cultural life being emancipated from the state and placed on its own independent footing. Otherwise, things happen like what once happened somewhere far from here, at a university where the teaching was always only done by people who didn't have anything special to say. A call went up in the Democratic Assembly to appoint people who were real authorities in their field. But the Democrats banged their sticks on the ground. Quote, "We don't want any authorities. We want mediocrity." Mediocrity, close quote. German mittlere Lüt. You see, my dear friends, these things all have a serious and profound basis. And it is our task to draw attention to this serious and profound basis, and above all to oppose the most terrible evil of modern time, superficiality and thoughtlessness. It is often said that the social question is also a spiritual question. But then the spiritual life has to be viewed in its fundamentals and in its real depths. Otherwise, the intellectual analysis, particularly of the social question, will remain decidedly superficial, will remain stuck on the surface. We will continue these studies next Friday, or if another lecture is held, as requested, somewhere near here, then on Saturday at 7 o'clock. I've been asked to let you know that on Wednesday at 8 o'clock in the Bernoullianum, there will be a lecture on, quote, social will and proletarian demands, close quote, organized by a section of the Swiss Students' Association in Basel, to which you are all cordially invited by the students. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 9, given in Dornach on the 11th of April, 1919. From the various discussions arising out of our current situation as humanity, you will have seen that from a certain higher perspective, what we can say about our present era is that humanity is passing through a very significant phase of its existence. When I talk about, in quotes, our present era, we have, of course, to be aware that this encompasses a very long period. And when we speak today of the present time, we are essentially speaking about the developmental era of the consciousness soul. As we know, humanity entered this period around the middle of the 15th century, and will be in this phase for 2,000 years. We know that this era is the 5th post-Atlantean period. We know further that this period will be succeeded by another, in which an aspect of human nature, completely different from what has existed in previous eras, will work its way to the surface. Let's see what this means. Whether looking at longer or shorter periods of time, we always divide humanity's total evolution into phases of a sevenfold nature. We are presently in the 5th post-Atlantean period. We know that in the 6th period, Spirit Self is to take possession of humanity in a certain way, and that our period, even though it also essentially brings to expression the consciousness soul, belongs to the development of the I capital. From this you can see that with the transition from the 5th to the 6th post-Atlantean period, the human being crosses a kind of Rubicon. See illustration. Humanity as a whole enters a phase of evolution that leads into a higher spirituality. This is a very important and significant fact. Now, it is always inadequate to use the developmental phases of an individual person to describe large-scale conditions of evolution. For example, evolutionary conditions that affect the whole of humankind. It easily just results in comparisons. What I am about to discuss is certainly more than just a comparison, but you need to be careful not to take the matter too pedantically. You need to take it, in quotes, broad-heartedly. You know that when a person enters the world we call the supersensory world, they have to cross what we call the threshold of the guardian. One enters the supersensory world by crossing this threshold. You will find a description of this crossing in my booklet titled The Threshold of the Spiritual World. And you can get a more exact idea in certain respects if you read this together with certain chapters of my book, Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, How Is It Achieved? You know that the thinking, feeling, and will that are integrated in the human soul become more separate when we cross the threshold. That thinking becomes, as it were, more independent in itself. Feeling becomes more independent in itself. Willing becomes more independent in itself. Whereas in our ordinary mental life, on this side of the threshold, these three human activities are more merged together, more interwoven. So, we will look at these two factors very closely. That if we wish to enter the supersensory world, we must cross the threshold, and that a kind of split takes place in the three main functions of human soul life, which makes thinking, feeling, and willing independent. What an individual person can undergo consciously in crossing into the supersensory world is something that the whole of humanity is undergoing in this fifth post-Atlantean epoch, without individual people necessarily being aware of it. The threshold through which the whole of humanity must pass lies in this fifth post-Atlantean period. See illustration. The fact that all humanity is passing through this threshold need not come directly to awareness in the individual person. If, for example, people persist in the mindset of the current majority, rejecting all spiritual findings, the whole of humanity would nevertheless still pass through the threshold in the course of this fifth post-Atlantean epoch, but the majority of people would be unaware of it. This stupendous event for humanity, which is a sole spiritual event that can be characterized as the crossing of the threshold, can only be conscious for people if they open themselves to the knowledge conveyed by spiritual science. But if not even a single individual noticed that this crossing of all humanity over the threshold was taking place, that humanity was actually already in the process of this transition, the significance of this passage for the evolution of humanity would nevertheless still be there. An event of this nature taking place in human evolution is not something that depends in any way on whether people notice it or not. The noticing of it may be lost to people. They might, through their inner rigidity, create obstructions for the emergence of knowledge of this fact. But this will not prevent the fact, and what it signifies, from coming to expression in human evolution as a whole. If you take this initially in this abstract form, you will be able to say to yourself that during this fifth post-Atlantean age, during the development of the consciousness soul, significant things, great things are happening in humanity. And indeed, one of the things happening in humanity is that a certain separation is taking place of thought life, feeling life, and will life. Please keep this clearly in mind. A certain separation, a becoming independent of thought life, feeling life, and will life is taking place in humanity in the fifth post-Atlantean period. These three regions of soul life in humanity as a whole are becoming more independent, and this will distinguish humanity of the future from humanity of the past. That the soul in the past was more centralized, whereas the soul in the future will feel itself to be threefold. The individual, for themselves alone, will be able to undergo their own development along the lines indicated in Title Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. How is it achieved? That concerns the individual. But when people come together, they are together as a people, as a nation, in the circulations of commerce and so on. When they interact with one another, recognize and satisfy their common interests, there develops what I have just described. In the living interaction between people, there develops this splitting of the total soul life into three spheres. This is because, as stated, behind the backdrop of existence, the whole of humanity is going through a phase of development that can be compared with the passage or crossing of the individual over the threshold to the supersensory world. Now, it is definitely possible to say that there are people in our time who notice something of these events taking place behind the backdrop of existence. But they notice them, as I should like to put it, in a negative way. I have often mentioned the name Fritz Mautner to you, who wrote a titled Critique of Language and published a thick 2-volume title, Dictionary of Philosophy. Since I mentioned some facts last time about the significance of language in human life, it might be interesting for you to look at the question, what does a modern person think about human soul life, who, like Fritz Mautner, turns his attention precisely to language, but who has no idea of the existence of a spiritual science, has no notion of what spiritual science can give humanity? When such a person, who is completely ignorant of spiritual scientific things, but has an acute mind and is more astute than any number of official academics, turns his attention to the effect of language on the psyche, he articulates curious observations about human development. In general, as you know, modern humanity is infinitely proud of what it calls its science. Fritz Mautner is not at all proud of this science. He thinks very little of this science. For he believes that when people think they have science, they are actually just rummaging about in words, are just clinging to words. And while thinking and communicating in these words, they imagine they have an inner soul life, whereas fundamentally they are just moving in external words. Fritz Mautner shows this. Now you will recall I recently said that of all the structures of our language, the dead have the clearest understanding of what we say to them in verbs, whereas they notice almost nothing at all of what we want when we speak in noun substantives. From this you can get a feeling for what significance speaking has in the real spiritual life of the human being. And when people cannot free themselves in their thinking from the content of language, when they think noun substantively, they are actually thinking something completely unspiritual, something that doesn't reach at all into the spiritual world. By thinking substantively, they simply cut themselves off from the spiritual world. At the present time, it is also very much the case that people cut themselves off from the spiritual world through a certain noun substantive thinking. Peoples who have already fallen into decline and who feel even verbs in a very substantive way cut themselves off completely thereby from the spiritual world. By considering that people today have in their science nothing other than a kind of self-fooling through language, Fritz Mautner comes to what, for the present time, is a highly remarkable view of human soul life. He says, to begin with, people encounter the world. When encountering the world with their senses, they initially take in only those impressions of the world which they describe with adjectives. People don't realize this, but it is a good observation. When you see a bird in flight or see a table just standing there, what you take in through your senses is actually only its physical attributes, like the bird's color. What you perceive of the table is only its attributes. The idea that apart from its attributes you perceive a particular table, that apart from the impressions you describe with adjectives, you perceive something else which you can describe substantively, this is self-deception, is just illusion. With their senses, people only perceive the attributes of things. But when they articulate these sensory attributes with the adjectives of language, they live externally and in their senses with the things. And a person like Fritz Mautner asks himself, if people live externally with things, what can they actually absorb from them? What can they reflect back of them? According to Fritz Mautner, people can only absorb from things what is reflected back in art. We must think of art here as including the most primitive stage of humanity up to what we consider the highest level of art today. When human beings work on what they perceive with their senses, on what they can express in adjectives, it gives rise to art. For people like Fritz Mautner, who have discarded a great deal of modern superstitiousness, particularly the superstition in our schools, artistic creation, including the most primitive artistic creation, is the only thing the human being brings about creatively in association with things. But people are not content merely to express the qualities of things with adjectives. They form substantives, nouns. But with nouns we describe nothing of the external world that we encounter. Fritz Mautner makes this particularly clear, and thus says at the second level, when man rises to an illusory life by forming nouns, mysticism arises in his soul. He believes he is penetrating into the nature of things, and fails to notice that in nouns he actually has nothing. In this area, says Fritz Mautner, one can only dream. Thus his message is, if you really want to live, you must think artistically. Only there will you actually wake up. If you have no feeling for artistic ideas, you will not wake at all in your soul. You are dreaming if you believe you can penetrate into the nature of things beyond mere artistic forms of the sensory properties of matter. Your mysticism will lead you into unreality. But you have a certain satisfaction in this mysticism. You dream about the things of the world by forming nouns, substantives. From a spiritual scientific perspective, this is of course a fatuous assertion, but an exceptionally clever and significant one for our present time, because indeed if people only develop the qualities they love so much today, all they will experience in the whole nounal world in which they can live mystically are dream illusions. Most people are just not aware of this. Strange as it may sound, it is an exceptionally significant fact for our present time that what people actually work with are the external, sense-perceptible attributes of things, which they express in adjectives. They shape these external things by changing their attributes in some way. Then, in addition to working on these external things, perhaps in primitive art, for manual skills or any kind of activity is a primitive art, people turn also, let's say, to the church, to schools. They think that there they hear something about the nature of things, but they only receive a noun substantive education there. In other words, something that is actually pure illusion. An individual like Fritz Mautner has a very accurate sense of this. If we walk over a meadow, see the green expanse differentiated in manifold ways, dotted with white, blue, yellow, pink flowers, there we have what is actually real in the sensory world. But people believe they have something beyond this. When two people walk along a path together, and one reaches out and picks something, he asks the other one, quote, "What's this plant called?" close quote. The other person has perhaps once heard the plant's name from another person or at school, and utters a noun. But this whole activity is illusory, is a dream activity. The real activity is only the seeing of the yellow, a shaped yellow. What is articulated beyond this in a noun is a dream activity. People today love this dream activity, but it actually has no content. Many people who are dissatisfied with merely dealing with external qualitative impressions listen to sermons and go to church services. But everything that lives in their souls through these sermons, through religious services, is basically nothing more than a dream, a sum of illusions, nothing real. People like Fritz Mautner, who look more deeply at the character of language, notice this, and bring to people's attention that the moment they go beyond art or technical activity, they immediately enter the realm of mystical dreaming. Fritz Mautner goes on to differentiate a third level in the soul life of people today. He calls this level science. Today, science is very proud of the theory of development, of evolution. What it describes is expressed principally in verbs. But now, take what I told you about experiencing verb activity. How many people today have a eurythmic experience of verbs? How dry and sober and abstract is people's experience of verbs? The Germans say Entwicklung, which equals development, evolution, literally unwinding, unrolling. We also say evolution, from Latin evolvere, to unroll, to unfold, to express the same thing. But we get nothing from the word Entwicklung, or evolution, unless we are able to have a concrete sense of the whole word, to experience it inwardly. But when people say the present physical human being has evolved from lower organisms, how many of them think of a rolled-up ball of thread which is unwound? If you have a ball of thread that you unroll, you say you unwind it. This is evolution. Latin evolvere, unroll, unwind, unfold. Here you have a concrete idea. Now, take Ernst Haeckel's statement that man has evolved from apes. We won't go into that subject now. Do you believe that he thinks of a ball of thread and that something unwinds from it as man evolves from an ape? There is quite certainly nothing of such a concrete nature in the word that is spoken when we say man has evolved from the apes. Otherwise we should have to think of winding thread into a ball. What does it mean that we say the word evolved without picturing anything at all? This is precisely the curious thing, that people today, when thinking scientifically, express themselves primarily in verbs, resort to verbs, but no longer think anything in these verbs. For if they were to make clear for themselves, from a linguistic perspective, what they are thinking, they would not be able to reconcile this with what they are thinking in reality. Scientific concepts are actually nothing other than pieces of scientific thoughtlessness. You can open the fattest erudite book, particularly on national economic theory, and go through the concepts. You will find that there are as many pieces of thoughtlessness as there are concepts. Now, someone like Fritz Mautner, who has no notion of spiritual science, can naturally not see into the causes of this thoughtlessness. We, however, having recently discussed matters associated with language, are able to see into them. But Fritz Mautner feels that when people today speak scientifically, their scientific discourse, because of the limits of linguistic thought, is actually nothing more than a form of thoughtlessness. And indeed, one has to concede that there is no getting round the fact that at the lowest school level, where the children are very much sinned against, the child's mind, which still likes to have things presented to it in a sense-perceptible way, makes it necessary for us to give it a certain amount of concrete thoughts. When people enter secondary school, however, one can require more thoughtlessness of them, and then content in concepts ceases. And when we reach university, the pinnacle of thoughtlessness is what is passed on there as science. For today only procedures, technology, what is produced in the laboratory or in the dissection room, what is technical and man-made, has a semblance of reality. But what is thought? It makes no sense when I say, what is thought? Because after all, nothing is thought. What is cultivated is thoughtlessness. What is thought is nothing resulting from thought. It is thoughtlessness. This is Fritz Mautner's feeling about this. Hence he presents the three levels of his spectrum. Firstly, art. Secondly, mysticism, which, however, is a dreaming. And thirdly, science, about which he says that, in reality, it is a docta ignorantia, an erudite unknowing. Such a thing articulated by a man like Fritz Mautner must be seen as the confession of a representative of the present time. This is what is said by someone who has discarded the superstition under which most people live today, and who, through an examination of language, realizes what emptiness is being poured over present-day humanity by the teaching of supposed thoughts at the heights of education, which, however, are only thoughtlessness. And this thoughtlessness is poured in a cascade of words into popular literature and finally becomes the awful word quagmire of journalism, from which most people today feed their minds. If you think about what I have presented here, using an individual who is representative of the times, who has no notion of spiritual science, and if you consider that although I chose Fritz Mautner as an example, there are many other individuals I could have presented, only they do not express the matter so precisely, with such blinkered system as Mautner. And if, in addition, you look impartially at the discussions people are having today, from ordinary coffee table gossip to the congresses at class level, federal level, national level, right up to the Duma, there is a collective clamor there, pervaded by the sounds of speech, words, and thoughtlessness. But this, if we discuss it, describes the real situation in which we have to call culture today. This describes the world, which, if we don't want to cause offense when addressing it, we have to call the cultural world today. All I have depicted are the actual facts and nothing else. And it is the task of spiritual science to see bravely through this situation without self-illusion. And you see, even people who are not involved in spiritual science come to the conclusion that it is a terrible superstition to regard science in the way it holds sway today as something real, that it is a docta ignorantia. And it has become so only gradually. Ever since Nicholas of Cusa designated it a docta ignorantia in the 15th century, that is what our science has increasingly become. Daft individuals could, of course, now come along and say, quote, "What's that you're saying now? You've told us so many times that the present time has achieved great triumphs in natural science, and that you fully recognize precisely these scientific triumphs." Close quote. Yes, indeed, my dear friends, but nature is that which contains no thoughts in itself. Science can reach its greatest heights precisely in the age of thoughtlessness, because we don't need thoughts. We only need external word formula in order to hold scientific facts together. Natural science has attained its greatness precisely because, in order to be proper science, it is allowed to be thoughtless, is even meant to be. But what I have tried above all to bring to your attention is that some are noticing in the present time how humanity is undergoing something that makes its inner soul life a dreaming, and science a sleeping, an ignorantia. This is the comfortable and pleasant feeling people get from science and scientific thinking today, which lets them sleep in it so cozily. People simply do not believe how soundly humanity is asleep when it thinks it knows something, how its belief in the authority of what it calls science, and what is given to it as science, reaches the point of excess, nor how, in its deep sleep, it cannot apply this science anywhere to its real surroundings. Indeed, it regards it as fantasy when scientificity is applied to external life. Suppose you had all the scholarly works on psychiatry, all the books on mental disease in a library, and it would have to be a very big library. From the viewpoint of the present day, you would have a great deal of sagacious thought collected there. But we would also, naturally, have to assume that the psychiatrists who work professionally with these things know what is in the books, know the chief aspects at least. And indeed they do know it, but sleepingly. For when it is a matter, for example, of looking at life, of seeing that an individual who for years has dominated the events of a large part of Europe, yet really was and is insane, their science of psychiatry is of no use. for they don't think to apply their science to real life. Things were not always like this in the course of human development. If we go back to other ages, we find this was not the case to the same extent, and it is less and less the case the further back we go. When people still had atavistic clairvoyance, their dreams were not dreams in the present sense, but had a soul content in which they perceived realities. And it was out of sleep that people sought to understand human affairs. But things have changed today to the extent that if people wish to remain human, they must gain a different kind of knowledge from the one Fritz Mautner sees as a docta ignorantia, or a dreaming mysticism. People have to wake up, and they can only wake up through the findings of spiritual science. This is why I call what has to emerge a, in quotes, waking up. This waking up must become something very real, something that has a deep effect on life. People speak and think today in words. We have described this. Hence they believe they have thoughts. But in reality, these thoughts are not there. For what are thoughts for the modern person when he or she comprehends them really as thoughts? They are nothing at all that is real. They are reflections of real things. And even when a modern person tries, indeed particularly then, to rise up to real thought, strives for a real life of ideas, they have to realize that these ideas are shadow images of a reality and not reality itself. I recently mentioned a chapter of Hegel to you. I said you would find it difficult because Hegel always moves in thoughts. And moving in thoughts is what is so terribly difficult for people today. One is even seen as obnoxious, highly obnoxious, when one moves in thoughts. When I first began speaking about anthroposophy in Berlin, all sorts of people came from the most diverse trends of so-called spiritual life, wanting to see what was going on. People came who were involved in spiritualism, who were trying to discover things about the spiritual world, using all sorts of questionable mediumistic methods. And people came along who had dreamt many things about the spiritual world. And it often happened that precisely the people who were somewhat mediumistic regularly fell asleep during my lectures. One could see many of them sound asleep. And then they stayed away, and some of them said they were not allowed to go to these lectures again because the spirits had told them the lectures worked with ideas, with thoughts, and they shouldn't go to them. I still vividly remember one particular lady. She seemed to have felt unwell, and made with quite some speed for the door. No sooner was she outside than she had to lie down. This was the impact that the giving of thoughts had on her. In general, people today are really not trained for thoughts. They would rather consider movement in the projections of language to be thought. But it is precisely when one does engage in thought that one realizes how, in our current fifth post-Atlantean epoch, when one really thinks, meaning when one lives in thoughts, one only has the shadow image of something. When one grasps the character of thought life properly, one notices that, in a certain sense, the soul moves there on the surface of thoughts, and that something is behind this that remains in the unconscious. This is the soul. But the soul sees something which it sends out in advance, as it were, as the shadow image of the element in which it lives. But the soul has to enter into what it really lives in. It has to grasp the shadow images, thoughts, ideas, and has to carry these into something that in many respects in people today remains unconscious. How can it do this? It can only do this by taking into its thought life that about which we can have no illusions when we receive it. This is thought will, the sense of engaging our will when we think, the sense that we are present when we think, that we really lead one thought to the next, that we always have an underlying image when we think. People today don't like this. People today sit, stand, walk, and their thoughts just play through their heads in the form I have just described, as what is actually thoughtlessness. but it plays through their heads. People give themselves up to these so-called thoughts, hand themselves over passively, accept any so-called thought that rolls through their head. And the consequence is that thought will, the will element, the element that works actively in thoughts, is one of the very rarest things in the human soul today. The people who consider themselves to be in leading positions today are in general the least inclined to sit down and be active in their will. They quickly reach for the newspaper so that their thoughts can be rolled out from outside, or for a book so as not to develop the inner activity that really leads to active thinking. With regard to this active thinking, modern humanity lives, it can't be called anything else, in social laziness. All this gives us the real shape of the transition felt by a person like Fritz Mautner when he articulates things such as I have just characterized for you. But all these things are epiphenomena, accompanying the crossing of the threshold by all humanity. In this fifth post-Atlantean epoch, the whole of humanity must pass, must get through the grave guardian. And precisely in this age of consciousness soul development, people must become conscious that humanity is passing through this stage of its evolution. But here a kind of split must ensue in soul life. What was formerly centralized in a unity must be split into a trinity, and each separate part must be centralized in itself. Because we are dealing here with humanity in its communal life and not with the individual, this can only happen if there are external, in quotes, points of attachment, on which this tendency toward an inner threefoldness can anchor itself for further development. It is essential that these external points of attachment are present in the social organism in which the human being lives. This is certainly not some kind of indignant aperçu needing to be stated today about the threefold social order. It is what has to be made clear to humanity out of the signs of the times, out of the signs that arise when we consider that humanity is having to pass the grave guardian of the threshold. And if you want to find an inner characterization of the reasons why a threefolding of the social organism must be established, please read once more the chapter in Title Knowledge of the Higher Worlds that deals with the guardian of the threshold. It is all there already, from a different perspective. You can see from this that in studying spiritual science, we are studying the most important impulses of humanity's present development. That from the most diverse perspectives, spiritual science draws attention to the most intensively active requirements of modern life. And when, in the chapter on the guardian of the threshold entitled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, reference is made to the splitting of the human soul into three parts, into thinking, feeling, and will, it calls at the same time for thought to be directed for all humanity to the threefold social organism. This is how things are connected. If you look at an individual who crosses the threshold to the supersensory worlds, you can say, quote, this person experiences a split into a separate thought life, feeling life, and will life, close quote. If you look at modern humanity, which behind the scenes of historical development during the fifth post-Atlantean epoch is crossing the threshold, you will have to say, quote, this humankind must find its thought life in an independent thought organism or social structure, its feeling life, that is, the relationship of feelings between one person and another, in an independent legal organism, and the will life in the circulation of the economy, in an economic organism, close quote. If you look at these things in this way, you will have the right reasons, the deeper reasons, for why a threefold organism is so essential. And then you will also be able to get beyond the mere babbling of words that is so dominant in many respects at the present time. You will then see that at the present time we shouldn't be disputing in words, but should be realizing that words only get their weight and point to thoughts when we turn them in the right direction. When, for example, we consider that everything that must develop as the life of thought in the thought organism of humanity is the cultivation of individual capacities. This means that in the thought organism, individualism must hold sway. In the organism of law or the state, democracy must hold sway, because this has to do with what every individual develops in relation to other people. And in the field of economics, in the associative life that includes colleagues or associations and cooperatives that arise through the connection between production and consumption, in the field of the economic organism, in other words, socialism must hold sway. But things must emerge separately for the three independent sectors. At the moment we are living at a time when Ahriman is playing games with people by lulling them into illusions about what ought to happen. Thus he gets them to mix together the will organism and the feeling organism, namely socialism and democracy, as was the case in ancient times, and gets them to say, "We want social democracy." But the individualist aspect is completely left out here because people don't like thoughts. Otherwise one would have to say, quote, "We want individual social democracy," close quote, which would cancel the most important ideas of current social democratic policy. In the confusion that joins socialism and democracy together into social democracy, you can see the working of Ahriman in humanity. But at the same time, you see from this how we must feel that out of these games Ahriman is playing with people, we must develop what is right. And we will only feel the gravity of this what is right when we bear in mind the passage over the threshold in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, and know that because all humanity lives in the social organism, a threefolding of the social organism must take place as truly as a threefolding must take place in the individual human being when he crosses the threshold. We will continue tomorrow. We will come together again at 7 o'clock. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner, Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, 12 lectures translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 10, given in Dornach on the 12th of April, 1919. Let us briefly recall what we tried to explain yesterday. We said that present-day civilized humanity as a whole is passing through something similar to what, in the development of an individual person, we can call the crossing of the threshold into the spiritual world. When we discuss the development of the individual in the way I have done in my books titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, How Is It Achieved, and titled The Threshold of the Spiritual World, we usually have in mind the conscious ascent into supersensory life. With the crossing of the threshold, we also have in mind there a completely conscious process, as we have often described. I said yesterday that we mustn't take the concepts too rigidly when we are required to transpose them from one area to another. I must therefore say, what the whole of humanity is presently going through is something similar to a crossing of the threshold. I have already indicated that it could indeed happen, it is certainly possible, that humanity rejects spiritual science. It would then have no means by which to know anything about the fact that the whole of humanity is undergoing such a process as the crossing of the threshold. Completely different processes take place in what has to pertain as the crossing of the threshold for the whole of humanity from those that take place in an individual person when entering in a conscious way into the supersensory world. And I indicated yesterday that the crucial point for humanity as a whole in crossing the threshold, which must happen during the course of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, the age of the consciousness soul, consists, as you already know in its essentials, in the splitting of the three soul faculties into a certain mutual independence. For the whole of humanity, I am not talking now about the individual, but about humanity, insofar as people interact with one another. For the whole of humanity, thinking, feeling, and willing will not remain so chaotically mixed together as they are now. The soul life of all humanity separates out in such a way that people feel their thinking, feeling, and will to be more independent than was previously the case. And this is why humankind needs the division of the social organism into three areas in the future, in a way that was not needed in the past. When one talks today about this threefold structure of the social organism, one is talking out of the awareness of something that the universe is carrying out with all humanity as a matter of necessity, according to spiritual laws. Now, we mustn't make the mistake of immediately seeing individual events too much in terms of the greater comprehensive picture. We have only undergone a small portion of consciousness soul development since the middle of the 15th century. An age of this nature lasts for more than 2,000 years. So this age of consciousness soul development will continue for a long time still, and will be evident in various stages, in a variety of events, but which we must understand as this crossing of the threshold into the supersensory. So, please, do not make the mistake in your thinking of identifying only the present world catastrophe as the more encompassing aspect I spoke about yesterday. It would be a mistake to do so. But it is no mistake to try to understand the events in which one is living, what is happening around one, in terms of the great processes that encompass long ages. For we only find our way in relation to individual events if we understand them in this way. So, let us discuss something today that is part of the symptomatology, the indicative symptoms of this development of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch after crossing the threshold. The emergence of the age of consciousness soul development can be seen particularly clearly in the culture of Central Europe. To be sure, the emergence of Central European culture was in distinct preparation already in the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, then led to certain events which we will presently discuss, and took shape in Central Europe in such a way that has led very particularly at the present moment of humanity's development to the catastrophe in Central Europe, and must simply continue to lead in this direction. The fact is that this Central Europe is doomed to experience certain things, firstly more rapidly, and secondly more energetically, more characteristically than the rest of Europe. We can clearly see how toward the 15th century there emerges in Central Europe an element that ushers in the age of consciousness soul development. And now we can see in the catastrophic events precisely in Central Europe what a hard journey humanity has to cover in this age of consciousness soul development, what hard battles, what terrible upheavals have to be undergone, so that the age of consciousness soul development can push the impulses that lie within it to the surface of historical development. When we look at the year 1200, we find that this in particular has a certain significance for Central Europe. This is generally taken to be the approximate time at which the Nibelung saga was completed. The comparison is often made that this saga was for the Central European populace what Homer was for the Greeks. What comes to expression in the Nibelung saga in pictorial, imaginative form is the evidently significant destiny of a people in a time far preceding the age in which the Nibelung saga was completed. And anyone today who looks at the Nibelung saga with an honest inward frame of mind, and at what others later created from it, individuals like Wilhelm Jordan, Richard Wagner, and others, will have to say to themselves that the humanity, the human nature that shines out from the Nibelung saga, is basically, by now, little understood by the modern person. The Nibelung Saga refers back to a time when Central Europe looked very different from how it was after the beginning of the 12th century. The Nibelung Saga points back to a time in which even the landscape of this Central Europe must have looked very different, a landscape that produced very different human characters from those of later times. If one has a pictorial, perceptive capacity, one can't but sniff out, if I can put it like that, from the Nibelung Saga, how the people this story tells about lived in isolated expanses that were covered far and wide by dense forest. Forest character and everything that influences people by living in lands covered with forest is what the Nibelung Saga expresses. We can't imagine that the Nibelung people, even in their form in the Nibelung Saga, where the characters are very humanized, looked like the people, for example, of Germany later on, in the year 1200. We must picture these people as having a different soul life from those later people. We must picture them as having far more instinctive, more elemental feeling than people of later times. The ray of Christianity had also not yet entered into these Nibelung people. However, we don't want to look so much at the content of this soul life as at what comprised its structure, its quality. It was altogether more instinctive, if we don't misunderstand this word. Something wilder, more elemental, with a more primordial force than later, welled up in people. Roughly after the end of the time referred to in the Nibelung Saga, there arises what we can call the medieval burgher period of Central Europe, the period of the Central European bourgeoisie, or middle class. How did this come about? It came about by wide areas of the forest being cleared, so that over large stretches of Central European land, in areas which had previously been covered by almost impenetrable forest, there now appeared meadows and cornfields. This produced people who were different from the last of the forest people. This brought about the emergence of the Central European middle classes in the first period of consciousness soul development. And indeed, the characteristic attributes of these European middle classes cannot be seen more strongly than in Central Europe. The reason for this is that in Central Europe, up to the present time, the destiny of the middle class has, I should like to say, tragically, been rounded off, because in our day it has reached a certain conclusion. The middle class in Central Europe has basically reached the end of its development. Because of its characteristic disposition and its nature, precisely in Central Europe, it has gone through certain things. Due to the world catastrophe and what is now following after it, it will continue to undergo certain things completely different from the rest of Europe's middle classes. Those other European middle classes will pass through certain phases of development which in the Central European middle class are already clearly pointing to a final catastrophe. Thus, in Central Europe's middle class, we already have a kind of rounded-off destiny. Its emergence in the period when wide stretches of later Germany are transformed from forested regions into fields and meadows, then its development from the 13th to the 20th century, and its terrible, tragic fall in the 20th century. The symptomatology of this phenomenon, which in Central Europe has come to a certain conclusion, cannot be studied anywhere other than in Central Europe. And anyone who is serious about really looking at the great impulses of human evolution should not be faint-hearted about focusing their attention on the characteristic and significant symptoms that come to expression here. For everything else in Europe can only be understood if we look impartially from the highest perspective of spiritual science at this rounded-off sequence of destiny. We are actually talking only one-sidedly about a cultural trend when we say, quote, from the 13th century onward, there emerges from the Nibelung people the subsequent Central European bourgeoisie that becomes the bearer of this Central European culture, close quote. This is talking about it one-sidedly. However, it is nevertheless true and rightly applicable within the boundaries of this region. Because within this region, although in a one-sided way, the soul mood that can be attributed to this Central European middle class spread out over the towns of Central Europe. It was from this middle class that the culture of Central Europe developed. From one perspective, this is perfectly correct, but it is not the whole truth. It is only a portion, a part of the phenomena that have emerged in Central Europe, and which, along with many things that have developed with it, is today gasping its last. The other side is that an element of the old forest and Nibelung people still exists. These are people whose nature is such that they still have living in their soul the age about which the Nibelung saga tells us. The people who, if I can put it like this, developed under the sunshine of the cornfields and meadows into the middle classes of Central Europe, were not the only people who developed from the year 1200 and on into the 20th century. There were other people present who had retained something of the old inner soul wildness and soul primitiveness of the Nibelung people. When we look at a phenomenon such as this, we must not forget that the forward movement of time has significance for the development of humankind, that it is a reality in human evolution. And someone who retains what actually belongs to a previous age of soul culture doesn't remain in the same soul mood that prevailed in that old soul culture, but becomes decadent, falls lower, comes into a trajectory of decline. They become alien to what is appropriate to the new time. They develop in a later period what ought to have been developed in an earlier one. In a later period, they don't, therefore, develop this in the way they would have done in the earlier period, but pathologically. They develop it with the characteristic signs of decline, of decadence. Thus we see one line of development in the modern era, middle classes of Central Europe, the uppermost product of the cornfields and meadows that were cleared from the forests. And, on the other hand, amongst these burghers of Central Europe, we see people who had retained the old soul life of the Nibelung period, who had adopted the New Age and even Christianity only externally, and therefore expressed this old inner Nibelung soul character in a state of decay. These people who expressed this old Nibelung character in a state of decline are the medieval territorial princes and their followers, who have now been toppled from their thrones by the dozen. To this medieval progeny belongs preeminently everything that has to do with the substance, the human substance of the House of Habsburg, but also with the other territorial princes of Central Europe. No one can understand what is actually happening so tragically at the moment who is not able to see that for centuries the more advanced portion of the Central European population has been ruled and governed by the portion which, in a form of decay, has retained the soul character of the old, wild people of the Nibelungs. There was indeed an immense contrast between the completely inner soul configuration of the people we could call the offspring of Central European burgherdom, and those who sat on the kings' and princes' thrones and their entourages. The soul of any king of Bavaria or duke of Braunschweig and an average German person who has absorbed an average German education are two completely different mental spiritual potencies. They lived side by side in past centuries like two foreign races, perhaps with even stronger differences than two foreign races. We must have the courage to look squarely at an underground fact of history such as this. For what touches human destiny and human development by far the most is not the external events recorded by conventional history. Now keep in mind that this fate of having to live under a number of individuals who had retained an earlier age in their soul life applied precisely to the middle class of Central Europe, not to the rest of Europe's middle class. To understand this better, take for example what became the English-speaking people, who had originated from this Central European burgherdom, but had then migrated away. They had not allowed themselves, if I can put it like that, to get involved in the development undergone by Central Europe. They took with them what was present in earlier times in European or Central European burgherdom, and had not had to wear it down in struggles with remnants of the Nibelung people. This is why, for example, as I've mentioned elsewhere, certain instincts are present in the English-speaking people for the development of the consciousness soul, which are quite absent in Central Europe. These are instincts primarily for political life, whereas the population of Central Europe had to remain apolitical, non-political, had no disposition to participate in a political life, because they were ruled by people who had retained an earlier age in their soul life. With what magnificent vividness do we meet what I described earlier when we look at the second half of the 18th century and look at the flowering of the Central European bourgeoisie, at its intellectual and spiritual flowering. We need only mention Klopstock, Lessing, Herder, Schiller, Goethe, and many others. And we have the flowering of what had developed from the Nibelung age in seminal form around the year 1200. And in the same age, in contrast to these individuals, who represent the flowering and whose highest culmination we find in Goethe and Goetheanism, we have the very worst preservation of Nibelung wildness in full decline in Frederick the Great. Look where you might for contrasts in humanity. There is none that appears so tragic in its perspective as that between Goethe and Frederick the Great. With regard to the history that followed this, we can only say that the most extreme thoughtlessness, the most awful indifference toward spiritual intellectual interests emerged in the 19th century, and would have to continue into the 20th century, so that Goetheanism, the greatest intellectual and spiritual impulse entering into humanity in that century, went as good as completely unnoticed. For almost nothing of Goetheanism has been given consideration by our general culture. To this belongs the whole thoughtlessness, the inner untruthfulness of this 19th and early 20th century culture that takes the impulse of Frederick the Great to be characteristic for the modern age, the, quote, age of Frederick the Great, close quote. One could actually say nothing more inaccurate about Frederick the Great than what is said in the usual historical accounts. One must see the latest events as being based on this foundation, not only local events, however, but events that impact deeply on international life, events which, to be sure, humanity up to the present day is completely asleep to. Is there anything more tragicomical than that people who distanced themselves from everything that developed in Weimar are now convening in Weimar for the farce of the present National Assembly? It would be simply impossible to think up anything more nonsensical than the convening of this present assembly in Weimar. Simply impossible. This is what I meant earlier when I spoke about a quicker and more energetic development. I am reminded today of many conversations I had in the 80s of the previous century, that is the 1880s, with all sorts of people who are great enthusiasts of German culture. For example, with Heinrich Friedjung, who later wrote a history of the New Austria. I mentioned him in another context in my lecture in the Bernoullianum, and you will find this particular work mentioned in one of my lectures, which is also printed in the lecture cycles. It was said at the time that Central Europe, in the era of Lessing, Herder, Goethe, Schiller, and those associated with them, had reached a culmination of humanity's intellectual development. Friedjung and others who were among the company said roughly that now things must go further, must continue to ascend. I remember very well that I said, quote, "No, that was the climax. From now on there will be a decline." In that era, the characteristic nature of Central Europe had taken the subjectivity it had within it and pushed it out onto the surface of human development, close quote. Naturally, they took great exception to this, perhaps even regarded it as nonsense. I can certainly understand that what I have to say, and have had to say throughout my life, is regarded by my contemporaries as nonsense. But it is a characteristic phenomenon that what began in the year 1200 reached the end of its course in the stupendous cultural culmination of Herder, Lessing, Goethe, Schiller. That this cultural culmination happened, but cannot be understood within the national life of Central Europe. It will only be understood by a spiritual scientific life that is no longer national, as I have always stressed, but wishes to be supranational, international. This should be genuinely cultivated at the present time in our spiritual science, in contrast to all national chauvinism. The characteristic phenomenon will be that only by this spiritual, scientific, cultural life can the true substance of what emerged at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries be perceived and lived. We can look back a little to see a certain nuance in this cultural life of Central Europe. For someone who knows how to look at history symptomatically or symptomatologically, there is a very curious fact pointing to deep historical secrets. This fact was that in 1077, so quite a long time, relatively, before the beginning of the new consciousness soul age, Henry IV, a representative of the old Nibelung soul wildness, like all the Salian emperors and the Saxon emperors along with him, had in 1077 to do his terrible penance at Canossa before the former monk of Cluny, or at least an adherent of Cluniac monasticism who had become a great pope. For the great Pope Gregory, who had excommunicated Henry IV and forced him to walk to Canossa, was completely under the influence of the Cluniacs. This influence comprised the aim and movement in the Church at that time to raise the Church to an overwhelming power, to an overwhelming empire in Europe. And all the wildness of the old Nibelung nature came to expression in the Salian Henry IV in his whole relation to Pope Gregory. And then there was something else that came to expression, which continues in a certain way still. What came to expression was that Central Europe could simply not avoid coming into conflict with what, via Rome's influence, had become pseudo-Christianity, with what, out of the original Christian impulse, had become a Christian empire. The old Nibelung wildness had still had to reckon with the Imperium Romanum, but was defeated in a certain sense. It was then superseded by the trend I characterized for you that rose up over the cornfields and meadows of Central Europe's transformed forests. Fundamentally, this new and transformed continuation of the old Nibelung culture was not predisposed in any way to absorb directly the impulse of the Imperium Romanum. It was actually continuously bristling against a politicized Christianity, a Christianity politicized from Rome. And while, on the one hand, it expanded its own nature, unfolded what was in its own being, on the other hand, it saw itself bowed down, ruled, governed by those who, in the way described earlier, had retained and brought to a condition of decline the old soul wildness of the Nibelungs. I will say again, in order to understand such things, we must be clear in our spiritual science that when something that was great in an earlier age is retained into a later time, it becomes pathological and falls into decline. This is what characterizes the contrast between everything that rose up at the beginning of the 13th century, after the old forest clearances, what began to ring out from earth to the skies in the songs of Walter von der Vogelweide, and led to Goetheanism. That is the one side, which is apolitical, and goes through a cycle of development in itself. And this, through its own structures and without recognizing the importance of the fact, has beside it on the thrones and in the principalities the declining characters on the other side of the Nibelungs. These were the conditions and the situation in Central Europe at the coming of the 19th century, particularly in its second half and the 20th century. And with this, 19th and 20th century Central Europe was confronted in a different way with what we must describe as Europe of the present, excluding Russia. Among the things that require so much discussion at the present time are talks precisely on modern industrial development, on the age of the machine, on rising capitalism. These are international phenomena. When we speak about the rising age of technology and machines, of the industrial and capitalist age, we are talking about international impulses. But these international impulses have come into effect everywhere in a different way. How one might wish for an impartial description without the dreadful prejudices learned at school that have slipped into conventional history in all areas, of what developed in Central Europe from the days when Walter von der Vogelweide sang his songs, to the days when Goethe spoke of the most elevated things to a humanity that no longer understood his words. One could wish that at some point what lay in these years of development could be described impartially. One could wish for this to be described in complete accord with the truth. For then untruth will have to be eradicated from where it has penetrated so elementally into human hearts and souls, so that even the most truthful person had to become untrue. Untruth will have to be eradicated from true history. Even Goethe was induced to this untruth when he spoke about Frederick the Great, because the power of the prevailing general preconception was so strong that even the most truthful person could not but go along with the others. Truth requires something quite different from any sort of blind belief in authority or the like. This is why truth is such a shunned individuality in the development of humankind, such a shunned entity. This is why the truth is what produces so much tragedy in human development. If one were to describe in accordance with truth, without bias, what lies in the development from the age in which Walter von der Vogelweide sang his songs, to the still-buried treasures of intellectual life that Goethe spoke about to his contemporaries and to posterity, we should be able and obliged to speak about a very particular revelation in the modern age. But we should be impelled to make people aware that for humanity in general, on the earth, something was developing anonymously. Something was happening. And what was not anonymous, what was regarded as world history, was the Luciferic elaboration of the old Nibelung wildness. Thus from 1200 to the 20th century, what was developing naturally in Central Europe stood over against a Luciferic sphere comprising the retarded Nibelung wildness, and unfolds as soul life in the modern age. If we look at what had its starting point around the year 1200, and put this alongside the Luciferic element of the princedoms, the territorial princes, we will understand the special nature of the collaboration that came about as the Ahrimanic element emerged as modern industrialism with its technology and capitalism, and entered into its terrible Ahrimanic Luciferic association with a Central Europe that was headed toward the last gasp of its final phase. It was in the last decade of the 19th and the first decade of the 20th century that the collaboration came about between industrialism and the old territorial principalities, the old Junkerdoms and their adherents, of the declining Nibelung wildness. What has brought about the fall of Central Europe is the marriage of industrialism with the institution of territorial principalities, the political government of Central Europe. What prevented the course of development proposed in my call for a true mission of Central Europe and Germany was the Ahrimanic Luciferic marriage of rising industrialism, which had taken hold of other regions in a different way from the region dominated by the old Nibelung wildness in the territorial principalities of Central Europe. And when a time comes to describe openly and freely the terrible symptoms that prevailed in the tragic world historic downfall between 1914 and 1919, which will have continued to prevail precisely in Central Europe, we will have to describe the terrible and cruel collaboration in Central Europe of the old reprobate Nibelung nobility with the rising industrialists of Central Europe, whose world historic position was unjustified in the light of the inner soul needs of the time. The type of individuals that emerged in Central Europe from these two circles were individuals who, in boundless arrogance from smug practice, had for years trodden down anything that might work toward the reawakening of a recognition for what had begun to sing in Walter von der Vogelweide and came to a conclusion in Goetheanism. It is no wonder that the wider world coined the word militarism to denote with such inaccurate accuracy, with such accurate inaccuracy, this much deeper phenomenon. For the world outside Central Europe is not so very much more profound than Central Europe, truly not. There was no understanding for Central Europe anywhere else, even though we have to say that what had developed in Central Europe, up to Goetheanism, took giant strides backward after Goethe's time. When we speak about crossing the threshold to the supersensory, we must always remember that in ancient times people knew a great deal through their atavistic clairvoyance about what happens to the human soul when it crosses this threshold to the supersensory, namely the portal of death. Various things are happening in humanity, which already today are indications, in a soul-spiritual way, of a passing through the portal of death. And there are various things, as I will say once more, which as isolated phenomena, we should not immediately, directly identify with the great transformative revolutionary impulses of world historical development. But we must be able to bring the details of what happens around us into the illumination that spiritual science can be for us, and which sheds light on the great transformative impulses of the times. Remarkable things indeed have happened precisely in Central Europe, characteristic phenomena. What I have often described to you as that which expresses the reality of soul life through language can be pursued precisely to the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries in this Central European intellectual life. The industrial, technological, capitalist coloring gradually acquired by Central European culture, and which has had its impact everywhere, caused the time before the 12th century to be completely forgotten. Actually, the Germans at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century did not know in reality how they had become and what made them Germans. They didn't know this, had basically no idea. They absorbed the events of this earlier history in a real soul sleep, for nothing had penetrated into the consciousness of the so-called educated classes, who gradually distanced themselves from what had come to a conclusion in Goetheanism, from the real intellectual substance that had begun to emerge there. And thus it could happen. And such phenomena could be multiplied 100 times, 1,000 times over, that elementary people developed an inclination to take a glorification of the age of Germanic heroes, as written by a word blubberer like Ernst von Wildenbruch, as serious dramatic art or serious literature. One can barely keep up with all the things Ernst von Wildenbruch has produced in his dramas about this or that Kaiser, Queen, Prince, and so on, of the distant past. And always the most insignificant family events, never the world historic impulses. One has the feeling that the words in his works sound like tin, like beaten tin. But we have even come to the point in the age of industrialism, which must have a devastating effect precisely on a people originally predisposed to spirituality, in the way the German people are, that people feel the clanging of Ernst von Wildenbruch to be true poetry. And there's more. We have come to the point where people who, from a classical sensibility, from the sensibility they have acquired from classical times, who have gone through a really refined intellectual apprehension of the new art, who have attained a fine intellectual apprehension of their phase of development within the development of humanity, people like Hermann Grimm, who you know is an individuality I admire most of all among modern individualities, we have come to the point where such an individuality as Hermann Grimm can stand in wonder, in deep wonder, before the soulless babble of words from Ernst von Wildenbruch, and compare it to the works of the greatest poets of world history. This is how far modern humanity has come from an inner apprehension of what is true reality. This must be noted if we want to characterize the age in which we live. It must not go without being emphasized or characterized if we are to understand what it means that our age is passing in a certain way through a spiritual death in order to reach a higher stage of human evolution. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, translated by Paul King. This is Lecture 11, given in Dornach on the 13th of April, 1919. You will have seen from the lectures yesterday and the day before that the threefold social order we have so often been speaking about, and which has been the subject of public talks, can truly not be spoken about today by an anthroposophically oriented spiritual science as a matter of opinion, as a matter of subjective wish. My particular intention in yesterday's lecture was to draw your attention to how profound the impulses are that prevail in the life of the nations in the modern civilized world, in the world of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. I tried to show how, roughly, around the year 1200, an impulse awakens which signifies the ascent in Central Europe of what we can call the bourgeois social order, but that mixed in with this Central European bourgeois social life was a retarded soul life from previous centuries, a declining Nibelungism. This was the decaying Nibelungism which shaped itself into the soul life of the ruling, governing upper strata of the Central European states. And I emphasized very particularly what a decisive contrast there was in this Central European life from the 13th into the 20th century, where it has led to the terrible social death throes that have also come upon Central Europe. I then drew attention to the radical contrast between the inner soul experience of the broader bourgeois population and the people who traced their origins to the old culture of knighthood, to the old vassalage, to everything, namely, that was a psychological remnant of the old Nibelungism and constituted the politics of Central Europe, while the broader mass of the burghers remained non-political, apolitical. One must put oneself very earnestly, precisely if one wants to be a spiritual scientist from a practical perspective, into this difference of soul that exists or existed between the so-called educated bourgeoisie and its dependents, and those who sat on the Central European seats of government, however constituted. This is what I discussed yesterday. Today we will look a bit more closely at why this fundamentally magnificent intellectual movement that ascends from Walter von der Vogelweide right up to Goetheanism, but then after Goetheanism undergoes a rapid decline, why this intellectual movement did not manage to get to grips with the functioning of society, to somehow form thoughts about societal life. We have just to consider that even Goethe, who was able to develop the most comprehensive ideas about many things in the world, was only able to give a few hints about how a new social order should be developed among civilized humanity, and was, as one might say rather audaciously, not very clear about them himself. Fundamentally, the tendency toward a threefolding of a healthy social organism has already been in people's subconscious since the end of the 18th century. and the call for liberty, equality, and fraternity, which will only make sense once a threefolding has been established, bears witness to the fact that this subconscious longing for a social threefolding exists. So why did it not see the light of day? This is connected with the whole nature of the intellectual life of Central Europe. Toward the conclusion yesterday, I pointed to a curious phenomenon. I said that Hermann Grimm, so highly respected by me, who was able to shed light on so much to do with art, with general human concerns, with antiquity, fell into the curious untruth of admiring a mere phrasemonger like Wildenbruch. If you will allow a personal remark, I have often drawn attention over the years to something which, when simply related, might seem pretty insignificant to the listener, but which for someone who looks at life symptomologically can have a great and profound significance. Among the many conversations I had with Hermann Grimm in a period when I had personal contact with him, there was one during which I spoke about some things from my perspective which are to be understood spiritually. And when I had finished speaking about these, I have always drawn attention to the fact that Hermann Grimm only responded to this talk about spiritual things with a dismissive gesture of the hand, and said that this was something he didn't wish to go into. At that moment there was in this hand gesture a commentary that was immensely true. In what way was it so immensely true? It was true insofar as Hermann Grimm, with all his penetration into the so-called cultural and intellectual development of humanity, in the arts, in the expression of humankind in general, did not have the faintest notion of what the spirit has to be for the human being of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. Hermann Grimm simply did not know what spirit is from the viewpoint of a person of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. When one discusses something like this, it is of course important not to stand too harshly on the viewpoint of truth. At least with regard to the spirit, a person like Hermann Grimm was truthful. Because he knew nothing about how to think about spirit, he made a dismissive gesture. If he had been one of the phrasemongers who go about today masquerading as prophets and wanting to improve people, he would have believed he could join in the talk about spirit. He would have believed that when one says spirit, 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 that something has really been said that corresponds to a real content one has in one's soul. Among those who have also talked a lot about the spirit over the last few decades, without having a notion of what spirit is, must also be included the majority of theosophists. For actually it can be said that among all the spiritless chatter that has gone on in recent times, the theosophical chatter was the most disheartening, and in part also bore the worst fruits. When one says something such as I have just said about Hermann Grimm, whom I would like to regard here not personally, but as a representative type of our times, we can ask how it is possible that an individual such as this, one who represents Central European life so completely, has no idea about how one needs to think when it comes to thinking about the spirit. Hermann Grimm is really only a representative here of Central European life. And then bear in mind the culture I described yesterday, which around the year 1200, this is approximate of course, emerges as the culture of the bourgeoisie and rises to a peak in Goetheanism. If we bear this brilliant culture in mind, the characteristic feature of it, for which it need not be valued any the less, is that it is pulsated through and through in the most beautiful sense by what we call soul, but completely lacks what we call spirit. We need to appreciate this with all the tragic feeling it calls for, that precisely this culture that was so brilliant lacks what we can call spirit. But naturally we have to understand spirit in the way we learn to understand it through anthroposophically oriented spiritual science. I return again and again to this representative individuality of Hermann Grimm, because the way he thought was how thousands upon thousands of educated people thought in Central Europe. Hermann Grimm has written an excellent book on Goethe, comprising lectures Grimm gave at Berlin University in the 70s of the 19th century. Of all that has been comprehensively said by this educated stratum of people about Goethe, it is true that the best has been said by Grimm. And from the standpoint of his soul, Hermann Grimm had a talent for describing people, but a talent also for apprehending human characteristics accurately, for appraising them in the right way. In this respect, he was brilliant at finding the right words to describe things. I should like to remind you of something. Hermann Grimm was, naturally, also one of the group of people I spoke about yesterday, who, with respect to the Nibelung wildlings, lived in untruth. He was enthusiastic about Frederick the Great and had a very particular idea in his soul as to how Frederick the Great should be pictured as a Teutonic Germanic hero. Now, the English historian and writer Macaulay produced a portrayal of Frederick the Great, written, of course, from an English point of view. In an essay on Macaulay, Hermann Grimm wanted to point out that actually only a German with the right sensibilities can understand Frederick the Great and draw the lines by which this character could be sketched. And he characterized Macaulay's portrait of Frederick the Great very accurately when he writes that Macaulay turns Frederick the Great into the shrewd face of an English lord with snuff on his nose. Now, finding a characterization such as this means we can round off our ideas, that these ideas can become malleable. We could cite many examples that show how a mind like Hermann Grimm's is able to characterize very accurately, and also other similar minds from the whole cultural period of Central Europe I described yesterday. But if, with a good will that arises from a recognition of Hermann Grimm, we look at his monograph on Goethe, which is by far the best of all that has been written, what feeling do we have? We have the feeling that this is something very beautiful, something exceptionally good, but it is not Goethe. Fundamentally, there is actually only a shadow image of Goethe there, like having a three-dimensional form that is cast as a shadow on a wall in only 2 dimensions. I would say that chapter by chapter Goethe wanders like a spectre from 1794 to 1832. A spectral Goethe is depicted, not what Goethe was, what Goethe thought, what Goethe felt, what Goethe willed, but what wandered like a spectre through the decades I have just mentioned. Goethe himself did not bring spiritually to consciousness everything that was living in his soul, living spiritually, that is, in his soul. This is the great problem today when it comes to Goethe, to really raise what was living spiritually in Goethe into consciousness in a spiritual way, something Goethe was unable to do, because at that time it was only possible to have a culture imbued with soul, and not a spiritual culture. And thus when Hermann Grimm, who was firmly rooted in the Goethe tradition, tried to speak about Goethe's mind, he only had a shadow of him, a spectre, a schema. And it is certainly a characteristic phenomenon that what we have to declare to be best of what has been written about Goethe and Goetheanism only gives us a spectre of Goethe. This is a telling phenomenon. So where does the reason lie for the fact that throughout this whole brilliant cultural development, the concept, the experience, the feeling for the actual spirit is lacking? People like Troxler, at times also Schelling, have tentatively alluded to the spirit. But seen purely objectively, we have to say that in this whole culture, the spirit was lacking. And because the spirit was lacking, people were not aware of the needs of the spirit, were not aware of the conditions necessary for the life of the spirit. Such a view of this cultural stream is something that can give rise to a feeling of tragedy, that people were not able to perceive, not able to sense the necessary conditions for the spirit, including the social conditions for the life of spirit. But this is why Central European societal life was able to develop as it did, because it had no real experience of the spirit, and so did not feel the need to create the basic conditions required for this spiritual intellectual life by emancipating it, by putting it on its own footing and separating it from the state. Because people didn't know the Spirit, they also didn't know the innermost life conditions of the Spirit, and therefore didn't feel the necessity, parenthesis, I am still talking about these areas, there were other areas too of the present civilized world where people didn't feel it, but for other reasons, close parenthesis, of establishing the Spirit on its own footing, but let it merge with something in which it could only develop in shackles, with the state. We said that 1200 was the period in which we can place the activity of Walter von der Vogelweide, the period in which the cultural, spiritual life of Central Europe pulsated in mighty imaginations, about which conventional history tells us very little. This cultural life flowed on through the centuries, but already from the 15th or 16th century onward, it began to absorb the seeds of its decline, and the cultural, intellectual life of Central Europe saw the founding of the universities of Prague, Ingolstadt, Freiburg, Heidelberg, Rostock, Würzburg, and so on. The founding of these universities, which seed themselves into the life of Central Europe, occurs in almost just 1 century. With the life and thinking that radiated out from the universities came the tendency toward abstract thought, to what was idolized and venerated as pure natural science. We can say idolized naturally only in a relative sense, and which impacts so devastatingly on people's habits of thought today. And fundamentally, the whole educated bourgeois world derived its nuance from this life. So, what was the nature of this nuance of the educated bourgeois world? Naturally, there was much involved here that did not well up, as it were, in every individual, but in its effect it was transmitted to everyone. Included in this effect was the fact that there emerged more and more, during this period, a receptivity for a completely foreign soul life that took shape in the bearers of bourgeois education, and then culminated in Goethe, Herder, and Schiller. This led, apart from what lay in one's own soul, to the development of essentially foreign elements, foreign impulses. I am drawing attention here to a highly characteristic phenomenon. The souls of these people, who were the bearers of burgherdom, were looking for the mind or spirit, for which they didn't even have the concept. But where did they look for mind? In Greek education. In their middle schools they learned Greek, and the spiritual intellectual content that flowed into their souls was Greek content. In Central Europe, from the 13th to the 20th century, when one spoke of the mind, one would have to say that this was what had been inculcated into one about mind by a Greek education. But Greek education about the mind or spirit was not yet the education of the era in human evolution that we call the age of consciousness soul development. This only began in the 15th century. Thus, this burgherdom bore within it an absolute education, Greek education, which actually only gave it what the Greeks had felt or sensed of the mind. But what the Greek felt of mind or spirit was definitely only the soul side of the mind. The depth of Greek culture lies in the fact that the Greeks managed to rise up precisely to a sense of the highest level of soul. They called this mind or spirit Geist. Certainly the spirit shines down from the heights, Steiner draws on the board. The way I am drawing it here, it shines down from the heights and pulsates through the soul element. But if we turn our gaze upward, we have the soul aspect of the spirit. But the task of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch is to raise oneself into the spirit itself. The cultural development we have been speaking about was not yet able to do this. This is far more important than people usually think, for it clarifies the whole way in which modern medieval education tried to get hold of the spirit. So, what was necessary in order to come to a concept of the spirit, to an inner experience of the spirit, in accordance with modern times? We can study what was necessary to work one's way into an inner experience of the spirit in the modern era precisely by means of such a representative phenomenon as Hermann Grimm. What was necessary for this was precisely what an individual like Hermann Grimm, with his classical education, had no idea about, namely scientific endeavor, the scientific way of thinking. Why? Because the scientific mode of thought is devoid of spirit. The scientific mode of thought, when it is really great, contains not a particle of spirit, nothing spiritual. All natural scientific ideas, all ideas about the laws of nature, are devoid of spirit because they are only shadow images of the spirit. Because when one knows something of the laws of nature, there is nothing of the spirit there. We can then go two ways. We can devote ourselves to science, as many do today. We can go no further than what science gives us. Then we become devoid of spirit. By doing this, we can become great scientific researchers, but we have to be devoid of spirit. That is the one way. The other way is where we experience as something tragic the spiritlessness of science, precisely where it has emerged in its greatness, where with our souls we submerge ourselves into the knowledge of nature. When we dive down with our soul into all the laws of nature that can be discovered, which are interesting and often enlightening, but are devoid of spirit, when we dive down into the natural laws of chemistry, physics, biology, which are obtained from the dissection table, and thus already show how they only yield up the dead aspect of life, when we try to live with knowledge that is not only human arrogance, but when we try to ask, quote, what does this give the human soul? Close quote, then it is experienced. There is no lack of spirit then. This is also the tragic problem of Nietzsche, who was fractured and torn in his soul life, precisely through this sense of lack of spirit in modern scientific education. And then the reaction can come in the inner being of the soul. One can then experience how, in gazing at nature, the mind becomes completely silent, remains mute, says nothing. The soul rears up, gathers together all its strength, and then endeavors to bear the spirit out of its own inner being. This can only occur in the era in which a direct natural predisposition is absent in people, like those with a Central European bourgeois education, and who encounter a scientific culture. Then, if they are not dead inside, if they are inwardly alive, the impulse of the spirit gathers itself in their inner being. Ever since the 15th century, for the spirit to enter human soul life at all, it has to be born through what is dead. Hence those who, with only their classical education, are living out the last fragrance of Greek culture, which allows the soul aspect of the spirit to pulsate through the human soul, only these can still be content in their inner experience, that gives them a sense of this Greek soul-mind or Greek mind-soul. But those, on the other hand, who are required to engage with science in all inner seriousness, and to sense its death, its corpse-like quality, these are the ones in whose souls the spirit will arise. In order to have a real direct experience of the spirit in the modern era, one must not only have been in laboratories and smelled cyanic acid or ammonia, or been in a dissecting room and seen the fresh specimens from the cadavers. One must have experienced the scent of corpses and the whole trend of natural science, in order to come through this sensation to the light of the spirit. This is an impulse that must arise in the modern era. This is one of the trials people must go through in modern times. Science exists far more to educate humanity than to give us truths about nature. Only a naive person can believe there is an inner truth in a law of nature as identified by academic scientists. No, there is none there. But science devoid of spirit exists precisely in order to educate humanity toward the spirit. This is one of the paradoxes of the world historic evolution of humankind. Thus only in modern times, in the time since Goetheanism, for it was then that the actual corpse-like quality, the death-like aspect of science emerged, did the Spirit shine, but only for those who wished to receive its light. And so, up until the Goethe period, and Goethe himself, people protected themselves against the devastating influence of a life of thought shackled to state compulsion by basically elaborating Greek thought, which did not belong to the modern state because it did not belong in general to the modern era. The separation of the life of thought from the life of the state was provided for in a surrogate way by absorbing an alien life of thought, that of Greece. This Greek thought was then what concealed the inner spirit emptiness of the modern European world. That was on the one hand. On the other hand, people also did not feel the necessity for a separation of the economic life from the legal system, from the life of the actual political state. Why not? It is impossible for people ever to withdraw from the economic life. Put trivially, this is ensured by our stomachs. It is impossible for people not to notice such cataclysms in the economic sphere, in the way they fail to notice them in the fields of law and intellectual and cultural life. Thus, economic activity always existed and has developed along a very straight course. What I indicated yesterday, the transformation of impenetrable forests into pastures and cornfields, with all the economic consequences that ensued, all developed along a very straight, regular line, in a very straight direction. But the experience of these economic conditions was invaded by a foreign element that was strong for a longer time in the Central European soul than the Greek influence. It was invaded by the Roman Latin element. And everything that is related to the state and legal system, to politics, arose out of this Roman Latin element. And here again, we have an incongruity that will have to be rigorously stressed by future history, but is overlooked by the biased conventional writing of history, biased namely toward materialism, of the immediate past. This incongruity lies in the fact that certain economic ideas, certain economic dealings in life, a certain approach to economics in life, developed in a straight line from the social conditions described by Tacitus for the first century of the Germanic world after the founding of Christianity. But these habits of thought with regard to economics had not developed unhindered. They were invaded by the Roman political mode of thought, which infected them completely and kept apart the original European economic customs and the political system of laws. And so the economic life and the political life ran artificially alongside each other, seemingly separate, but in such a way that the separation was a mask, because the political life had a Roman nuance, and the economic life had the old Germanic nuance. Because two mutually alien strata existed interwoven in one another, people felt they did not belong together, even though outwardly they merged. But people were content because they nevertheless experienced them inwardly, in their feeling, as separate. One only needs to study medieval history in the modern era to see that in Central Europe this history, in truth, is one of constant protest, constant self-defense, constant opposition of the economic conditions brought over from former times toward the state system, toward legalistic Romanism. When we look at things pictorially, we see how Romanism, in the form of jurisprudence, penetrates into people through the heads of administrative officials. And a lot of this Romanism penetrates precisely into the declining Nibelung wildlings. The word Graf, Count, Earl, is connected with grapho, to write, as I have mentioned once before. This is where Romanism pushes its way in. As I said, we can see it pictorially in the image of the peasants who are filled with this economically oriented thinking, and who either clench their fists in their pockets or rise up with threshing flails against this Roman juristic element. Naturally, this is not always so outwardly apparent. But if we really look at history, this is how it is in all its moral activity. Thus, what developed from the seeds of the Central European world was pervaded. This is not a criticism. I am simply characterizing, for everything that happened also brought blessings and was necessary, was unavoidable in the development of Central European history, was pervaded, infected by legalistic political Romanism and by Greek humanism, by the Greek concept of spirit-soul or soul-spirit. And only with the emergence of the modern international economic element, with all its consequences, was it no longer possible to sustain the old things. It was perfectly possible to have a classical education and yet be an ignoramus with regard to the scientific education of the modern era. But then one was inwardly and psychologically regressive. One couldn't move with the times if one was only classically educated, if one did not absorb what was given by the scientific education of the modern era. And if one had a scientific education, one was aware of what science of the new era was trying to introduce, then one could truly only react by going through cultural sicknesses, cultural scarlet fever, cultural measles, when one acquainted oneself with what had developed out of the old legalistic Romanism in the period I've been speaking about. In the ancient Roman Empire, this juristic Romanism was appropriate. But then this Roman jurisprudence from the old Romanism, the res publica, or how it was regarded, propagated itself through Central European education, as did the Nibelung wildness on the other side. Yes, my dear friends, cultural scarlet fever, cultural measles, is what we get when we don't think jurisprudence simply abstractly, but permeated with healthy scientific concepts. We open ourselves to this something that figures as law in the literature and in science. This reached a certain climax when someone like Rudolf von Eyering, who was ingenious, could simply not work out how to get to grips with the lamentable notions of jurisprudence in the modern era. The book he wrote, Der Zweck im Recht, The Purpose of Law, became quite grotesque, because a person who had made some acquaintance with scientific thinking now wanted to apply his acquired linguistic notions to jurisprudence. The result was a human thought changeling. It is truly martyrdom for healthy thinking to engage in modern legal literature. For at every moment one has the feeling of it moving like earthworms through one's brain. This is what it is like. I am just describing imaginative perceptions. We must have the courage to look squarely at these things in order to see that we have reached a time in which not only institutions but people's habits of thought must be metamorphosed, transformed. People need to begin to think differently about many things. Only then, under the influence of human habits of thought and habits of sentiment, will it be possible for societal institutions in the outer world to become what the terrible, horribly eloquent facts are calling for. A fundamental relearning is necessary with regard to the most important things for modern humanity. But because this modern humanity, particularly in the period I spoke about yesterday, beginning in 1200 and ending with Goetheanism, absorbed thoughts that move through the brain like earthworms and didn't notice it, the result is the lassitude, the passivity in thinking that is a characteristic phenomenon of the modern era. The characteristic phenomenon of the modern era is the absence of will in the element of thinking. People just let their thoughts come, give themselves up to them, would most like to get them by instinct. One can never pierce through to the spirit in this way. One can only penetrate through to the spirit when one genuinely and objectively introduces will into one's thinking, so that thinking becomes an act like any other, like chopping wood. Do modern people really have the feeling that they get tired by thinking? They do not, because for them thinking is not an activity. Modern people do not experience that for someone who doesn't think in words but in thoughts, tiredness comes over them sooner than it does by chopping wood. so that they can't carry on. This is not an experience modern people have. But this has to be experienced. Otherwise, modern humanity and its social coexistence will not be able to bring about the transition I spoke about yesterday and the day before. The transition from the sensory world into the supersensory. All of you are aware that one doesn't have to become clairvoyant in order to cross into the supersensory world. One only needs to comprehend with sound human understanding what can be researched in the supersensory world through the path of the seer. It is not necessary for all humanity to become clairvoyant. What is necessary is something that is possible for every individual, to receive insights into the spiritual world with healthy human understanding. Only in this way can harmony enter the modern human soul, for it is precisely due to the developmental conditions of the times that this harmony in modern souls is lost. European development, with its American extension and its Asian outposts, has reached a point today where real conclusions are being drawn by the spirits of the super-terrestrial world concerning what was common practice in the relations between peoples of the earth in ancient times, and what became common practice in later times. How were peoples distributed over the earth in ancient times? Up to a certain time that was actually not very long before the mystery of Golgotha, everything that was brought about in the configuration of peoples on the earth was determined from above. It was determined by souls simply descending from the cosmos, from the spiritual world, into bodies alive in a specific region of physical human evolution. Thus in Greece and on the Italian peninsula in more recent times, certain human bodies existed as a result of the physiological, geographical, climatic conditions. To be sure, parents brought their children into the world, but the souls came from above, were completely determined only from above, and intervened very deeply in the whole configuration of the human being, in his external bodily physiognomy. Then came the great migrations. People migrated in various waves over the earth. A mixing of races and peoples took place. Through this, heredity became a factor of significant importance in earthly life. A population living in one particular area of the earth migrated to another. Thus, certain regions of the continent were the territory of the Angles and the Saxons, who migrated to the English portion of the British Isles. This was one such migration. Now, in their physical heredity, the descendants of the Angles and Saxons were dependent on what had developed previously on the continent. They were like this in their physiognomy, in their occupations, and so on. Through this, something enters human development that is horizontally determined. Whereas previously the distribution of people over the earth depended only on the way in which souls incarnated or descended, a contributing factor now was what emerged as the migrations, as the movement of peoples. But in this regard, precisely around the turn of the 14th to the 15th century, a new cosmic historical element, a new cosmic historical impulse emerges. For a while, things were such that there was a certain sympathy between the souls descending from the spiritual world and the bodies that were down below. Put in concrete terms, in the British Isles, above the British Isles, souls descended that felt a liking for the configuration of the bodies living on the British Isles as the descendants of the Angles and Saxons. From the 15th century onward, this liking diminished more and more. And from the 15th century onward, souls no longer followed racial attributes, but rather, once again, the geographical conditions, the climate, whether there were plains down there below or mountains. Since the 15th century, souls have been less and less concerned about the racial appearance of people. They tend more to follow the geographic conditions. The result is that, in the humanity spread out over the earth today, there is something like a dichotomy between the inherited racial element and the soul element coming from the spiritual world. And if modern people were really more able to bring their subconscious into their conscious awareness, only a very few, if I may express it trivially, would feel comfortable in their skin. Most people today would say, quote, What I have descended to earth for is to live in a flat region, in green surroundings, or looking down on green surroundings, to have this or that climate. And whether I have a face that looks Romanesque or Germanic is really of no great importance to me." Close quote. Indeed, it does seem paradoxical when one describes these things, which are of utmost importance for human life, in concrete terms. There are people who talk pantheistically about spirit, spirit, spirit. They give good teachings and say we should move away from materialism and turn once again to the spirit. This doesn't shock people, but when we speak in these concrete terms about the spirit, people are not really ready yet to accept it. But that is how it is. And harmony must be sought once more between, let's say, a geographical predestination and a racial element that is spreading over the earth. Hence the international tendencies in our time, because souls are no longer concerned about the racial aspect. I have previously compared what is happening now to a vertical migration of peoples, whereas before this there was a horizontal migration. The comparison is not merely an analogy. It is articulated from facts grounded in spiritual life. In addition to all this, we must take into account that human beings, simply through the spiritual development of the modern era, are becoming increasingly more spiritual in their unconscious, and that the materialistic frame of mind that is evident in their upper consciousness increasingly contradicts what they have in their subconscious. To realize this, we have to take a look once more at the threefold division of the human being itself. The way the modern person, oriented only toward the sensory physical, feels this threefold division is such that they say, quote, "I perceive by means of my senses, which are distributed throughout my whole body, but are chiefly centralized in my head. This perception gives me my nerve sense life." Close quote. But people today get no further than this. They can certainly describe how the human being breathes, and that the life of breath is transferred to the movements of the heart, to the pulse of the blood. But people don't get much further than this. Our metabolism is studied in great detail, but not as a part of the threefold human being. Actually, it is regarded as the whole human being. You don't have to go far to find the scientist who says, "Man is what he eats." But the scientific mindset is fairly strongly pervaded by this idea that a person is what they eat. In Central Europe, people will soon be what they don't eat. This threefold nature of the human being, which because it is emerging more and more clearly, is trying to come to expression in a threefolding of society, is also differentiated over the earth. The human being is truly not just what is enclosed in his skin. It was in accord with a deep sensibility when in my first mystery drama, titled The Portal of Initiation, I had Capasius and Strader engage in all sorts of activities and then drew attention to the fact that human dealings on earth correspond to cosmic events out in the universe. With every thought we think, every hand movement we make, with everything we say, whether we stand, walk, or whatever else we do, there is always something happening in the cosmos. Modern people lack the perceptive capacities to experience these things. People today don't know, and one can't require it of them, and it is paradoxical to say what I am about to say, how they would look if they only observed what was happening on the earth, let's say, from the moon. There they would see that our nerve sense life is something very different from what people know of it in physical sensory existence. Our nerve sense life, in other words, what goes on when you see, when you hear, smell, touch, is light in the cosmos, a radiating out of light into the cosmos. From your seeing, your feeling, your hearing, the earth shines out into the cosmos. Different again is the effect of everything of a rhythmical nature in the human being, breathing, heartbeat, blood pulse. This goes out in mighty rhythms into the universe and is heard by the corresponding organ of hearing. Human metabolism goes out into cosmic space as life streaming forth from the earth. You can't perceive, can't hear, can't see, can't smell, can't feel without shining out into the cosmos. Your blood can't circulate without your sounding out into cosmic space. And you can't complete your metabolism without this looking from outside like the life of the earth, the life of the whole earth. But there is a great difference in this regard between, for example, Asia and Europe. Seen from outside, the idiosyncratic way of thought in Asia, even today, where a great part of Asia has become unspiritual, would spread sparkling bright light out into spiritual space. This becomes increasingly dark the more we move toward the west. There is less and less of a shining out into space. By contrast, there is increasingly more life pulsating out into space the further westward we go. So only in the human soul does there arise what we could call a view of the cosmic aspect of the earth, and humanity is part of the earth. Ideas like this will be needed if humanity is to advance toward a future that is wholesome and not unwholesome. The idiocy that is gradually generated by merely drawing the present geographic maps and teaching people that here is the Danube, there the Rhine, there's the Reuss, there the Aar, there's Bern, here Basel, here Zurich. These merely external demarcations, which with the completed globe only spread what is sensory, this mode of education will bring humanity down more and more. Certainly it is necessary as a basis. That is not to be disputed. But it will bring humanity down more and more. The globe of future times must show that in one area the earth shines because the people have spirituality in their heads. In another area, the earth radiates more life out into the cosmos because that is the particular nature of the people in that territory. This is connected with something I have mentioned here before. We must always use one thing to shed light on another. I said that when the Europeans gradually settled in America, their hands became similar to those of the American Indians, became similar to the type of the old Indians. The reason for this is the fact that souls coming down today and descending into human bodies orient themselves more and more to the geographical conditions, as in ancient times, when the Indian culture is still the closest. Souls do not now orient themselves according to races, do not orient themselves according to what is produced in the blood. They orient themselves according to the geographical conditions. It will be necessary for people to inwardly penetrate what is happening in humanity. This penetration is waiting for humanity, for an inclination in humanity toward more mobile concepts that can engage with such things. But these can only develop on a spiritual scientific foundation. And a spiritual scientific foundation is only possible if the spirit can be born in the human soul. This requires an emancipated, free life of thought. For this, we need a life of thought separated off from the political state. Now, my dear friends, I have given you a few indications today of what is moving in the humanity that must aspire today toward a new formation of society. We can't set out social challenges today using the usual trivial concepts. We have to have an insight into the nature of modern humanity. We must catch up on what we have missed in our study of modern humankind. We will soon have to leave, so I will speak about these matters for the last time tomorrow. So we will gather here again tomorrow at 7:30. It might also be possible to present a few short pieces of eurythmy, and then we will have one more lecture tomorrow because we will probably have to leave this week. I have some things to say to you tomorrow that are connected with my book on the social question, which was out of print but which will come out again very shortly. I have some things to say in connection with the book that are particularly close to my heart. The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner. 12 lectures entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, translated by Paul King. This is the last lecture, Lecture 12. given in Dornach on the 14th of April, 1919. I particularly wish to talk to you today about what, based on the impulses of our time, on the distress of our time, needs to be said to humanity in general through my book on the social question. The book is called Toward Social Renewal, Basic Issues of the Social Question. You will have seen from our considerations over the last few days, which were basically a continuation and elaboration of the themes we have worked on here for many weeks, that what I am about to say precisely with regard to the social question is not a kind of side issue next to everything else that pulsates through our whole spiritual scientific endeavor. Indeed, the way the matter must more properly be seen is that this spiritual scientific endeavor, by its very nature, develops an understanding of the needs and challenges of our present time and the immediate future, and that the fundamental character precisely of our time is that the distress of our time can be radically helped only through spiritual impulses. Everything else that might be tried, I have stressed this from the most varied perspectives, could at most be nothing more than a surrogate. Also, the external measures that ought to be carried out will have to be of such a nature that I will not say a particular form of spiritual science, but at least a spiritual life that pierces through to the real spirit would have to be possible within the social order. The reason for this necessity is that due to the development of humanity, the person of the present time is in a very particular situation. I have described this situation of the modern person from many different angles. Today I will mention once more that, fundamentally speaking, all our reflections have led us to see how through the way they are inwardly organized, people of the present time simply find themselves in a certain dichotomy. We can easily regard the human individual in his whole being as a unity, but he is not a unity. We know that he is a threefold being. And during the various epochs of the post-Atlantean period, the three facets of our human makeup have related differently to the whole external world, to the physical, soul, and spiritual external world, and to our inner being. We can look at the threefold human being in two ways. Let's do this schematically. We'll simply place the three members of the human being, one on top of the other, see diagram. Whatever terms we give to them, whether according to their physical aspect, nerve sense system, rhythmic system, metabolic limbic system, or according to their spiritual aspect, the intuitive spiritual aspect, the inspired soul aspect, the imaginative bodily aspect. Whether we proceed with different words, such as I have presented from the spiritual perspective in my book titled Theosophy, or whether we take a physical projection of this threefold human being, as I have demonstrated in my last book titled Riddles of the Soul, all perspectives show us that the human is a threefold being. But this threefold being of man is, if I can put it like this, not threefold in a simple way. Man is a complicated being, and the threefoldness in him is also not so simply threefold, but rather we can say, in a certain sense, the human is a double being, a twofold being, and the boundary between the two parts goes right through the middle of the rhythmic system, through the respiratory and heart system. In our present phase of evolution, the way things stand is such that human inner nature really only lives in the metabolic system and in the lower portions of the lung-heart system or rhythmic system. Here the modern person is actually essentially an inner being. By contrast, in the upper portion of the heart and respiratory system and in the nerve sense system, people today rely on a strong externality. You'll see what I mean presently. People perceive the outer world through their senses. They process the outer world with their intellect. They also breathe in the world with their lungs. People take in what comes to them from outside through perceptions, through intellectual processing, through the in-breath. but with regard to what comes into them from outside. People are, in a certain sense, just a kind of residence. Actually, this upper portion of the human being has all of external nature in it. The colors, external sounds, the stars, the clouds, and even the air in the breathing process. And you yourselves are actually just the residents for these external things. In ancient times, people still found something else in this externality that was related to their inner being. They found elemental spirits, and also divine spiritual beings of the higher hierarchies. They spoke about these nature spirits in their mythologies that were wiser than the scientific wisdom of the present day. But they have gone from human perception. Today people only perceive the sense perceptible and process it. Here they only carry the outer world in themselves. We frequently pay too little attention to how little of ourselves is in what we carry in us as our perception of the external world, or also of what remains of the external world in our memory. When you walk up the hill in the morning or at midday and see the Goetheanum, and go down again carrying an image in yourselves of the Goetheanum and everything you have seen here, you seemingly have something in yourselves. But what is in you is only a reflection, for the actual Goetheanum is still on this hill. Everything you saw is also still on this hill. In this part of the human being that I have demarcated here in the diagram, you are the residents of all that. And people today are so poor in spirit precisely because they no longer find the spirit in this externality. There were indeed times in the evolution of the earth when, if people had come up the hill and seen something like this Goetheanum, the effect of certain things on them as they walked down again would not have been like a fantasy, not like an inner mysticism, but like a world of facts. Like something they had seen, such as the paintings or the like, they would have taken with them in their soul those spirit beings which would have slipped out to them from every nook and cranny, and which had participated in the creative work of the people here. But this is past now for people, as though the elemental and spiritual beings have fled from external nature. Outer nature is despirited, and thus also this part of man's interior. And what remains for our inner being is only the lower part of the chest and the metabolic organism with the limbs. This is what, in this period of human evolution, the externalized people of the present, if they do not begin to become interested in spirituality, refer to as their inner being. The people are on the very brink of where they do indeed speak about their inner being, but what they mean by this inner being is nothing more than their metabolism, and at most the correspondence that respiration and the cardiac rhythm have with their metabolism. One should have no delusions about this. We should be clear that when people come along today and talk about having difficulties in their inner life, this is just a verbal expression for an irregularity of some kind in their metabolism. One person is cheerful, the other is grumpy, due to their insides. One is passionate, the other humorous. Fundamentally, this is all a result of the metabolism, and at most the rebound of the respiratory and heart systems on the metabolism. Many people talk today about their inner state. They talk about their inner needs. They talk about their soul not being able to manage one thing or another. In fact, it is their stomach and their intestines that can't manage. And what they say about their emotional life is basically just putting into words what is going on in their metabolism. And the situation is that, of course, people do not want to admit the truth and say, my stomach, my intestines, spleen, liver, or whatever, is not functioning properly. But rather they say, I have this or that emotional difficulty. That sounds better, more genteel for many people. They consider this less materialistic. But for someone who sees things in accordance with truth, this is just dishonest. For we find ourselves today at the stage of development in which human nature separates into two distinct parts. And if you ask what can be of help in this situation, there is only one aid for modern people: to break free from themselves through an interest in the affairs of humankind, through a real interest in what concerns all people of the present time, and to pay as little attention as possible to the irregularities, broadly speaking, of their metabolism that are so prevalent today. When people can get away from talking about themselves by developing a wide-ranging interest, which can only be achieved by taking spiritual science seriously, only then can well-being pour out over the present human generation. One can really experience things today that are characteristic of this. I was recently at the League of Nations Congress in Bern, where everything was spoken about that it is unnecessary to speak about because it leads nowhere, and where the most vital things today were not spoken about. But I don't mention this as even the most important thing. The most important thing I wish to mention is a certain form in speaking that was apparent in almost all the speakers. In these speakers, in at least every third sentence, there was the little word I, or me, my. I am of the opinion. I consider. It seems to me this or that is needed. I love this or that. You can hear this in almost every sentence. And people get angry if one doesn't go along with this tone. If one speaks out of objectivity, if one forms one's sentences in a way that keeps the objective content in view and doesn't give one's opinion, doesn't give what one loves, then people say one's way of speaking is authoritarian and presumptuous. The greatest presumption, of course, is when someone has the word I on their lips in every third sentence. But people have unlearned their sense for this presumption. They think it is smarter for someone to talk only about themselves and find it highly immodest and presumptuous when someone tries to speak out of objectivity. They have a dim feeling that he is claiming to know something other than what is in his personal opinion. And claiming to know something other than one's own opinion is seen today as a great sin. But oh, these personal opinions! Someone versed in spiritual science would often like to characterize such an assembly precisely from his spiritual scientific perspective. He listens to a speaker of the kind that utters the word I in every third sentence. I think, I am of the opinion that, I think this, I ask you to consider. He then talks about the superstate, the supra-parliament, and leaves the podium. One with spiritual scientific insight says to himself, that man has a liver problem. There is something wrong in his liver, and it is his metabolism talking out of him. Another speaker goes up, speaks formally in a similar way, and then retreats. The man probably has gallstones. A third one has a tendency to gastric problems. These things become significant in an age pulsating with materialism, where the free soul, independent of matter, does not speak, but the body does. And it is often the body that speaks today. But people are still accustomed to using the old words for their bodily indispositions. One who sees into things spiritual scientifically would rather that people spoke not about the Übermensch, the superhuman, but about the lower stomach. I don't mean Nietzsche, of course, but of others who, following Nietzsche, have spoken about the Übermensch. They would then represent reality more accurately than with what they actually say. This is not pessimism, my dear friends. It is simply the world of present-day facts. And people of the present time are compelled to be untruthful for the simple reason that they would be ashamed to give an account of the facts. And there is even a longing today to give oneself up to this aspect of the human being, which is actually only physical man. It is a truth in our time that perhaps the reason we do not have a Molière who wrote titled The Imaginary Invalid is because we would need too many Molières. Where there is a veritable enthusiasm for being sick in those people who have time to be sick about anything else. The people who don't have time to be sick mostly pay no attention to the conditions which, in those who have the time to be sick, are sufficient reason to feel ill. The devastating effects of materialism must not only be sought where materialism is spoken about or where people speak materialistically. The devastating effects of materialism are evident at many levels. And all the talk today about the spirit is sometimes nothing more than pure materialism, because for many people this talk of the spirit is nothing more than a narcotic for their stolid materiality. People today lack the will for activity, for real inner exertion. And all external exertion must today come from inner exertion. This is the reason why the bourgeoisie are still so much at zero in the face of the social question that has been coming to the fore over the past 70 years. An immense materialism in the most varied forms has taken hold of people, and particularly of those circles whose task it has been in modern times to turn to the spiritual. This is what we have to know about the basic impulse of our time, about what is living in our time. Everything else would be surrendering to illusion. Spiritual science is of such great significance for modern people because it gets them away from themselves. But it has to be taken hold of properly. We can't allow another illusion to arise in connection with spiritual science. A quality so pervasive today due to materialism could easily find its way into spiritual science, and that is superficiality. If what is trying to awaken an interest in spiritual science is grasped only superficially by people, that would be something that could really harden them in themselves, could really thrust them into themselves. Nothing can help here other than going back again and again to what does not have to do with us personally, but is the content of our spiritual science, and to approach the things that are the content of our spiritual science as objectively as possible. And when the most subjective things are spoken about, not to take them subjectively. On this point, just think how clearly we need to resist the most obvious temptations. When I spoke here recently about how people today are only capable of development from outside up to their 28th year, and that development then ceases just at the point of the intellectual soul and the I, and is not able to attain to these, and that people therefore move toward a certain inner emptiness, this is an important truth for the present time. It is important to know this. It is important to accept this as an inner experience. But it is detrimental to wonder afterward, quote, am I perhaps one of those who from their 28th year onward has not properly developed their intellectual soul? Close quote. It is precisely the most subjective things which relate to what is of the greatest importance that should be taken objectively. We should not look to see whether we are one to whom something like this could happen. We should be able to disregard ourselves when it comes to the most important human truths, and be able to look at the era, at humanity, not always think in an egotistical way of ourselves. This is what characterizes our time and what makes it so difficult to spread ideas today that relate to impulses of supreme importance for the development of our age. People are unable to develop interest out of the basic mood, as it were, that I have described. The ideas just remain sensations for them. They don't grab them sufficiently, don't spur them sufficiently into activity. This is what has to be said, especially now when a kind of transition is taking place for all those who have had a genuine interest in spiritual science. Up to this point, you have had literature that relates to the inner development of the human being and to knowledge about the spiritual world, and which has spoken in such a way to people that they can grasp the world, their relationship to the world, the sole spiritual aspect of their relationship to other people, from the most varied points of view. And now this spiritual science is producing a certain trend that talks about the social question, about the healing of the social organism. Parenthesis, this is of course just a side branch, the greater body of spiritual science carries on, for it is precisely this greater body of spiritual science that is preeminently necessary for other areas as well, close parenthesis. Here, spiritual science is adopting a trend that must not be received inactively, passively, or else it will miss its goal and purpose. And it will now become evident how many of us, who have absorbed spiritual science over the preceding years, have made ourselves sufficiently ripe to have a clear comprehension, above all, of what is to be understood now by the social question. For a clear, impartial, unsentimental grasp of what is articulated in my book, which is to appear shortly, on the essential points of the social question, is what matters. This is something about which we will now have to pass a certain trial. Up to now, if one studied spiritual science, one could still be a good spiritual scientist without concerning oneself with what was going on out there in life. And indeed, we have two phenomena in our anthroposophical movement that we should actually contemplate. On the one hand, we have very good anthroposophists who, despite knowing a huge amount about cosmic evolution, about the makeup of the human being, about reincarnation, destiny, and karma, have no idea about the practical aspects of life, have no idea about the reality of life. They are individuals who have sought something in anthroposophy to keep them away from this reality of life. Indeed, those to whom what I have just said applies have no notion that it is even referring to them. After all, everyone naively regards themselves as practical in life. So this is the one phenomenon that we have amongst us. The other phenomenon is sectarianism in one form or another. There is a deep tendency, particularly in movements related to the spiritual, to engage in sectarianism. Whether this sectarianism develops from small cliques that emerge with a sectarian character, even though in very inferior things, or whether sectarianism is engaged indirectly, is not the point. What is the point is to really understand that the anthroposophically oriented spiritual scientific movement that we intend here must be imbued with objectivity, a non-personal quality. This has always been a difficulty in our movement, that the personal element, usually without people realizing it, has been confused with what is objective and factual. People genuinely believe when they get together in a clique of a larger or smaller size that they have a completely factual and objective interest. Certainly they genuinely believe this, for they don't notice that principally they are actually following their own wishes because of their relationship with someone else who is interested in spiritual science, because they want a connection with one person or another and the like. People have no notion of this. They live in the genuine belief that they are being objective. But this sectarianism, this cliquishness, is precisely what has led to the terrible situation where public presentations, information about spiritual science, given publicly in whatever area, is not judged on its own merits, but according to what a society, the Anthroposophical Society, has made and is making of it. If we point to the worst damage and the most awful swamp plants of the ilk of Seiling, we must never forget when we look for the cause of the matter that swamp plants such as this are bred, cultivated, and pampered by the cliquishness and sectarianism that has developed widely in the anthroposophical movement over the last 17 or 18 years. And what is going on in this anthroposophical movement is projected in many ways onto anthroposophy, because many members sin against the most significant impulse of our time, individualism in the field of the spirit. How often do we hear, quote, "We anthroposophists, we theosophists want this or that. How awful that we only have 3 basic tenets." Close quote. We don't need basic tenets at all, for they are not what matters. We need truths, not summarizing tenets. And these truths are only for the individual person, for the individuality. How often have I said that the society is just something for public view, but what we are doing is not about the society. we really have to take these things seriously. This is so necessary precisely today, because if what is to come into the world through our efforts regarding the social question, if this were also carried by sectarianism or cliquishness or any form of small-mindedness, such as I have described today, our work would be harmed most terribly. We really need to develop a very broad way of thinking here. We really need to look for an entry into real practical life. That's what's important. When I say something about these things, please take it only in the truest spirit of friendship. Don't think that I am wanting to be derogatory in any respect, but I am impelled to give a warning, a sound warning, before the social aspect of our work becomes a matter for all the members, which it really ought to become. But before this happens, urgently to warn you not to allow sectarianism, small-mindedness, anything that has a narrow horizon, that doesn't arise from clear thinking, to interfere in this social thinking. Do not allow this, but strive more and more to base your thinking on the experience and reality of life. I was greatly astonished recently when a kind of motto reached my ears, which must have arisen here from one quarter or another, that the social ideas I speak about in my lectures ought to be practically implemented in life. But what was meant was the implementation of these practical ideas into the most impractical sphere possible. We must really not do what has led our times into the most terrible confusion and damage, namely, confusing real practicality with illusory practicality in life. What was said in that situation was so impractical, was thought about in such a sectarian way, was so lacking in the will really to engage in practical life, that I won't go into it any further. I would ask you to look at what is happening in real life today, to learn to know the basis from which the various statements I make arise. For do you believe it is a light-hearted theory to talk about the labor force as though they were some kind of commodity? This is something that can only be said when one has repeatedly seen such things to be the most characteristic of the situation in real life. And so it is also with other matters. What is important today is clear, sharp understanding of the realities of life. So really, sine ira, and with the request not to take these things personally, I should like, for example, to say the following. I have been asked whether threefolding couldn't be realized in our Anthroposophical society: economic life, legal life, spiritual life. Certainly one can articulate something like this, even if one is deeply engaged in our movement, if one has a genuine and profound attitude toward our movement. But when somebody says this, it is as though they haven't grasped the basic impetus of our movement at all. People haven't understood what I have said about the social question, if they imagine we could divide up our society in a threefold way, like a sect. So, what are the three branches of a healthy social order? In the first place, there is the economic system. Well, my dear friends, do you want to do the very worst thing and practice sectarianism by having our own economy inside the society within the greater economy outside? Do you not want to understand that one cannot separate oneself off in an egotistical way, even in a group egotism, and disregard everything else? After all, you engage economically with the other economy of this geographical area. You get your milk, cheese, vegetables, the things you need, from an economic body from which you cannot isolate yourself. Truly, you cannot reform the times by withdrawing from them. If someone wants to make a society such as ours into an economic body, it seems to me like someone with a large family saying, quote, "I'll begin threefolding in my own family," close quote. These ideas are too serious, too far-reaching, to be distorted into the various forms of petty bourgeois sectarianism that have always existed. They must be thought of in connection with the whole of humanity. If you tried to establish a group egotistical economy for a sect, you would separate yourself entirely from real practical thinking with regard to the economic circulation in the world. In the life of law, just imagine establishing a legislative state within our society. If you stole something, it would be completely irrelevant if 3 people here convened to judge the theft. An external court would still take you and judge you. In matters of law, you would truly not be able to separate yourself off from external institutions. And now, my dear friends, the spiritual life. For as long as an anthroposophical society has existed, or ever since it belonged with its anthroposophical content to the theosophical society, has there ever been anything in the activity of this society that was in the slightest degree dependent on any kind of state or political organization? From the first day of this society's existence, with regard to the spiritual life, which is our chief task, our ideal has been fulfilled. Don't you see that from the beginning this ideal has been fulfilled with regard to what we actually are? Do you think this should be done only now in the Anthroposophical Society? Has this Anthroposophical Society ever received a subsidy from any state? Are its teachers employed by the state? Has not everything been fulfilled in this Anthroposophical Society that could be wished for by external spiritual organizations? In this respect, isn't it precisely the practical ideal? And do you want to come along now and reform it in this direction? You can't have understood what sort of society you have been in for so many years if you only now want to realize the spiritual third here in this society. Look precisely at what we have been able to be, at what we were able to rescue by a whisker. Freedom in spiritual research and teaching, at least in those individuals who did not ask to be paid by the state for what they taught here. Look at this at least as a kind of starting point for other things. See what is real and don't overlook it in your thinking. In my book titled Toward Social Renewal, it is mentioned as an evil in present times, inherited from the past, that the so-called practical people in life today overlook in their thought and speech what is most important. Must this evil spread amongst us too, that in what we say we overlook what is most to the point? It cannot be our task to bring the free spiritual life here, but our task can be that you take this out into the world. Explain to people that all spiritual life must be of this nature, must have this sort of constitution. What is most important is to see immediate reality. In this sense, what I argue concerning the social question must be understood in the first place by anthroposophists. In the Anthroposophical Society, we should at least avoid spreading cranky ideas under the motto of wanting to make practicable what is represented here. Take seriously what has run like a basic thread through the lectures of the last weeks, or even perhaps of the last months. Take most particularly seriously the fact that our present time makes it necessary for people to adopt a new attitude toward life. That it is not enough just to absorb new thoughts, but that we find the possibility of approaching life in a new way, that we avoid everything that pushes us toward isolation and segregation. Take seriously above all that in all 3 branches of its so-called culture, humanity has wandered into a real cul-de-sac. How could this cul-de-sac be more evident than in the chaotic and devastating effects in East and Central Europe? This is the result of what people have been accustomed to feel, think, and believe for decades and centuries. The situation in Russia is not only a result of the war. That was only the culmination. Rather, it is the result of what people have thought, felt, and willed for a long, long time, and which compelled one to describe it as a kind of social cancer. So what is it that is most lacking at the present time? What is most lacking at the present time is a proper judgment of reality. What is most lacking at the present time is a proper social enlightenment. This is what the bourgeoisie have neglected most, a proper social enlightenment. People don't have a social sense. Everyone knows only themselves. That is why judgment becomes so short-sighted. When someone today speaks about introducing the economic life into the Anthroposophical society, the most real thing I could imagine from such a statement would be if someone were to buy a cow, look after and milk it, thereby produce something, and deal with this product in the appropriate way. That would not be sectarianism in our society, because the economic life is primarily about the means of increasing productivity, of taking account of people's essential needs. A start was made in this direction at one time, but was unsuccessful due to the individual involved. You will recall we made a start with Herr von R by producing bread, not on the basis of production, but on the basis of consumption, which can be the only healthy basis. We tried first of all to get consumers, which would have been quite possible in a society, and the production would have been set up according to this number of consumers. That was a really practical beginning. It failed to work only because Herr von R was, or is, not a practical man. But the idea could have been realized if Herr von R had been practical. This would have been a practical idea associated with the Anthroposophical Society only insofar as the society comprises a number of consumers. It is about keeping focused on our task and not on the Anthroposophical Society, and not turning the society into an isolated sect. With regard to the external conditions that are the basis of production and a variety of other things, you will not get far with the ideas in my book on the social question if you do not understand them on a large scale. For reform of the economic system is connected, after all, with the practicalities of economics. One must even understand milking, and it is more important to be able to milk cows than to introduce some kind of business into a small sect, but then naturally still get your milk from outside. The point in our case is that we see where the impulse of the present time needs to be. What is most important at present? You can set up all the businesses you like. If you are able, go to Russia. Do what you want there. Set up the best and most idealistic things, or go to Germany, to Austria, to Hungary, and so on. After 10 years, all these things will have failed, if they manage to last even as much as 10 years. That is the situation today. With the thoughts people have today, you could set up the most ideal initiative, and after 10 years it will have failed. Of that you can be absolutely certain. It won't always happen as rapidly as in Munich, where one council is replaced by another, and then by an even more radical one, and so on. But any initiative you organize today, which seems to you to be good and healthy, will go out of the window if the same ideas remain in people's heads that have been there for centuries and are still haunting them today. These ideas are of no more use. People will simply have to accept that they must rethink and relearn things, that new ideas must really become part of their soul's inner being. This can't be done overnight. One can't immediately set up things overnight with the new ideas. But you can take the ideas that are in my book, because they are practical, and differentiate them into their most extreme areas of specialism. You could set up, let's say, a dairy along the lines of the book. But if you don't set up just one dairy where you yourself milk your cows, and which on its own would not have much social effect if all the other dairies carried on in the same old way. So if you don't set up just one dairy but a number of them, you would need people for that. But they have the old ideas in their heads, and these enterprises would soon either fail or revert to the old forms, and you'd be back to how things were. This shows you what is the most important thing today. The most important thing today is not starting this or that initiative. You can, of course, set up good initiatives. I will not tempt you to set up bad ones. But I just want to make you aware that even with the best initiative, you will not change the times. It can be done in certain areas, such as I mentioned about the bread, or how we have done it with our printed matter. So, how did we start with this printed matter? At first I spoke to a very small group in Berlin. This group then grew bigger and bigger. As the group increased, a need arose to have in book form what had been spoken. Readers were there before the books were printed. Look at the theories of social ideas of knowledgeable individuals. One of the fundamental evils of our social order is the continuous crises arising from sporadic overproduction, when production runs wild. The very worst example of this is the book trade. Just think of all the books that were produced in the book trade with editions of 500 copies and sometimes more, of which barely 50 copies are sold. And what a difference there is between a book where the edition is completely sold out and a book that sells perhaps less than 50 copies. Typesetters and printers have been employed and paper used, all for nothing. This is all blown away by the wind. This is an abuse of human manpower. The moment you produce in excess, when the consumers do not exist to justify the use of the human workforce, you must be aware that you are misusing that workforce, for the use of human labor is only justified by needs, by actual needs that exist. It is not the content but the need that must exist. The utilization of the human workforce is only justified when one can see beforehand that what people work at will be for the good of other people. In certain areas where we could work in a reforming way, we have done so. We have even had to resort not to overproduction but to underproduction. When, like other journals, we ceased publishing our journal titled Lucifernosis, the world could only have thought we did so due to lack of readers. Precisely at the moment when we had to close it down because of other demands on me was the time when it would have had 1.5 times as many, then twice as many, then 3 times as many readers as it had before. We had to decide on underproduction, not overproduction. Thus crises were avoided in a healthy manner. The book trade is in perpetual crisis. Looking at the statistics on unsold books, we see that books are produced that can't be sold because nothing is done to ensure their sale. People sometimes have a certain insight about this. At one time in the 80s, that is the 1880s, I had a conversation with Edward von Hartmann about books on the theory of knowledge. It was during the time when I was writing my short book titled Truth and Science, which is now out of print. Not a single copy of that was printed in vain. No copy had to be pulped, and so no human labor was wasted. Edward von Hartmann said, quote, "People publish their works on the theory of knowledge in print runs of 500 copies, but we can show that in Germany we have at most 60 readers of them. The books should just be hectographed and sent out to the few readers who are really interested in them." Close quote. At that time it was evident that there were no more readers than this of works on the theory of knowledge. Don't take it amiss that I mention this purely economic question concerning anthroposophical literature here. These things have nothing to do with content, with spiritual value, but they can illustrate what is actually meant and what is important at the present time, namely that a healthy association of consumers must first be established, and production does not just blindly churn out things regardless. Truth should not be a matter of human preferences. This relates to the answer I gave on one occasion to 2 Catholic priests in Colmar after a lecture I had given there on, quote, Bible and wisdom, close quote, and which I mentioned again recently. The 2 priests came to me after the lecture and said that they had no particular objections to the content, but the way I spoke was a different matter. For the way they spoke from the pulpit was intended for all the people. The way I spoke was not for all people, but only for those with a particular education. I answered them, quote, "What you or I think about how one should speak to all people is not the point. We might perhaps have all sorts of interesting ideas about it, but that is not what matters. What matters is what the facts are asking for. And here I ask you, does everyone still go to you in church? You can't assert that. So for those who remain away, and who nevertheless have a right to hear about Christ, it is for them that I speak, and there are enough of them today." Close quote. These are facts. But the old bourgeois education, which is completely shut up in itself, still contradicts them, It persuades itself what is right, how things should be done. But this is absolutely not how things should be done for life. The important thing for life is that one observes that here is this and there is that, and determines what one has to do from what is. This only appears to be trivialities, for life today sins against these trivialities constantly. What is needed above all is a different mindset. Even the insight has faded that it is necessary to see how this culture, which is so highly praised, has borne death within itself. Don't think that the current radical socialist movements have ruined culture. Culture has ruined itself. The culture that the upper stratum had has led it into nullity, is decaying due to itself. This upper stratum did not ensure that the lower proletarian strata, which are following after them, knew something sensible about social institutions, and now they wonder that they rise up in their lack of social knowledge and usher in nothing but chaos. The situation is indeed grave, and the ideas I have felt compelled to articulate in my book on the social question flow from this assessment of just how grave things are for the whole modern world. This book will only be properly understood when people realize that no matter how good the initiatives might be that we set up, nothing can be done with people that have the ideas of our current time in their heads. Above all, heads must be filled with different ideas. So what is the genuine, real, and true practical task? To spread enlightenment, my dear friends. To spread enlightenment and above all to teach people how to change their thinking. This is the appeal that goes out to each and every one of you, to bring enlightenment into people's heads. Not to think of cranky, isolated reforms, but to shed enlightenment in a universal way about what is essential. Then people will have to change. The thoughts and sensibilities in people's souls will have to change. It's about taking these ideas to wherever it is possible to take them. This is the practical thing to do. This is what it means to implement these ideas practically. With every quarter of a person, excuse the expression, that you win over to these ideas, something is achieved. And the most is achieved when you win over people who work in a particular field. As I said recently, it is gratifying to see writers among the signatories to the call. But one bank manager who really understands the call and works in its spirit is worth more than 10 writers who put their name to it. It is a matter of taking hold of life where it can be taken hold of. And today this can only happen by spreading enlightenment, by working in an enlightening way. For what people need most urgently is knowledge about the conditions necessary for a healthy social organism. If people do not learn to know the conditions for a healthy social organism, they will carry on destroying the old social organism for as long as destruction is possible. Naturally, this can only go on up to a certain point. Everything that is done now without these new ideas is depleting the old order, is stripping the old order. This has started in Russia and will spread from there. What matters is to build things up, but it is only possible to build things up today if people understand how the building up is to be carried out. For we are living in the age of consciousness soul development. This means in the age of conscious individuals, in the age when people must know what they are doing. My book was written in this spirit, and I should like to see it understood in this spirit. I should like to entrust it to you in this spirit. Its intention is simply to serve the times. It tries to articulate what has to be articulated out of the spirit of the times. Cliques and sectarian tendencies in our own society have done enough to ensure that when anthroposophy is spoken about, people assume all kinds of ghosts and specters and the like. But the spirit is not sought here by always just talking about the spirit. We can leave that to Herr Seitzig or Herr Förster, but rather it is a matter of the spirit being in a position to really dive down into practical life, to understand how practical life has to be managed. Those who want to conceive of the spirit only in a shadowy form floating above life have a bad belief. So you yourselves must turn away more and more from turning away from life. You need to seek more and more to really understand life, to look into life. Otherwise, the same phenomena I've been speaking about will keep on arising. The examples of this could be multiplied 100, 1,000-fold. A lady came to me and said, quote, "Someone approached me wanting to borrow money, but he has a brewery. He will use the money to brew beer. I surely cannot support the brewing of beer." Close quote. Well, it was well and good that in this narrow circle the lady didn't wish to support beer making because she was an abstainer and didn't want to be abstinent just for herself, but wanted to make propaganda supporting abstinence. I had to answer her by saying, quote, "But you have money in the bank, which gives you your living. Do you have any idea how many breweries are financed by your bank's money? Have you any idea of all the things that are done by the bank? Do you think they are all in keeping with the idea you have regarding the amount you might lend to this beer brewer? But aren't you just as involved when the money you've deposited in the bank is transferred into the economy?" Close quote. Do you really think that it is oriented toward life when one does nothing but judge life from the narrowest circle? When one doesn't engage in looking at life with the broadest sweep? But that is just the point. Our Anthroposophical Society is not a field of experimentation, but is meant to be a core for everything good that is to come to humankind. With regard to the social question, it is a matter above all of a broad stream of enlightenment flowing out over the social need. You will be acting in a practical and skillful way in life if you spread these things, but you must also really try to spread them in a way that takes life into account and doesn't stay fixed in a narrow perspective. I hope none of you gets the dubious idea that old theories of national economics are being passed on here in order to teach people national economics. People don't introduce anything here today of the nature of the experts' national economics, for those are all lumber room ideas of the oldest sort. Don't think you are learning to think in national economic terms when you absorb the practicable ideas in the didactic way they are taught in the universities. Don't devise any programs that appear to put into practice what I lecture, but which are nothing more than awfully grinning old bourgeois masks. Let us stand on the ground of the great challenges of our time. Let us look above all at society in these challenges of the times. I felt the need to say this to you now, as we are about to travel to Germany and many tasks will present themselves. Nevertheless, we hope that we will be away for a much shorter period this time than otherwise, for we are living in a time when we should actually never make plans and have projects too far ahead. We can only say that individuals who have come together as the members of the Anthroposophical Society have done, remain together wherever they are. They stand by the work with firm courage and inner boldness, and do not allow themselves to be led astray no matter what the terrible waves of the present may bring. More often than not, what they bring is not easy. We might experience much that brings up a question for us as to how things should carry on. Don't allow yourselves to be led astray by this either. Do what is yours to do to advance something further in the world, and you will be doing what is right. I could only stay this time for as long as it took to finalize the book, for this book is intended to serve the times. Our friends here will now take it over and ensure its distribution in Switzerland, and precisely because of this work, I hope for a number of reasons to be back again very soon, partly for a reason that is very misunderstood, particularly here in Switzerland. From one quarter or another one hears, quote, "So what does this foreigner want here in Switzerland? He should leave us in peace. Our democracy has existed for 600 years. It is healthy. It is immune against what is happening amongst the abominable nations of Eastern and Central Europe." Close quote. I am convinced that the best could be done where this could still happen out of free will. If such social ideas as are in my book were to blossom today in Russia, It would happen because the serious external conditions compelled it. And when serious external conditions compel it, it is the same for Central Europe, the same for Germany, the proper impulse is no longer there. The proper impulse for precisely these ideas which are trying to bring social well-being to humanity would pertain when they occurred out of freedom on a soil about which one can say, the Bolshevists haven't reached us. We still have something of the old conditions. Oh, if an understanding were developed precisely on this soil to develop these ideas out of free will, then Switzerland could become the most blossoming country in Europe. It is equipped for this by its geographical position. It is equipped for a gigantic mission despite its smallness. But it will only fulfill its mission if it accomplishes, out of free will, what neither the eastern nor central countries can accomplish any longer out of free will. For that, they would have had to have acted earlier. And what the Western countries will not do because they are not sufficiently predisposed for it. In Switzerland, by contrast, there would be the predisposition. There would be the geographical conditions. Everything would be here. All that is required here is the goodwill for a free human decision. And exactly this requires activity in thinking. This requires thought-will. Thought-will is what is most lacking in present-day humanity. Thought-will develops geographically very well among those people to whom souls come because they wish to be in the mountains. Parenthesis, I mentioned yesterday that souls no longer attach much importance to race. They look far more to the geographical situation. Close parenthesis. Thought-will does not develop in regions such as the poem Die drei Zigeuner, the Three Gypsies, was composed in. It is a very beautiful poem, but it is composed on flat land. What people need today is not flatland mentality, but mountain mentality. That is why a lot could come out of the Swiss mountains. That is why one would like to have a certain basis, a point of departure for something here. And this is why precisely here it seems important to me not to be silent, but to talk about the great needs of the times for as long as this is possible. And I appeal particularly to our friends here in Switzerland to understand the challenge for this enlightenment, and to ensure that the challenges of the times pass into the consciousness of the local inhabitants particularly. The more Swiss minds and Swiss hearts are won over to these social ideas, the better it will be for Europe and the world. I say this particularly also to the Swiss members. My dear Swiss friends amongst us, you can take what is foreign and make it Swiss. Then it will no longer be foreign, but Swiss. All these distinctions have only an ephemeral value, after all. I needed to say this today, and I hope you have understood in the right way what I meant regarding these things. I hope that the spirit intended to fill and surround this building will continue to be sustained by the mindset of the members, and that we will meet here again after a short time, bound together by the Spirit, which, as it has always been since the beginning, is now to find expression, and which cannot be any different, for it has tried to realize in itself from the beginning what lies in the challenges of the time. With that, I take my leave for now. This place is intended to have such a spiritual importance that if ever the need were such, and I was still able to ride here on a haggard, half-dead old nag in order to do the work, I would not shy away from riding here on a haggard, half-dead old nag. But tasks may present themselves in other places which delay my return. So, despite all that, until we meet again in the spirit, namely, that I have described to some small extent in this last meeting, and presented to your hearts. The end of Lecture 12, which is the end of these lectures, entitled Past and Future Impulses in Societal Events, Collected Works, Volume 190 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by Paul King.